I understand there's literally coaches out the back for them as well. Great debuts.
Yeah, I think half of Suffolk's here for Kieran actually today. So, I don't know, we're all in the pub, straight in the pub. The pub's going to do some good business as well, by the sounds of it. But yeah, and Gideon, I mean, coup to have him on actually. He's, this prolific amateur career that he had. He's all won everything there was to win. So, it's a class act to be on the card. Kieran making his debut, and everyone thinks he's, the next big thing.
It sounds like a really great prospect card, but we also have some really good 50-50s there. We've got Haji Muhiz versus Grajan Kak.
Yeah, I mean, they're two of the feared fighters. Great 50-50 fight. Just what you want under your call is that kind of fight. Small hall, they say small hall, but the big hall promoters are also in this venue. But in this sort of environment with a couple of thousand people in it, the atmosphere's going to be electric. Both of those, both undefeated, both, looking for titles. They're looking past this, but we're looking for bigger things. So a great fight.
And then we're talking about Dan Francis as well.
Yeah, Dan Francis is one of ours. He did great welterweight. He's quite avoided. Not many people want to fight him, but he's in against Gegich tonight. Another really really tough fight. He's been out for a while, but a great record. It's a tough fight. No title on the line for it. We tried to get a title. They wouldn't sanction it for this one, but Dan Francis, being the man he is, he'll fight anyone. So he's going to fight him anyway, and hopefully we've got some big title news coming up for him.
And then straight on to the main event, Miller Oakford 2.
Oh, what a great fight. Obviously he lost on his debut. Devon lost on his debut to him, and since then he's been sort of had a great run of form. He's got a 75% knockout percentage. He's obviously fancy to turn this one over again, but for a Commonwealth silver title to boot, so we're really excited about it.
Perfect, amazing. Well, look forward to a good night of boxing. Hopefully we'll catch you later in the evening.
Brilliant, thank you.
This is more than just a fight. It's a clash of nations. The transatlantic clash, where the United States takes on the United Kingdom. In a battle of blood, sweat, and pure grit. Led by legendary Roy Jones Jr., Team USA will face off against the fierce warriors of the UK, guided by champion Spencer Oliver. On October the 5th, live from Texas, it all comes down to one night, one ring, and one exclusive trophy. Catch the action worldwide on talkSPORT, Fightzone, and in the US on Azteca TV. Don't miss the war across the Atlantic. Transatlantic clash, USA versus UK. This is more than a fight. It's history in the making.
Well, when it comes to big nights of boxing, when titles are on the line and there are 50-50 battles to be had, and also a handful of debutants beginning their journey in the pro ranks, is there anywhere better for that to take place than the Mecca of British boxing, right here in Bethnal Green in London, home of course to York Hall. Many magical nights have been etched into the memories of fight fans inside this special venue, and we expect more of the same this evening. So a big warm welcome to you, whether you're joining us on Fightzone TV or talkSPORT. I'm Stacey Copeland on commentary duty this evening. Later we'll be joined by Denzel Bentley. I've got Sam Gilley, Commonwealth champion, alongside me at the moment, and we've got the real pleasure of being ringside for 3 debuts tonight, which is always a special moment for any fighter. There are some matchups on this card which are almost guaranteed to deliver fireworks, genuine 50-50 contests. Then, of course, top of the bill is Devon Miller and Lewis Oakford for the Commonwealth silver title. Cruiserweights, so plenty of power in those punches, but also a really intriguing history between the two. They fought as amateurs, they sparred together prior to turning pro, then faced each other on their pro debuts. Oakford won that fight in the amateurs and their pro fight as well, but Miller insists that over 4 rounds it's one story, but over 10 it'll be a completely different outcome. We're really looking forward to this. We'll be getting started here shortly, but that's not all in store this evening, as we have a double header following the action here at York Hall. You'll have time to get yourself a brew, maybe a bite to eat. Then from 1 a.m, the night is young, as we'll be heading over to Texas for the transatlantic clash, a groundbreaking concept which sees the UK face the USA. They'll be meeting head to head across the pond. Captain of the UK team, former European champion Spencer Oliver, and captain of the USA team is none other than legendary Hall of Famer Roy Jones Jr. All 50-50 fights coming your way, so in for a real treat later. And we have it on good authority that there'll be plans for 3 or 4 more shows, both here and back over in the US next year. But we're focused on what's ahead. We've got Devon Miller and Lewis Oakford top of the bill for the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title later, but plenty of exciting fights before that, debuts and 50-50 bouts on the way. Without further ado then, let's get started with your MC this evening, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a big warm welcome to the York Hall here in Bethnal Green for tonight's boxing show. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing Promotions in association with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions proudly presents 6 rounds of action. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Stephen Livewire Maguire. Well, Stephen the Live Wire Maguire is a seasoned fighter from Middleton in Lancashire.
38 years old, he's had over 50 fights, so brings a lot of experience to the ring. Fought last Saturday, a bit closer to home for him over in Bolton, against former amateur national champion Imad Naseeb for his pro debut. He'll have introduced many debutants into the pro ranks in his time, and tonight he'll be testing the mettle of yet another prospect in the early stages of their career.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Nathan Gonzalez Brown.
Well, he's referred to as the Natrix, and he's doing a good job of that at the moment because we can't see him as yet, but the Natrix will give you some clues as to his style. He's 2 from 2 so far, both wins on points, and both here at York Hall last December and this February against experienced fighters in Sean Jackson and Jake Pollard. He's 26 years old, so he'll be looking to stay busy and build up the rounds. And he's impressed onlookers with his early performances. Does possess a good degree of flair and a slick style, so let's see if he can bring that same entertainment over 6 rounds this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our opening bout of the evening. Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing Promotions, in association with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions, proudly presents 6 rounds of action in the Super Bantamweight division. Streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Nick White. Our referee in charge of the action inside the ring, Mr. Lewis Van Potch. And the bout being scored by his supervisor, Mr. Kieran McCann. So introducing first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 121.3 pounds. An experienced boxer wearing the blue, white and red shorts from Middleton, Lancashire, presenting Stephen the Live Wire Maguire. His opponent tonight standing across the ring and fighting out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 118 pounds and a half. He enters today with a perfect professional record, 2 victories and no defeats. Wearing the black and silver shorts from Acton, London, presenting Nathan Gonzalez Brown.
So Stephen Live Wire Maguire in the light blue shorts with red trim, and Nathan Brown in the black shorts. Sam Gilly alongside me, Commonwealth champion. This is a nice start from Nathan Brown. As I say, he does have a slick style. It's easy on the eye. He's economical with his energy. As he gets to work with that backhand early doors. Maguire just soaking it up. He's over 50 fights, Maguire, so very experienced. But Nathan Brown taking no time in stamping his authority on this one. He's found a home for that backhand on a couple of occasions. Really working that backhand well. Good work from Nathan Brown. He just cuts the ring off and doubles up with that backhand. Looking sharp in this early round. Just working in behind that jab, Nathan Brown. Easing his way into this first round, but he's made an impressive start so far, Sam. There we go, Sam, we can hear you now.
There we go. Yeah,
Try again.
Yeah, Brown's got a nice, good balance. He's picking his shots nice, mixing it head and body, nice and composed as well. He's not rushed nothing. Really good start from him.
I can confirm that Sam said some highly intellectual, amazing analysis when his microphone was off. But
that's the best you're going to get out of me all day, I think.
He really doesn't waste any energy whatsoever, Nathan Brown, does he? It's like he's sizing his opponent up all of the time, downloading the data, which part of that Natrix name, I guess.
He's nice and close as well, so he won't be like that. Just pulls out, but his distance control's really good. Like you can see there, just a couple of steps out and he's straight back in front of his opponent again. Really, really good start. Nice. And like you said, he's in against a very, very experienced opponent here as well, so it's a great first round.
He's no stranger to the tough cookies of the pro ranks. As I say, his first 2 wins coming on points against Sean Jackson and Jake Pollard. Sean Jackson last December and Jake Pollard this February. It was both here at York Hall, so he's familiar with having to draw the opponent out. He knows they're not going to give too much away and they're going to be defensive minded, Sam, and he doesn't waste any energy trying to rush things, does he? But once he lets his hands go, he does look sharp and dangerous. Yeah,
he's got very, very good reactions, obviously, hence the nickname. So when he's in a fight with like another prospect, maybe in an area title or something like that, he will find more gaps because obviously they'll be trying to attack him rather than him having to try and force the opponent who are trying to force him out of his shell almost.
Just tapping out that jab, just trying to find the openings, trying to just lure Maguire into making a move, and that stiffened his legs a little bit, that backhand. Again, doesn't get carried away, doesn't get greedy. Nice uppercut, follows it up with a nice combination, and Maguire is really feeling these, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, they're tough as you come, these boys that do this week in, week out, but he's putting on an excellent performance here.
Been stopped 9 times in his 49 losses, Maguire, so decent record at seeing the final bell, but Brown really putting on a good display. We told you it on his way to the ring that he was slick, he had a nice entertaining style, and he's certainly lived up to that so far.
I'd just like to see him switch downstairs now. He's landing some big shots to the head. He stabbed the right hand down, and then, yeah, there you go, nice. Down through the gears here, lovely.
Lovely how he changes.
Yeah, there you go.
His angle, doesn't he? Pivots with his feet and changes the angle. He's really unpredictable, isn't he? Yeah. To be in there with a fighter like him, it's so difficult to judge what he's going to do.
It's so hard to read and time him because he's constantly changing what he's doing. He's placing his shots off of your movement, so you're never going to be able to tell. Like, he's never going to have a pattern of punch selections. Nice and tight with defence as well. Really, really impressive.
He's really limited Maguire here to just having to put his head down and swing without any real purpose behind it. Not been tested much here defensively, Brown, but looks like, as you say, those reflexes could really cause some problems when the gaps are left open, and we're seeing him find his way through with an backhand uppercut, if I can get my words out. Nice work from Nathan Brown. We've seen a real variety of shots from him in these opening 2 rounds. Good stuff, and that backhand again finds a home just around the left temple of Maguire. He'll be feeling these.
I'll tell you what, this is some performance.
He whips them in, doesn't he, Sam? The way
really
that he,
nice.
especially those arcing backhands, he just whips them in, doesn't he? Really good display from him so far. I'd say even better than last time out so far. And that's what you want to see, those increments and improvements, isn't it?
Yeah, the progression each
outing.
time. Yeah. He's not. It's just. He never looks off balance. He's always. Again, switching the angles up, down, upstairs, downstairs. Yeah, really talented kid.
Fights with so much flair and expression, and you have to allow a fighter like that to express themselves,
Yeah,
don't
exactly,
you? Because you can stifle them otherwise.
It's an absolute nightmare trying to pin him down. I've had a few myself, but yeah, I mean, he's very good at what he does.
Well, it's all smiles in the Nathan Brown corner, and these replays here will tell you why, as we see him there, backhand to the body and then upstairs. Really nice work from Nathan Brown, but as you can see, it's that constant footwork, isn't it, in and out of range, making it really difficult for Maguire to read.
Very tall for the weight as well, so he's got all, like, with his distance control, nice long arms, good feet, good balance. He's got it all there.
He's certainly a crowd pleaser.
Looking at some of these replays, these are really, I'd like to get some of these shots off myself when I fight. They're unbelievable.
It is lovely work, and that's the important thing, isn't it, when you're in these early stages? You want to be making a statement, whether that's with stoppages or with slick, skillful performances.
Yeah, this
which is just what Nathan Brown is providing this grateful York Hall, an appreciative crowd who know their boxing, they're well informed, and they know they're seeing a real technical master at work here.
Yeah, when people say, like, it's what you like stylistically about fighters, this is what I could sit and watch him all day. This is that sort of Floyd Mayweather reaction, nice, neat, like picking his shots, lovely. I could sit and watch him all day.
And when you've got this kind of style, Sam, as well, and it's not all about pressure, and they can control the pace.
It's just talent.
They're not using up loads and he could do 20 rounds like this, couldn't
exactly,
he?
Yeah,
Obviously it'd be different if somebody's putting him under immense pressure, but in these type of fights he could do round after round after round like this and be really comfortable, because he's just controlling every aspect of it, the pace, the intensity, and when he wants to up it, he does. And we can see some real when he decides to up the ante. That footwork is really impressive as well, because he just doesn't stay there. But quick pivot, and he wasn't there to be hit, was he?
Fantastic.
Hit and not get hit. This is a masterful display of that from Nathan Brown. I was really looking forward to seeing him in action. Not been ringside to his before. I've seen them on Fightzone, and he's certainly lived up to expectations. Superb display of really high level technical boxing, this quality operator.
Yeah, very. With a name like the Matrix, you need to have some ability, and I'll tell you what, he's lived up to that and some.
Impossible for Maguire to pin him down. Maguire's now asking him to come onto him, which is not what you usually get from the away fighter, but he's just no idea how to get at him. And
I think you could have 3 Maguires in there and struggle to pin him down. Orthodox southpaw as well, switch hitting.
So natural, isn't it? That flow and that rhythm, and Maguire unable to take Nathan Brown out of that rhythm. He's really comfortable in there and enjoying himself now, isn't he? Putting on a show for the fans here at York Hall. What a great way to kick off tonight's card. So if next time you're out we see you trying a few Natrix move, we'll know where you...
If you see this in 2 weeks, you know where I've learned it. It's good round, very good round.
Lovely stuff, and we do have a little bit of everything, I promise you, tonight. on Fightzone and talkSPORT here at York Hall. We've got debuts, much anticipated beginnings in the pro ranks for a few of our fighters. We've got a lot of 50-50s as well, some real barnstormers, and top of the bill, an absolute cracker, Commonwealth silver cruiserweight title on the line between two fighters who have history and a score to settle. But great way to kick us off here. A 6-rounder between Nathan Brown and Stephen Maguire. Total shutout by our reckoning at ringside here for Nathan Brown so far, and fine display of technical boxing as well. He's 26 years old, Sam, as well, so
perfect.
He'll want to, you know, keep up this progression. He's on 6 rounders now in his 3rd fight, so he'll probably be looking, you know, super bantamweight.
Yeah.
We're looking at what's out there.
Yeah, super bantam. He could probably. He's against a fighter that's maybe half and half, like that's coming, coming nice and strong and put it on him a bit, like one little test like that. But I went from 6 rounders straight to a 10 for a southern area, and I think he can be looking at area titles soon.
Well, one of the fighters who you'll see in action later, who we'll tell you more about, has had 2 years out and he's coming back with a 10-rounder tonight. So,
is he?
Yes, that's a big step, but we'll talk more about that later. But yeah, for Nathan Brown now, it's the matchmaking and that progression is going to be really important, because he's clearly got plenty of potential in his locker.
Yeah, it's just nurturing this talent that he's got, and just to, like, that's the one thing that I learned when I was early on in my career. I used to get frustrated that I couldn't do 10-round spars when other lads could, but the wiser and the more mature you get as a boxer, then you start learning that it's not just about fitness, it's about you've got to nurture that talent and be able to get through the distance. You learn when to nick your rest, learn when to push.
And that's the thing with the momentum shifts over the longer rounds, especially with somebody who's going to bring it to you, Sam, isn't it? Is that you may have a couple of rounds when you're really under pressure and you have to figure out how to ride it out.
Yeah, you have to stay composed, not lose your rag, make sure you don't give nothing away. Good body shot, lovely body shot.
Lovely lead hand to the body of Maguire, and that just made him wince a little bit. We could feel that one sinking in from our commentary position here. Really found its way beneath the elbow of Maguire. He'll be certainly a little bit more cautious about protecting that area now as he switches stance himself and then takes one right in the midriff from Nathan Brown. He can throw from all angles,
from anywhere, and any shot as well.
And then his feet just get him out of danger and straight back into position to launch another attack. Really difficult to defend against.
I mean, talk about, you meant to save the best till last. I mean, this performance here, technique-wise, I mean, you're going to struggle to beat this. This is
superb.
This is, very, very. This is elite level boxing. This.
Yeah, and for regular boxing fans, they will fully appreciate the high level of technical ability that Nathan Brown is putting on display here. And yes, we understand that Maguire doing everything that he can to put him under pressure, and there's fighters out there that will be able to impose themselves more, but still cannot take away from this incredible display from Nathan Brown.
The one thing I would like to see him do, so a little bit like what he's trying to do now, just hold his feet a little bit more and maybe let 2 or 3 phases go. Just he's doing the pot shots, he's landing them at will, but now just try and crank that pressure up, turn the screw that little bit more.
Can enjoy these highlights, and I'm sure Nathan Brown, if he's not all boxers like to look back on their performances, do they? I heard an interview with big Fraser Clark the other day saying he doesn't like to watch his fights back because he just picks up on all the things that he feels he's done wrong. What about you? Do you like to do that?
I'll watch them back once or twice to pick up on things that I've done wrong and what I can work on. But the fight with Louis Green, I've had to watch more, because obviously I've got to fight him again, so I've had to look at that to see what things we both I can pick up on. So that's the only one I've rewatched. But apart from that, once, twice, that'll do me, because I do some things there and they don't half make me cringe.
Well, if Nathan Brown does enjoy having a little look back at his performances, he'll certainly, so far anyway, have plenty to enjoy about this one, as are we at ringside. Plenty of flair and trickery, everything that obviously has given him that name Natrix, which he's more than lived up to here. Really good defensive work from Maguire though as well, Sam, because he's tucked up as best he can under heavy firepower at times, just falling short with that one, but then goes to the body and taking some of those shots. He's in great condition, Stephen Maguire, always, which is going to have helped him absorb some of those body shots.
Yeah, like I said earlier, these boys that do this week in, week out, they are made of something else. I mean, they earn every single penny they're earning when they're in there. Good body shot, nice, and switch it back upstairs again, lovely.
Definitely easier ways to make a living than doing this on a weekend, but they take great pride in the way that they contribute to the development of prospects and fight nights like this. And it's extremely rare on a Fight Zone card that you don't get fights that are throughout the night are all absorbing. And if this is anything to go by, we're in for a great night. A lovely little, those little uppercuts, the quality, the way he times them, just takes that tiny step out to make room for it. And Maguire, an oncoming Maguire, is met with it. It's sort of double the force, isn't it? There it is again.
Head and body as well, mixes it up.
The timing of it is just exceptional. He just waits, he's patient, takes that little step back. Real confidence to do that though, Sam, as well, isn't there, in your ability?
Yeah, of course. And like I said in the first round, the distance control. From behind that lead hand, nice, good balance. He knows that he can time his opponent. Whenever he lunges in, whenever he shoots over that front foot, he can just have a little pull back. Nice feet, good balance. Yeah. Thank God. Honestly, you're meant to give some like constructive advice from ringside, but I'm struggling here because he literally isn't putting a foot wrong.
From a coaching perspective as well, when someone has that much self-expression,
yes,
and natural talent in abundance, it's just about making fine tweaks, isn't it, and adding little bolt-ons to them.
Yeah,
because
that's what I say. You don't change nothing. You nurture that talent that he's got. Like, you add a few little things along the way that can help him improve as he steps up the levels. But yeah, you don't want to change him too much, because what he does is really, really attractive on the eye, and it's obviously working. Like you say, you could do this all night. It don't even look like you're sweating.
And that's the nature of this kind of style, and we appreciate it may well be very different if he comes up against an opponent who really, really puts it on him, and he's got to work for every second of every round.
Yeah, 100%.
But generally speaking, his style is such that he's able to control the intensity. He can choose where he wants to be in the ring. He can take centre, he could box well off the back foot. He's really adaptable, so could probably do 20 rounds like this.
Yeah, 100%. He's just, yeah, he's not even breathing. Looking at him, he's obviously a fit kid as well. But like you say, he's literally controlling every aspect. There's not one bit where he's not under pressure. So yeah, 10 out of 10 so far from me.
Really calm and collected in the Nathan Brown corner. Maguire chosen to stay on his feet.
So this round, I would like to see him just go on it a little bit. Nothing silly, not like, don't ruin the performance, but I would like to see him hold his feet, really put the pressure on. So instead of that touch bang, because it's always, it finishes on that one big shot. Maybe put 2 or 3 together, change your angle.
Huge backhand there, stiffen the legs of Maguire, and Brown wastes no time in following up, as per the advice or request, if you like, from Sam Gillian. He's straight back in again, and he really has up the intensity here.
Keep turning that screw though. Keep turning that screw. You've got 1 round. If we can get him out of here, this will be a very, very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, over 50 fights, Maguire, and his 49 losses, 9 stoppages. So he's durable. Nathan Brown will have known that coming in, and lovely slick defensive work there from Nathan Brown.
It's like Ben Whittaker-ish, ain't it? Off the ropes like that. Just turning, rolling the shoulders, just rolling with the punches, all composed. Very, very good.
There's that Mayweather style guard, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Using that front shoulder just to catch and counter beautifully with the uppercut, and there's that lead hook again. These shots coming from all angles from Nathan Brown. The footwork, the range, the timing, the shot selection, really, really impressive and a lot to like. And we really hope that more and more eyes get on Nathan Brown, because he deserves the exposure, because any real boxing fans will fully appreciate this level of skill. Even if you don't like this kind of style, you just can't not appreciate it.
No, like I say, I could watch him all night long. It's that nice. It's not messy. It's just pure boxing, pure talent. Yeah, big fan.
Inside the last minute of the final round now. Maguire managing to block that uppercut on this occasion, but plenty have made their way through. Nice and relaxed, Nathan Brown. Just caught there though as Maguire
I think that's the first
dishing
one
up a
he's
bit
took
of his own.
clean.
Yeah, it is. He'll be pretty chuffed with that, Maguire. He's had to wait 6 rounds to plant one on him.
Brilliant.
Just shows you you've got to stay with gum shield out. You've got to stay switched on, haven't you? That's just that's what can happen.
But that's something he can now take out of this fight, rather than just having it all his own way for 6 rounds. He's put the pressure on at the start of the round. Then Maguire's come and put it back on him, and he's got to stay switched on for the duration, because especially in bigger tests, anything can happen. I'm very, very impressed with that young lad. Unbelievable.
Yeah, loved every second of that. Really, really impressive stuff. I have mentioned that he was slick, he had a lot of flair, the matrix, and that just his 3rd fight, fought with a great deal of confidence.
Yeah,
and fans were looking forward to seeing him again, Sam.
Yeah, I think maybe another 2-3, like stepping up the toughness of the tests each time, and he could box for an area title, no problem, summer next year.
Well, let's get the official announcements then from our MC Jonathan Millard.
Boxers to centre, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the scoring judges' scorecard. Our scoring judge, Kieran McCann, scores the contest 60-54 for your winner. In the red corner, Nathan Gonzalez Brown.
Well, no surprises there then. Really impressive performance from Nathan Brown, and we'll be looking forward to seeing him when he's back out again, because that was a really slick display of high-level, skillful, technical boxing from Nathan Brown. The matrix is one to watch in the super bantamweight division as he goes 3-0. Really good display from Nathan Brown. Moving on now to our second bout of the evening. We get the introductions now from our MC, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues. So now, please welcome into the arena to the blue corner, Evelyn Lucina Camporella.
Well, she's quite the character, is Evelyn Camporella, born in Chile. She was an orphan and eventually made her way to Italy, where she now lives. She moved there to pursue better life opportunities, graduated as a nursing healthcare worker. So she's very inspired by this Cinderella Man movie, where Russell Crowe, of course, played James J. Braddock. She sees a lot of parallels with his story, overcoming adversity and using boxing to help her family financially. The Chilean, as she's known, is looking to put on a big performance tonight. She's been in some real, let's say, humdingers, some good scraps, and she's not afraid to go toe-to-toe. She seems to relish that. So, looking forward to what could be a really, really exciting contest here.
And her opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the ring to the red corner, Laura, the Punisher Payne.
Well, aside from having a great surname for a boxer, Laura, the Punisher Payne, had a solid amateur career. She was selected for GB. She won a host of amateur titles. That was all against the odds, as her family were told when she was a baby that it was unlikely that she'd be able to walk, and that was due to a condition which required surgery on her hips. She used a wheelchair as a young child. But here she is, having fought her first 3 bouts as a pro abroad. This is her 7th professional contest now. Ready to put on a show closer to home, the 26-year-old from Surrey. Goes by the Punisher. Can she dish out some punishment tonight? And as I say, these two have been involved in some cracking contests, so we expect fireworks from this one. Scheduled for 8 2-minute rounds in the Superfly division.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing, in association with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions, proudly present 8 rounds of action in the Super Flyweight division. Streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, our area supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost, our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Nick White, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Kieran McCann. So introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, her official weight on the scales, 115 pounds. An experienced international boxer making her UK debut, wearing the black-white shorts from Chile via Roma, Italy, presenting Evelyn Lucina Camporella. Her opponent tonight, standing across the ring and fighting out of the red corner. Her official weight on the scales, 116 pounds. Tonight, she enters this ring with a perfect professional record. 6 victories, 1 coming by way of knockout. A former Team GB boxer wearing the white and blue shorts from Guildford, Surrey, presenting Laura, the Punisher Payne. Our referee, Mr. Kieran McCann, to give his final instructions.
Ladies, listen up, right? You both know the rules. You will obey my command at all times. When I tell you to break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close. Most importantly, protect yourself at all times. All right, shake hands.
Well, I really do believe this could be an absolute cracker, and if people talk about body language and ring walks and when fighters enter the ring, and these two Their body language is saying we are ready for an absolute war. Let's see if that's what we have in store. Laura the Punisher Payne in the aqua and white shorts. Evelyn Camporial in the black and white shorts. And she has that style, Camporial, where she comes marauding forward with those arcing shots, and once she lets them go, she really fires them off at some intensity. But Laura Payne just looking to get that jab working effectively.
Fast start this.
As I say, the body language told you everything, didn't it, Sam? These two were dying to get in here and go at it, and that's exactly what they've done. And they are, remember, 2-minute rounds for the females, so they do tend to go at a blistering pace. It's settling a little bit now as Laura Payne on the back foot, the back just skimming the ropes at times as she's just flicking out that jab. Camporial coming forward. Those wide arcing shots. When you've got a fighter like that, if you can really time it right with those shots right down the middle, you can catch them, Sam.
Exactly that. You've just got to, it's that little bit of composure that you need to try and plant shots down the middle. But obviously you've got to be, like, your shoulders got to be tucked to your chin, because where the shot's coming quite wide, if you miss, then you don't want to be leaving yourself open at the same time.
And anyone who's boxed internationally at amateur level, the benefit of that is that they will have come across a whole host of different types of styles, which certainly prepares you well once you reach the professional stages. Referee just having a word there.
I've had a few of them off Kieran McCann.
That wasn't even for boxing. Camporial looking to impose herself now and push Laura Payne back, but Laura Payne firing back with shots through the middle, so this might be a matter of who can land quickest, most clean and most frequently. I know that sounds like an obvious thing to say, but they both tend to throw at the same time, Sam, so it's who can be most effective.
It's going to be
because Camporial throws those wide arcing shots and Laura Payne tends to throw straight down the pipe, so we'll see. Might be a matter of who gets the better of that.
Yeah, so who's going to be more correct with their shots and who's going to get there, who's going to get there first if they're straighter. So, like, boxing IQ would tell you that should be Laura Payne, but the way Camporial comes forward, it is unorthodox, so that could sometimes catch you off guard a little bit.
We've seen some of the action here. First 3 bouts abroad, Laura Payne in Serbia, the Czech Republic and Germany, which will have stood her in good stead. Really good experience for fighters going abroad.
She's obviously done that a million times with GB as well, so that would have been no issue for her.
Last time out was in Leeds though, against Sarah Otsegi, so she's building up her experiences. This is a 7th contest. More experience, Camporial, but
Camporial just playing with her shorts there.
Got to stay switched on, haven't you? He fights out of the Ursu Boxing Academy. David Giordano in Camporial's corner. John Edwards in Laura Payne's corner from the Guildford City Boxing Academy where she trains. She's had some good sparring with Gemma Roog on the way for this. Seems happy enough to be on the back foot, Laura Payne, Sam, and that's okay so long as you're landing often and clean enough.
Clean, as long as your shots are the clean ones that are landing, then that don't matter. But she's just finding her shots a little bit better here, Laura Payne.
Took the centre for a moment, but seems happy enough to step back and draw Camporial onto her and then try and counter. Got a lot of support in here, has Laura Payne. Got a great reception when she walked in, and the crowd really cheering every single shot.
Just looking for that right hand a little bit, like that. Just 3 wide right hooks on the spin there. I'd just like to see her mix it up a little bit.
Leading off with it sometimes as well, Sam, and can be beneficial sometimes just to mix that jab up and then work the backhand off it.
Just disguise it a little bit. Just take the opponent's attention off of what you're trying to do rather than just throwing it.
Both landing shots there, but Laura Payne pushes her back up against the ropes and really goes to work now. A flurry of shots. Camporial just having to cling on.
Great finish to the round.
The corner really, really happy with that from Laura Payne. The one thing that I would say though, Sam, and that flurry certainly effective and was a really good way to finish the round, but if she could just take her time and sit down on some of those shots and do them with more intention and more deliberately and find those gaps, they'd be so much more effective.
100%. I mean, there's the difference there between amateur boxing and professional boxing. Amateur boxing is about letting your hands go and just throwing often and a lot. Whereas
you see here a lot of these are landing on the gloves, aren't they? Which
and
she's still obviously.
There is gaps behind the elbow for her to find.
She could just slow it down and look for those while she's tucked up. She'd really be able to, instead of throwing 8 flurry shots, then just maybe sinking 1 or 2 to the body and then coming up to the head.
And over 8 rounds as well. It's not short distance like the amateurs. So the flurries like that are going to take something out of you. So you need to be a little bit more, like I said in the previous contest, you nurture the talent, and that way that's something you should be able to take out of this. Place your shots a bit better and don't waste much.
Because although they looked effective, they won't have impacted Camparial in a way that 3 or 4
less is more
really,
sometimes in boxing.
Yeah, really big shots, well-placed shots would have done, but it's all part of the learning process. Good body shot. That was good from Laura Payne. A little bit short with that backhand, but eager to get that backhand off at times. Again, she's just trying to get the measure of Camporial and get a distance. Good backhand there.
You can see her loading it up. She puts all her weight on her back leg. She just touches with a jab and she just wants to loop that over. If it lands, it could be curtains.
Backs Camparial back up against the ropes as well, and she's been skirting around the edges of the ring for the opening couple of rounds, Laura Payne, but the last couple of attacks she's really backed her up and had her up against the ropes and gone to town. Looks like she's gassing a bit, Camparial, here, and I've seen her in previous bouts and she's been willing to go toe-to-toe in exchanges and have real barnstormers, but looks a bit gassed here, Sam.
Maybe some of them body shots are taking effect because one hand's going upstairs, one's going down, and they are landing clean. So it's money in the bank body shots. Like as the rounds go on, they do start to take their toll.
As I say, Laura Payne had the experience of 3 contests abroad to kick off her pro career. This is the first time in the UK for Camparial, and that can affect things when you're flying and making weight. It can all be difficult. Catches her with a good lead hand as she goes to work again. Just like to see her choose those shots a little bit better, Laura Payne, and just slow it down a tad.
Well, the right hook to the body is basically like where she's sitting low, twisting the shot in, like placing it, and it's landing clean, and it had an effect. Camparial winced there on the way back to the ropes. So that quality over quantity sometimes for Laura Payne needs to be used a little bit more. Absolutely
no doubt that she's in the driving seat here. Certainly not from our reckoning here at ringside, but just those tiny adjustments when she backs her up against the ropes. We'd like to see her just pick her shots a little bit more carefully and more considered. I think they'll do more damage to the Chilean. Does have ambitions, lofty ambitions of becoming a world champion, Laura Payne. She's been inspired by Tyson Fury and the battles he's overcome outside of the ring, and also by Katie Taylor. She's overcome a great deal herself. She was a kickboxer at one point, but had to give up due to those hip issues that resulted in those surgeries as a baby, and her family were told it was unlikely she'd be able to walk, and yet here she is.
What an amazing story that is.
Certainly is. It just shows, doesn't it? Nice work behind the jab, and that was much better, the backhand coming off the jab, Sam. She teed it up with a couple of jabs, and then that backhand found its home.
Yeah, that's when she's timing stuff. Bit of composure, because we know Camporial's going to walk in, so she's going to be there to be hit. So just pick her shots nice.
it's that confidence as well, isn't it, that you feel, and obviously, as you've just mentioned, from the amateurs, sometimes that, not that they favour quantity over quality, but it can help in those short rounds. And it's just having that confidence, isn't it, that you don't have to be throwing every second of every round, just having the...
It's just that adjustment from the composure to the pros, especially from GB, because they will drill that into her day in, day out, that you let, like, as soon as someone's back on the ropes, you let them the hands fly. Body shots are working here. Another one, good.
Forcing Compariel back now against the ropes, putting under immense pressure. Just ties her up, which is exactly...
Like we've seen her step back there.
What she needs to do, yeah. She just takes that step back and goes again. Nice work to the body, back up with the lead hand to the head. This is good stuff from Laura Payne.
There again though, just getting too close, smothering her work. You don't want to be missing opportunities when you've got someone hurt to the body.
And again, those were 2 clean, quality, effective shots as opposed to 8 flurries all hitting the gloves.
Good right to the head, nice.
This is much better from Laura Payne.
Lovely.
Much better, taking her time, sizing the shots up. Lots of intention in these. And Compariel is really feeling this now. As another backhand finds its way through. Mouth gaping wide open, sucking in the air is Evelyn Compariel, and she is really under pressure now.
I mean, some of them body shots that are landing, I mean, even I can feel some of them. They're coming in thick and fast. So she's doing well to still be in there, because she's winced a few times now.
Scheduled for 8. We're coming up to the 5th round, and you've got to start to wonder if Compariel can hang in there if Laura Payne continues these sustained attacks with this pressure.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, a little half a step back from Laura Payne after she hurts her. Just a little half a step back and just analyse what's in front of you a little bit. Have a look. Is there a gap to the head, the body? That's what we were saying about. Rather than just flurrying, just take half a step back. Have a look at the picture you've got in front of you. Then pick your shots. Place them upstairs, downstairs, wherever the gaps are.
Seeing some of that work from Laura Payne in that 4th round as we enter the second half of the fight.
I think she's trying to pull her protector up around the ribs.
Yeah, Compariel just making some adjustments to those shorts and perhaps trying to minimise the opportunities for Laura Payne to land some to the torso, because she's had some real success in the last couple of rounds with them, and they're taking the toll. A little bit wild with that backhand. And I don't think, Sam, that Compariel has been able to make Laura Payne respect her power, because Laura Payne seems unconcerned with what Compariel has got to throw back in return.
No, yeah, she's not worried at all. She's in control herself, but she's just... Let's have a word here.
Referee just having a word with the corner. David Giordano in the corner of Evelyn Compariel, who's right in the thick of it here, trying to tie up Laura Payne, who's just continuing to maraud forward, throwing leather.
I'd just like to see her change the pace of her shots here, like touch, then go downstairs, rather than like 100% being in every single shot.
Nice aggressive display this. She does have an aggressive come forward style, Laura Payne, and interestingly, those opening rounds she was on the back foot, albeit still having success.
Yeah,
but we've seen a different side to her since she started to push Compariel back. Nice work to the body again as she beckons Compariel forward, but doesn't take her up on the offer. She's just trying to get through these rounds now. She looks pretty exhausted from ringside. Mouth's been gaping open for the last couple of rounds. She's been trying to suck the air in, trying to just draw on those reserves that she will have been putting in those rounds in the gym. But Laura Payne making it really difficult for Compariel to have any success. And that's part of it as well, isn't it? The physical demands, but also just breaking that spirit and hope that you take that away from your opponent.
You've got to chip away at them bit by bit. Like I said earlier, especially with body shots, there's money in the bank. Because later on in the fight, when the opponent starts to feel more, they start to tire. You've got to make sure you've got enough in the gas tank to turn the screw that a little bit more and and get them out of there.
Three rounds remaining in this one. It's going to be a tough 6 minutes for the Chilean. He's travelled over from Italy. Really has used boxing to turn her life around and wants to use it to support her and her family financially. Said she just really wants to be considered a decent boxer by others. That's not a direct quote though, Sam, because she doesn't speak English, so she and I were conversing with the use of Google Translate, so it's the best I could do to it's not a direct quote, just getting the general gist of what she was saying. Yeah, absolutely. Really passionate about the sport though, and she is a real character. She does have a lot of fight in her belly, but Laura Payne has made it really difficult for her to display what she's capable of tonight. Such has been the continued pressure from the fighter from Surrey. 26 years old, so really good stage for her. 7 fights in this, Sam, to progress.
Yeah, lovely. I mean, she's put on a very entertaining show as well. Bits to work on. Oh, lovely. But this is where, just pull back there, just pull back. That's where she needs to pull back and just have a little bit more finesse about her work.
Really good work to the body and back up to the head now as she pushes Campariel back up against the ropes. She's trapped in the corner, can't seem to get out. She's flat-footed as well. As Laura Payne just leaning in, takes a step away. And the ref's seen enough there, and what a win for Laura Payne. The Punisher punished Campariel. She was relentless. That aggressive come-forward style. As there are jubilant scenes in the ring there for Laura Payne, the 26-year-old from Surrey. Stellar amateur career, and now really making a statement in the pro ranks with a really good performance and stopping a very durable Evelyn Campariel. As we look back here, impressive stuff, Sam.
Yeah, that's what I was asking for about her mixing her pace up. She was landing heavy shots to the body, then she went tap to the head, and then started unleashing the hooks again. So that was a really impressive finish from her. Good performance.
Yeah, it really was. And talk about watching replays, she'll enjoy watching this one back. Laura Payne, really good performance, and I was impressed as well, Sam, with the little adjustments she made between rounds. Started on the back foot, then started to come forward more, then picking her shots well, and cumulatively that amounted to taking its toll on Campariel, unable to continue, and the ref making the right decision, because as you can see, she was stuck on the ropes there, found herself trapped in the corner, and the referee protecting the fighter as is right and proper. But a really good display from Laura, the Punisher Payne, with a good stoppage victory over Campariel. 7 fights in, second stoppage now for her to add to her resume, and she really wants to progress and move towards that ultimate dream she has of becoming a world champion.
Like you say, with the adjustments she made through the fight, started on the back foot, she unloaded some flows, then she started picking her shots, so it shows she's got it all there. Like, yeah, she has got it all there to go.
There's plenty to work on, but plenty there as a solid foundation. So let's get
100%.
the official announcement from RMC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 1 minute, 15 seconds of the 6th round, our referee Kieran McCann stops the contest. Your winner by TKO, Laura the Punisher Payne.
Well, what a feeling that is when you can be in front of all your supporters, family, friends, and all that work you've put in the gym comes to fruition. Not just with a points victory, but with a really impressive stoppage. Great display from Laura Payne. And we expected a cracker here, and Campariel limited to what she could display, but that was due to the intense pressure and ferocity that came from Laura Payne throughout those latter rounds. It was scheduled for 8, but stoppage victory, and just taking time in the centre of the ring now with her team to just absorb every moment of this special occasion. And the crowd, who've been in fine voice supporting Laura Payne tonight, really delighted with that one. As we look back and some highlights, really good work from Laura Payne, picking her shots better and better as the rounds progressed. Just taking a time, having a final few photos, but now making her way to ringside, where she'll be chatting to Melissa Zad. Just a final few photos now. And that's what it's all about, soaking up the moment and the atmosphere with the people who've been with you on that journey. And she's ringside now, ready to talk to Melissa Zad.
Laura Payne, that was an absolutely incredible stoppage in that last round. Obviously, you've moved to 7-0 now. How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely buzzing with that. She was tough, very tough game girl. We knew that, but we put in the work day by day. You know, I'm training 2 times a day, every day. So I believe I'm getting what's right for me mine now. Yeah.
You trained with John Edwards. What was the game plan going into that fight, knowing that you're facing such a tough opposition?
Well, we was doing it in stages. So the first way we saw it was a 3-round fight. We were sort of using our amateur background. I've got a good amateur background. So I was sort of boxing her, and then as soon as we saw a bit of weakness, every time I was clipping her to the body, I heard her go, oh. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to get you now. So, yeah.
Your work to the body was really, really exceptional tonight. And I kind of felt that as the rounds were progressing, you were putting your foot on the gas, applying that pressure. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't go straight into somebody all guns blazing, because you can get chinned very easily like that. So, you know, we knew she was tough, and I knew she had some power on her. So it was about, you know, using my boxing ability, like I mentioned, breaking her up. We knew that in the changing room, and before that, our whole camp's been, you know, studying for her. But we got so many different styles. I believe I can face anybody and give anybody a problem.
You mentioned your amateur experience. You're a former Team GB boxer. How does your experience play a part in the successes you have in the pro ring?
Massively. I mean, on Team GB, you're surrounded by champions, you know, so you see what a champion has got to do to become a champion. So, you know, with that in my mind, I knew what I had to do. And since GB, I've been with John, obviously, before Team GB, and, you know, we do that anyway, but you're surrounded by champions, and it gives you the drive.
I'm just going to have a quick word here with Mark. What did you make of that stoppage?
Well, her class just stood out, didn't it? You could just tell the pedigree that she's got. She's just pure class. And this girl came to fight, you know, but after a couple of rounds, those body shots were getting through, and you could see it was just a matter of time. But it's a class performance from Laura.
And John, what was some of the advice coming out of the corner from you?
Yeah, as Laura said, just 3 rounds, nice boxing. Bit by bit, she listened to instruction. I said, go out there now, take her out in 6. But you won't knock her out with 1 shot, but you'll do it on volume, use her as a punch bag. And she delivered. She's all ears, whatever I asked. If I get it wrong, I get it wrong, but she delivers. We got it right.
Laura, you know, the Superfly division is so stacked in the UK for female boxers. You've got the likes of Emma Dolan, Shannon Ryan, Maisie Rose. Where do you see yourself amongst that competition?
Well, I can box between 48 kilos to 52 kilos. And I believe, you know, with me, it's about getting ring time. Once I've got the ring time, I believe I can face any girl, and I think I can give anybody a problem. But obviously it's following the advice from my coaching team and taking it step by step, not getting rushed into anything. You know, I'm undefeated, and I'm undefeated for a reason, because I've got a good team that directed me properly. And I think, you know, as the fights go on, I believe, like I say, I can face anybody. I'm fully confident in my own ability, and it's developing every day.
When can we expect to see you back out in action?
You have to speak to that man there.
Mark. Thank to Mark, Kyle and all team, Nelson, but we're being guided on a great platform, you know, so it's down to this man.
Yeah, Mark, what do you think's next for Laura?
Well, we've got approval from the Commonwealth that she'll be fighting for the Commonwealth title in November, then her next fight. So, you know, she'll be stepping up again. It's going to be a tough girl, tough opponent for sure, because there's no easy fights at Commonwealth level. But we're on Fightzone, we're on talkSPORT, and she's just delivering every fight, so we can confident she can go all the way.
really exciting future for you, Laura. Do you have a word for the supporters in the building?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, do you have a quick word for the supporters in the building?
Team Pain, where are ya? I've got good support, you know, I love every single person turning up to the events, my sponsors. I couldn't do it without any of these people, so thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we've had a cracking couple of fights to kick us off. Plenty on the way. We've got two debutantes on the way in Kieran Keane and Gideon Antwi. And we've got some 50-50s coming up. Top of the bill, of course. Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title fight between Miller and Oakford, who have plenty of history. So plenty on the way. But we've got a debutant now to welcome to the ring. So let's get the official announcements for our MC, Jonathan Millard.
The action continues. So now please welcome into the arena to the blue corner, Joshua Ocampo.
Colombian born but lives in Spain, 30-year-old Ocampo has been in with Michael Gomez Jr., the English super featherweight champion. Seen him box Jack Murphy and Ibn Nadim as well, who both box for Ricky Hatton. He really can be an awkward customer, so we'll be looking to employ all his trickery this evening to provide a test for his opponent making his pro debut this evening. Joshua Ocampo just acknowledging the crowd here at York Hall. The Colombian flag.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, the Golden Boy, Kieran Keane.
Well, making your debut is always a special occasion. For Kieran, he says this will be a special night for him, but also for his dad Daryl. They began this journey together when Kieran was 10 years old. 22 now, the man from Suffolk, and he's been travelling to and from the gym, the Bosch gym in Brentwood, the last 4 years or so, working with Kieran Farrell, who's in his corner this evening. So he'll want to put everything that he's been working on into action tonight and get his pro career off to a good start. Huge support here for him as he enters the ring and acknowledges that great support he's got with him. Big occasion for him, making his pro debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing, in association with John Thoroway of TM14 Promotions, proud to present 4 rounds of action in the lightweight division. Streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout has been sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper of the bell for this bout, Mr. Nick White. Our scoring referee, scoring judge at ringside, Mr. Sean McAvoy, and our referee in charge of the action inside the ring, Mr. Lewis Von Pooch. So introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales today, 135.5 pounds. He enters the ring, an experienced international boxer wearing the black and white shorts from Colombia via Valencia. Please welcome Joshua Ocampo. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 134.3 pounds. Tonight, he makes his professional boxing debut, wearing the black and gold shorts from Brandon Suffolk, presenting the Golden Boy, Kieran Keane. Our referee to give his final instructions.
chaps, you're both professionals, you both know the rules, you both know what I expect. You must stay break clean, take a full step back, but above all, protect yourself at all times. Any questions? Touch gloves?
Here we go then, Joshua Ocampo in the black and white shorts and Kieran Keane in the gold and black shorts, making his debut as a professional. What a moment for him. All those nerves, all that adrenaline, it's just about controlling it and putting on a good display. It's a good start from him in his early stages. Stiff jab that Ocampo's got to deal with.
Yeah, he don't want to be too. He's got a lot of support here. He don't want to be too over eager and get messy. But he's started really well here.
Yeah, it's a real solid jab from Keane, which he's using effectively. Lands again nicely there. Good work. He gets him in the corner, but Ocampo just wily and savvy enough to find his way out of that what could have been a sticky situation. And you won't want to let him out of there again, Kieran Keane, but that's part of just that awareness, Sam, isn't it? Just taking that little step across to keep him trapped in that corner and go to work again.
Just that ring control, that ring generalship. Just there, just like I see him step across after the exchange.
Good work again from Keane. Just tends to step over to that left side, doesn't he? Allow Ocampo that way out.
It's where he's jumping in.
Yeah,
Like,
just do that little step to the right, couldn't he? Just to sustain that pressure.
Oh, there you go.
Nice work there, that was beautiful. Exactly what he needed to do, and that just shows he's recognised that already, Sam.
Yeah, 100%. Really nice movement, nice control. Yeah, it's just off the right hand, isn't it? He throws the right hand and he just falls round to his left a little bit. Just have a little bit better balance with that shot.
Just allow him then to continue his attacks, but absolutely nothing wrong with what he's been doing so far. We're just observing the little improvements he could make, but this has been a really, really good start from Keane.
A few feints need to go in there as well. Just try and offset his opponent. A good shot to Ryan.
Lovely backhand that caught Ocampo then, and he felt that one as he tucks up and just tries to tie Keane up. Almost look like they're in different weight classes, these two.
Yeah,
of course, Ocampo will move up and down the weights, of course, depending on what fights are out there for him, but certainly on this occasion, Keane looks like he's in a different category entirely. He's just 22 years old, the man from Brandon. Runs his own full-time business, and as I say, he's been doing lots of travelling, 500 miles a week or thereabouts for the last few years. Up and down to the Bosch gym to train with Kieran Farrell, who's in his corner now giving him instruction. He's had some good sparring with unbeaten prospect Fayakuddin, and he's targeting big names early on. He wants to get to world level, so 22 years old, again, just about matching him and just monitoring that progress, Sam, at this early stage.
I mean, great ambition from him. I mean, what he's doing with the miles he's doing a week, he's obviously a very dedicated lad. You can see by the nick he's got himself into, and his first round as a pro has been very, very good.
This scheduled for 4 threes, and Ocampo has had over 40 fights, so he's well experienced. Just took up well though.
To mix that jab to head and body.
He knows how to get through the rounds and is fairly decent at breaking up an opponent's rhythm, but Keane making it really difficult for Ocampo to avoid these big heavy shots that are landing at times. Nice and composed, Keane. He's just settling now, and that allows his his work to flow, and that was a really good sequence from Keane. Just settling a bit in this round, Sam. You can see, can't you? He's taking his time more now, and that's allowing those shots to flow, and a lot more effective with them.
Much better, yeah. He's planting his feet when he's letting these go as well, so he's not drifting off to his left. But like I said, I'd like him to jab that body a little bit, just so it's a little bit harder to read what he's going to do, whether he's going upstairs, downstairs. Just from there, just a nice little stab to the body.
Not rushing his work now, he's taking his time, trying to place his shots and just find those gaps. Lovely work again from Keane with that double jab landing.
Yeah, he's really settled into this nicely now. Like I said, I'd just like him just like either change whether it goes upstairs or downstairs, or change the pace a bit, touch your opponent's front hand, then sting one through the middle. Just change what you're doing so it's a little bit harder to read. He's got to work off that feint as well. Once you get the reaction out of the opponent, you've got to make him, you've got to punish him for it. Body shots. Oh, nice uppercut to the inside. Lovely work.
Really nice work as he pushed the Campo back into the corner, but Campo doesn't look too flustered, Sam. He will have developed a decent poker face over 40 fights, though.
Well, he even scared me when he got in the ring. He doesn't look the happiest of people. He's got a very stern face on him.
I tell you, he's had some serious barnets in his time, as Joshua Campo as well. He's only been stopped twice in his 29 defeats, and he has had 8 wins, 6 stoppages of his own, so he is handy, but he's in against a very hungry and eager debutant here in Kieran Keane, who's really keen to show all that he's been working on with Kieran Farrell to a really vociferous York Hall crowd who've got right behind the man from Brandon. And as I say, just 22 years old, so loads of time to develop him. And what a great start he's had here in these opening couple of rounds.
That was nice there as well. Just as he come out of that exchange, he walked to his right. He didn't follow the opponent round like he did in the first round. Cut him off, put him under pressure. Much better. Oh, unlucky.
I think the improvements there between the first and second round, just through observation there, Sam, is really impressive, because he did settle more. He wasn't as eager and rushing his work. And as you say, he was using those feints in such a way that he did draw a reaction from a Campo, and then he could flow from that. And he's really more effective in that round, I thought.
Yeah, much more settled, not trying to rush nothing. I mean, listen, your debut is the biggest day of your life. You've been dreaming of it since you was a little kid, so the first round you are going to come out there a little bit all guns blazing, but he's settled into his rhythm there, and he's boxing really, really well.
We can see there on the replay, he just took that extra second before he threw. Nice work there when he was pushing a Campo back. Into the third round now. It's been really consistent, this, from Kieran Keane.
I love that as well. Touch gloves, straight for it and stunning with a jab. Eager as you like. I love that.
Campo just throwing with Kieran Keane there on this occasion.
When he lets go, Keane, he's like quite ferocious with his shots. He lets them go in good combinations.
Campo just managing to tie him up, but not before Keane landed a couple of decent shots. And even though they're landing on the gloves, they're having a cumulative effect, these shots, when they're that heavy, Sam, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd just like him to. This will obviously come as his first pro fight, so this will obviously come. Just mix. That was better. I see the little touchy jab, just so he's a little bit harder to read, so everything's not 100 miles an hour. But yeah, I mean, everything I'm asking, he's either doing it just before I say it or 30 seconds after, so this is a really good performance for him.
It is, he's recognising the adjustments he needs to make. A lovely uppercut there. Mixing up his shots now. Nice work. Good display from Kieran Keane so far.
Well, he was unlucky there, very unlucky. That was nice the way he tried to set that up.
Some of these backhands, these looping backhands, have missed by a whisker, haven't they? I suppose that's as well credit to Ocampo for
of course,
just being evasive enough to miss those.
That's why he's not going to stop very much. Good body shot, and you come up to the head as well.
Again, he doesn't stay there, Ocampo, does he? Takes a couple and then he's straight out.
Well, like I say, that's
Good
why
defensive.
these boys haven't been stopped a
Yeah.
lot, because they do know their way out of trouble. They know their way around the ring.
And they know exactly what they're coming into here, don't
Yes.
they? The lion's den, so to speak, with loads of support and a fighter who's been waiting for this moment for such a long time and desperate to put on a good performance for everybody who's bought a ticket. It's the first time they will have had that experience of having to sell tickets, and you really appreciate the support, don't you? You just want to give them the money's worth. So Ocampo will know exactly what's in front of him here, as he has a bit more defending to do here as King goes to work in the corner.
Nice and strong as well. 22 years old, very, very strong kid.
Yeah, certainly in great condition and good physicality to him. He won't have developed that man strength yet either, so
that's
there's
what I'm saying.
a lot more strength to come from him.
Inside, he was obviously the stronger man on the inside, and that's good work being 22. I mean, I didn't get mine until I was about 25, pushing 26, so he's obviously a very, very strong, fit boy.
Farrell just demonstrating exactly what he wants Kieran Keane to do in this final round. Now I'm sure that he'll be pretty pleased with what he's seen from his man today. We've seen nightmares happen on debuts, haven't we? But not the case for Kieran Keane so far. It's been a really consistent, solid display from the 22-year-old as he's straight back to work, and Ocampo just fighting his way out of the clinch.
I mean, credit to Nielsen Boxing and Team 14 because they're getting some great prospects coming through. I mean, the first three fights, the quality we've seen, really, really high level.
You just don't really see poor
No, you don't.
Fightzone here. You genuinely don't.
I mean, over the years, I've seen some, like, you know, you think like, how did you get a license, sort of, like, standard.
Yeah, you just don't get that
no,
here.
you don't.
They're just quality. The matchmaking's superb. I know it's been said before, but it needs reiterating because it's absolutely true. And you know, the undercard makes the night as well, doesn't it? You don't want to see 10 predictors. Oh, great shots there from Kieran Keane. Lovely combinations. Got to imagine that Ocampo's felt a couple of those down to his boots, but yeah, really good matchmaking. And of course you want a decent headline fight, but you don't want to sit through 10 predictable, dare I say it, boring fights. You do not get that here. All competitive. Got another debut on the way next, and then some real genuine 50-50s. But what a performance this for the debut of Kieran Keane. Ocampo just doing everything he can to nullify Keane and break his rhythm. Just try and get through this last round because there's some heavy firepower coming his way.
Yeah, he's turning the screw here. He's letting some big bombs go.
And this is the stage where you know you're putting that training.
Yeah.
You can see the final bell, you know, because when you're coming out here with all that adrenaline and that coursing through your veins, Sam, it can drain you before the first bell even, but he knows now he's got it in the tank and he can really let rip on Ocampo in these final stages, and he's doing just that. Ocampo doing well.
He's going to be sore in the morning, the boy, I'll tell you.
He certainly will. He's doing well to tuck up here and get on his bike when he needs to, and He's a wily character who's making it as difficult as possible for Keane as they almost fall through the ropes. Thankfully not onto us though, because it's right in front of where we're sitting.
I thought I was going to get a face full of the camera then.
Final stages
lovely
as the
shot.
crowd on their feet, imploring Keane forward. And the referee spoils the party for a moment.
Oh, Poochie, what are you doing?
Boos from the crowd, but Gum Shield needs putting back in, so fair play to the referee. But you imagine as soon as they're back to action, it's going to be an explosive final few seconds. The crowd. Oh, what an uppercut there from Kieran Keane. A really nice finish to an excellent, polished and consistent debut performance from Kieran Keane, and I think his corner, Kieran Farrell, will be really happy with that. Credit to Ocampo for making it as difficult as he could for Kieran Keane, but just 22 years old. A really, really good display on his debut, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching the campo here. They do make me laugh, these boys. That's quality. But yeah, Keane come out first round, let a few shots go, found his feet, boxed really nicely, and put on a great performance. And I can't wait to see him box again. And I'm sure all his fans are going to go home happy.
Really, really good display from Kieran Keane, as now he takes his moment to absorb the applause from this crowd who's been in fine voice for Keane. Had really, really good support today as they make their way to the centre of the ring, and we'll get the official announcement from RMC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, our scoring judge, Mr. Sean McVoy, scores the contest 40-36 for your winner, and now 1-0 as a pro, the Golden Boy, Kieran Keane.
And what a feeling that is. All the anticipation, all the build-up, selling the tickets, getting the sponsors on board, getting your licence. It's a lengthy process of a whole team behind you, and to be able to repay them with a win and a solid performance is a really great feeling. As you could see, Kieran Keane celebrating as they have some photos, and they'll certainly make the way into his boxing memories. A special one, the pro debut. And you've seen the replay here of some of this great work from Kieran Keane, and definitely saw improvements with each round. An exciting future for the 22-year-old Kieran Keane, who's now made his way ringside to talk to Melissa Zad.
Kieran Keane, welcome to the professional ranks. How are you feeling?
Over the moon. I can't believe it. Brilliant.
That was such an exciting professional debut. Why don't you talk me through how it felt knowing that you were walking down and about to step through the ropes?
To be honest with you, I was born to do this, so I knew it was coming one day.
I absolutely love that confidence. You have so much support in the building tonight. Where have they all come from?
We've brought the whole of the Keane army tonight, but trust me, next time there'll be more. Let's go, people!
You've been boxing from a really, really young age. Your dad is heavily invested in your boxing career. You're out in Saudi training for your debut. How has that all helped build the fighter that you are today?
It's the people that you meet, the experience you gain, and it all leads to them good days. So yeah, I'm over the moon. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Obviously, you stepped through the ropes now for the first time. When can we expect to see you back out building that momentum?
As soon as possible. I'm ready to go next week if we want. Let's get it moving.
I absolutely love that. Kieran, congratulations again.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, a very happy Kieran Keane and a great debut for him. And of course we have another debutant on the way now in Gideon Antwi. We are building up, of course, to top of the bill tonight. Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title on the line. Plenty of history between Devon Miller and Lewis Oakford, but plenty of great fights on the way as we await the debut of Gideon Antwi now. Let's get the official announcements with our MC, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action continues. So now please welcome into the ring to the blue corner, Christian Waka.
Well, we do have another pro debut tonight, and the man tasked with testing out our next debutant is Christian the Cracker Uwaka. Had some amateur experience, but only 3 fights into his pro career. Been a mixed bag so far with 2 losses by way of points and a 4th round stoppage, but then last Saturday on home soil in Portsmouth he dropped his opponent Toby Vermeer in the 2nd round, so no doubt comes to the ring tonight with some confidence on the back of that performance next week, but he knows he's going to be met with a very eager Gideon Antwi tonight. He's brought a huge crowd with him, ready to make his debut.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the ring to the red corner, Gideon Antwi.
Well, here comes the popular switch hitting heavyweight from Edmonton, Gideon Antwi. He brings a wealth of amateur accolades, including a national title in the 92 kilo plus category. He was 24 stone as a teenager and boxing helped him to get fit. Based out of the muscle-based gym in Brimsdown, but regularly spars with the likes of Johnny Fisher and Joe Joyce over at Mark Tibbs Gym, so he's had some great preparation. Let's see what he can offer tonight on his much anticipated debut as he enters the ring. It's a huge support and he certainly looks ready to put on a display.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing in association with John Conway of TM14 Promotions, proud to present 4 rounds of action in the heavyweight division. Streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, our supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost, our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Nick White, our scoring official at ringside, Mr. Kieran McCann, and our referee in charge of the action, Bernard Oyes. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 220 pounds. He enters the ring tonight with a record of 1 victory, 2 defeats, wearing the black and gold shorts from Portsmouth. Please welcome Christian Waka. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 230.6 pounds. A heavily decorated amateur boxer, tonight making his professional boxing debut, wearing the black shorts from Edmonton, London, presenting Gideon Antwi. Our referee to give his final instructions.
All right, gentlemen, let's keep this contest clean. Obey my command, stay professional, and protect yourself at all times. All clear? Touch class, good luck.
Well, a very amicable shake of the hands between the two coaches, but ice between the two fighters. The heavyweight division, this one's scheduled for 4 threes, but as you well know, with the heavyweights, anything can happen. One punch can change everything. Gideon Antwi in the black shorts, all black shorts making his debut, and Christian Uwaka in the black shorts with the gold waistband.
Switcher. That's odd for a heavyweight.
It certainly is. Been boxing for 12 years, Antwi. He's had lots of experience as an amateur, so let's see what he can bring to this. Uwaka had some amateur experience as well, but this just his 4th outing as a pro. It's quite unusual, Sam, to have somebody with little experience for somebody's debut, so this could be interesting.
Yeah, they'll both be they'll both be looking for a win, so hopefully this gels well and we get a good fight.
Very different builds, haven't they? Different physiques, but obviously both very strong, powerful men.
Yeah.
Well conditioned as well, but amazing how different bodies can look at different weights. And of course, it's unlimited in the heavyweight, so
exactly.
be whatever weight you want. But
yeah, heavyweights are just so much different, isn't it?
Certainly is. These styles not gelling just yet though, Sam. Getting into a tangle, aren't they? A little bit scrappy at times, but Antwi just trying to make space, and when he does, he's able to let his hands go.
Little good combination go there, nice.
Made the most of that opportunity, but Uwaka just tying him up straight away as he goes to work now.
Nice
Wild swings, not finding a home, but still showing that intent. Certainly neither of these can afford to switch off, because both prepared to let the hands go as soon as the opportunity presents itself, as Uwaka just leaning on Antwi now, pushing him back in the corner.
Again, the discussion we had about the body shapes at heavyweight, like there can be such a big weight difference. Sometimes that is a tactic with heavyweights, to lean on the opponent, use the body weight, drain the legs. It's a completely different game, the heavyweight division.
He's had 2 losses, Uwaka, but he did get a stoppage win in his hometown of Portsmouth last week. Transition from basketball, and you can see that with the height to him, can't you?
Yeah.
Played basketball in Italy, so
what a story that is.
you can see that, can't you?
Yeah, I've always been a bit small for basketball myself.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that applies to boxing. It's all,
well, whenever you have the SNC and stuff like that, all the explosive training is to do with the legs, so all the jumping and stuff like that, it's got to, and obviously he's an athletic guy, so it's got to transition well.
All-round athlete, and they're looking for a slam dunk tonight. Sorry, couldn't help it.
It had to be done.
Bit of a staccato opening round this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't really flowed, it's been a bit
said,
stop and start, hasn't it? A bit disjointed.
We was looking for it to gel.
Really interesting backstory for Antwi as well. We've just been talking about Christian Uwaka, who transitioned from basketball, where he played in Italy, and Antwi has had a really interesting story. Real tragedy in his background. His mum, Vida, passed away 14 years ago when he was just 16 years old, and he got into boxing after his mum died at around the age of 17, as he was then. He had his first fight at 21. Says boxing has kept him out of trouble. And it's done more than that, because it's opening opportunities for him, as his coach Benjamin Miller in his corner just giving him some advice. And second round about to get underway now. Somebody needs to stamp their authority on this one, Sam, and create the space to land some clean shots. I haven't seen anything really clean in the first round.
And we've had a friend join us, Stacey. Just as Denzel Bentley's late, we've got Dan Aziz joining us. How you doing, Dan?
What's happening, man? You're good, you're good. Happy to be here. Not so happy to be sitting beside the guys who've been bashing me up in sparring on a Saturday evening. But hey, listen, we're here.
Mate, we're here and we've got a good show to look forward to.
Yeah, no, for sure.
We've had some cracking fights already, and this one really warming up now. Very disjointed in the opening round, but these two managing to find space to land some decent shots in this second round. Still getting tangled though, got to work the way out of there. Uwaka, the taller of the two, just using his weight to lean on Antwi at times.
They're throwing some huge bombs, 2 big lumps.
Just taking the opportunity to gulp in a few gasps of air, Uwaka, because of course when you're big men like this, you invest a lot in these big punches, in these exchanges, and it takes a lot of oxygen to power these muscles.
And also the safest place for, or when you've got 2 big men in there, the safest place is chest to chest, because you can't generate as much power. So that is why in the heavyweight division you do see a lot of uptight, close personal fighting.
It seems to me a difficult one to score, this, Sam, but is it clearer to you? Who's ahead on this one?
It is hard. There's not going to be much clean work, but so it is hard to pick them, but we'll leave that one to the referee.
I was literally just about to ask, like, who do you think's winning? Like, it's quite...
Come on, Dan, don't
it's
sit
really
down.
Difficult, Dan, because it's so disjointed, and as I say, there's few really clean shots being landed, so it is hard to decipher who's ahead. As the referee just
little
having
head
a word.
clash inside then.
A finger wagging going on from the referee there. A bit of stern word.
You get one of them every other round, don't you, Dan?
Yeah, you know I like getting nice, close and
I've
on
got,
the inside
I've
and
got,
dirty.
I've got a big scrape on my nose from Dan's head during the week. So.
Sorry, man. Apologies, man. Sometimes that's the only way us inside fighters can, you know, get away with.
Tough,
Switch to the southpaw position now, Antwi, and just shipped a big shot from Uwaka there, but didn't seem to trouble him too much. Really difficult to separate these two because both of them ending up tangled frequently throughout the round, so nobody clearly taking a grip of this one just yet. Antwi doing his best to let his hands go on the inside.
Good finish from Antwi, yeah. That's the cleanest bit of work we've seen so far, I think.
Yeah, and you know what's making it hard as well, like to score some clean shots, like there's hardly any straight shots.
No, exactly,
everything's hooks, you know, body shots. I don't think anyone threw just a jab in that round.
Yeah, it's been that kind of fight, and this is a really difficult one for your debut, isn't it? When really you want to show what you're capable of, you want to show all your skills, and it's difficult when you've got a fighter like Uwaka who's made it really difficult for Antwi to do that. And I'm saying that with credit to Uwaka, not to put him down, but he's obviously done his job well.
Yeah, he's coming in doing what he's here to do, and he's making it difficult.
There's a lot to handle on your debut anyway, isn't there? As we've been saying, you've got the nerves, the adrenaline, you've sold tickets for the first time, it's a totally different environment, so you've got a difficult, awkward opponent as well. That's double bubble, isn't it?
Yeah, my debut was my worst performance. Honestly, they put me in with someone who was about 4'10".
I heard your worst performance was the sparring with Dan.
Yeah, that's true as well. But honestly, the pressure and everything, it does get to you, and it does, like you said earlier, like
you don't want an awkward opponent,
your first round is almost like your third, because you're a little bit drained from the whole day and the adrenaline and the feelings and all that as well. So
he's certainly got his work cut out here, Antwi, but he's done a good job of it so far. He's trying to just go and...
That's it, come in behind the double jab and then work on the inside. That's a bit better from Antwi.
Who's prepared to take that step back and take that risk to get the shots off?
That's a nice flurry from Antwi.
Couple of exchanges there. Antwi's definitely had the best on the inside, you feel, when they've had these exchanges, which will give him the edge, you've got to imagine here, because Uwaka's not doing enough at distance and at range to really sway it in his favour.
And like Dan said, he has got the faster hands out of the two, so when he does let a flurry go, he's going to get there first. And it
Good
looks
defensive work from Antwi there.
Shot.
Just using his head movement to free his hands to counter. But ends up tangled again. Referee separating him this time. Just trying to shove him back with that front shoulder. You would imagine that Uwaka would want to work at range, given that he's got that height and reach advantage, but not a great deal coming from him. But Antwi has to get past those long levers, of course.
Yeah, he's going to have to
do
deal
his
with
work
that a
on
lot.
the inside.
He's going to have to deal with that a lot at heavyweight. There are going to be some, I mean, look at the frame on some of them, so like dipping his way in behind his jab, like Dan said, he's going to have to adapt quite a lot. Just like to see him change his angle there, just move around to the side maybe, his hands are free, there you go. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about, isn't it? But that was much better from Antwi.
See, this is what I'm saying with Antwi. He comes in with looping shots. You know, it's nice when he gets behind the jab and then just start hustling and bustling his way in.
It's an adjustment from the amateurs as well, because of course you don't get the opportunity to be in a clinch. They don't let you hold and separate you immediately, so you've got to get used to that as well, haven't you?
That's a fair
Which
point.
Uwaka's had 3 fights to do that already, this being his 4th contest. Antwi, it's just his debut, so he's going to have to figure out how to work his way out of these.
Yeah, you're right.
They usually separate you instantly.
It's more like it's just like a taboo to hold. So, like you said, switching, making it, changing over to the professionals.
Lovely
You're not
work
used to
from
working
Antwi
on the inside.
in the closing seconds of that round, though, as he got up close and managed to get his hands free, and he landed a couple of decent shots on Uwaka there, and you just feel that Antwi, through that work on the inside, is giving him the edge here.
Yeah, I definitely gave that round to Antwi.
Yes.
BZR.
He's got a few influences, Gideon Antwi. Fernell Whitaker, Hearns, Tyson Alley, Sugar Ray Leonard, and one Roy Jones Jr., who of course is captain of the USA team this evening. Spencer Oliver, captain of the UK team. That's what's to come after all the action here at York Hall from 1 AM in Texas. 50-50 fights, groundbreaking concept, UK versus USA. So you can watch that here on Fightzone and on talkSPORT from 1 AM this evening.
Yeah, you've got my stable mate Harvey on boxing and that out there. So good luck to Harvey. Come on, son.
Yep, and Ollie from the Peacocks.
Oh yeah,
both Ollies from the Peacocks.
Great experience
actually.
for all those fighters, and 3 or 4 more shows planned for UK versus USA as well. So, but first, got the debut of Antwi, and he's in against Christian Uwaka, who's looking for a win himself. So, could we be in for an explosive 4th and final round? Antwi now managing to just pivot and find those angles. This is much better from him on the inside.
Just what you was asking for, the angles.
Yeah, much better. Rather than just sitting in front, it's a little bit late. That's much better.
Crowd appreciating this work from Antwi, as he is now managing to find more success on the inside, as he wrestles with Uwaka, as he just pushes him back, leaning on him, and that saps your energy. Antwi just trying to break free. Back behind the jab again now. Uwaka throwing some looping shots. Antwi replying with those looping counters.
Uwaka seems like he's feeling the pace now. Oh, and as I say that, it's first 2
a good double
nice left hooks.
lead hook from him there. Yeah, good work. 2 in a tangle again.
Shots now. Good right
Nice
now.
chopping right hand from Antwi. Uwaka just trying to reply. Good exchanges these from the 2 of them, as now
This is turning into a good fight.
they're throwing caution to the wind. They know they've got to. They will have been told by the corners, you have to go for it. Dare we say it, roll the dice.
Yeah.
And both of them, both men, really biting down on the gum shields now, and
Lovely, nice little dip after
finding
the
the
work
space
as well.
to throw. Antwi finding success with left and right as he works his way to the body, shifts his weight, changes the angle, goes back to work. Uwaka needs to reply now. Has he got it in the tank? Final minute of this last round. What have both fighters got left? The crowd have got plenty left as they're on their feet, trying to push Antwi forward as he switches to southpaw.
Good right hand on the inside
God,
again.
this punch output for a heavyweight, this is
It's a
unbelievable.
lot, yeah, it's a lot. Well, it's good. He knows what the mission is. Last
of course.
round, let your hands go. Make sure he takes home the win.
Lovely defensive slip and counter there as well from Antwi. This is good work from him. A very awkward opponent for his debut, but he's made the necessary adjustments and performed well here. A good pro debut from him with a tough opponent as he continues to work away on the inside. Has he got a final couple of big shots?
Yeah.
Oh. No reply from the whacker as Antwi
Good finish.
finishes strong. A good performance. A solid debut with an awkward opponent. The crowd on the feet for Gideon Antwi. What a day for him. And this marks to the day on the 5th of October 14 years ago when his mother passed away. So what a way to mark this day, and what a weight on this man's shoulders, taking that into the ring, wanting to do the crowd proud, but also his mother, and he's certainly done that. A really important date in the calendar of this man's life when he lost his mum at 16, makes his pro debut on that same date. And what a solid performance, as we say, and I'll reiterate it, a very awkward opponent for his debut, but he really applied himself well here, gents.
No,
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah, he started off, they got a little bit too close, but he warmed into the fight, he settled down, he started using the angles, and yeah, I mean, that's a great performance from him, and what a day to do it on. Obviously, what a fantastic thing for him to do.
And certainly done his mum proud, and this really passionate crowd here at York Hall, Gideon Antwi. Lots of amateur experience, including a national title, and he'll look to progress rapidly as he's 30 years old, a man from Edmonton, but a good pro debut for him. And as much as you might want to avoid an awkward opponent on your debut, he'll have learned a great deal from those 4 rounds. That's assuming, of course, that he's got the win. Let's find out officially from our MC.
Boxing center, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to our scoring judge here at ringside. Mr. Kieran McCann scores the contest 37-39 for your winner, and now 1-0 as a pro, with Gideon Antwi.
The crowd absolutely delighted, as is Gideon Antwi. A really important date for him, marking his pro debut. And this, the very date that his mother passed away when he was just 16 years old. So, raised 5 children on her own. And obviously, a proud, proud moment for Gideon Antwi and his family. Had his first fight at 21, and here he is making his pro debut at York Hall against a tough opponent, but as you can see in the replay, managed to work a way up close and find a way through for his shots, and made a good account of himself here. Just taking a moment in the centre of the ring here to have some photos to mark and remember this special occasion. As we look back again at some of the highlights from his pro debut. Good performance as well from Christian Uwaka. He'll now go 1-3. But it's all about Gideon Antwi tonight, getting the win on his debut, as he's made his way to ringside to talk to Melissa Zag.
Gideon Antwi, Gids the boxer, how are you feeling after your first time in the squared circle?
First of all, I want to give a big thank you to the Most High to be here today. This debut was overdue, but it finally is, so I give thanks. And today was the day that my mum passed away, so I'm dedicated to her. I got her name on the back of my shorts. Give a shout out to all my supporters, all in the crowd, and at home watching. And of course, my coaches, my beloved coaches, and a big shout out to my coach Benji, Father Benji. You know, he took me from nothing, you know. I came from the streets and I was going to one place, but I'm here now. Championships, everything like, even straight and narrow. But to say how that felt, yeah, different. You know, no vest. I had to make sure I worked on my abs, but it was hard, but a little bit, still more to go. But it was very different, very, very different, but I enjoyed it.
Beautiful words. Of course, you've overcome such tribulations and you stepped through there today. You've had your first professional bout. You are so experienced in the amateur ranks, a multi-time amateur champion. What was the differences between that and that experience in there?
Well, first of all, I draw a big crowd just for me, which is crazy. But normally I go out there, there's like 10, 15 people in the crowds. It's easy to just focus and come out. Amateurs, we're used to fighting like 3 times in a row or 3 times in a month, like straight on the bat. So we stay ready for that, but it's crazy because I used to think amateur boxing was hard. Even when I went to Sheffield, I did the Team GB camp for 2 years. It was hard. I thought, whoa, is this like, what you need to be made of to get to where you need to get to? And I started pro training, so, and wow. Me, used to be 24 stone, you think I want to run? The cardio was crazy. But it's different because, you know, no vest, you got to learn to, it's easier because actually, when I'm inside, I can slip away easier, I can sort of sweat. But yeah, man, it's different, pro life, you know, we're here now. It's been a good journey in amateurs, but hello to the pro people.
Of course, your opponent was no step over opponent. You know, he was very game, he was very willing to meet you right there in the center and go toe to toe. What did you make of him?
I mean, yeah, he came, he bought it, he definitely bought it. I know he's just coming into the pro game because his record's quite low, so I know he's still working his way up. But yeah, as a pro, I spar a lot of pros. Yeah, he's got a high work rate. Well, high work rate. He's got the know-how in the ring compared to amateurs where we just throw it, boom, 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 move, boom, 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 boom. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man. But amateur boxing, you know, I train and I fight against the top elites of the country, so it's nothing new.
Of course, you've taken that first step now. It's very important to build that momentum. So when would you like to be back out there?
Tomorrow.
He's so game.
No, really and truly. Obviously, you got to recover because the pros is big. But how about next week? Whenever they want me out, I'm out. I'll train, stay in the gym consistent, and get to where we need to get to. You know, I've got a strong team behind me, so the world is my oyster.
You have so much support in the building. They were absolutely going off when you were in there. Do you have a word for them?
Again, big up everyone inside your hall tonight. It's crazy. It's very crazy, you know. My debut, and I sold over 120 tickets. You know, we're doing good, man. I'm just praying that they can follow me wherever I go, keep supporting, which I believe they will. And like I said, there was an oyster, man. We can go how we want to go. We can go how we want to go and go how far we want to go.
Gids the boxer, congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing you back out there.
Well, a very popular character, the heavyweight, Gideon Antwi, getting his pro career underway with a win against a very tricky opponent. And he'll be one to watch. Great support. Lovely to see that.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues. So now please welcome into the arena to the blue corner, Berman Sanchez.
Well, this man's no stranger to York Hall. Berman La Cobra Sanchez. He's boxed all over the place, from Costa Rica, Scotland and all corners of the UK and England too. He's fought former world champion Jorge Linares, challenged for titles back in the day. He's now had over 90 fights. He's a real robust, tough little fighter who knows how to get through the rounds. He'll be facing Jake Henty tonight, who will have been just 2 years old when Sanchez made his debut. Talk about
and
longevity.
His opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Jake Henty.
Had success as an amateur. Jake Henty representing England, winning the Tri-Nations, then had 4 years away from the sport before turning pro. Been through a lot of changes in his pro career. Changed trainer, changed location, that was in January. Went from London to Liverpool to work with former British and Commonwealth champion Stephen Smith. Converted to Islam as well, which he says has really helped him become a better person. He's unbeaten in 7 fights now. Last time out was a 10-rounder against Alfie Winter here at York Hall in February.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing, in association with John Throwett of TM14 Promotions, presents 6 rounds of action in the super welterweight division. Streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Nick White. Our scoring official here at ringside, Mr. Sean McAvoy. And our referee in charge of the action inside the ring, Bernard Oyet. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 156.5 pounds, an experienced international boxer, tonight wearing the pink and white shorts, from Nicaragua via Girona, Catalonia, Spain. Please welcome Berman Sanchez. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 148.4 pounds. He is a 3-time national amateur champion, and tonight enters this ring with a perfect professional record. 7 victories, 2 coming within the distance, and no defeats. Tonight, he wears the green and the black shorts from Welling, London, presenting Jake Henty.
All right, gentlemen, let's keep this contest clean, obey my command, stay professional, and protect yourself at all times. All good? Touch God's good luck.
Rapturous reception for Jake Henty, who's in the green and black shorts, and Berman Sanchez in the pink and white shorts. And quite incredibly, Berman La Cobra Sanchez made his professional boxing debut when Jake Henty, the man he faces tonight, was just 2 years old.
No way.
Yeah, pretty incredible.
Very, very tidy fighter, Jake is. A former stablemate of mine. Sparred him hundreds of times. Very, very neat, tidy southpaw.
He had 6 contests and then moved up to a 10-rounder last time out. As I was just saying, that was against Alfie Winter here in February at York Hall. Changed his coaching team though now in Liverpool with Stephen Smith, former British and Commonwealth champion, so I'm sure he's been doing a lot of learning in that time.
Yes,
good early work here.
funny you mention your old teammate, Sam. I saw him down the gym a couple of weeks back, and I'm not gonna lie, he was piecing up his sparring partner. He looks real good. I'm not gonna lie, I was quite impressed.
Yeah, he's spiteful as well. When he puts his shots together, he's spiteful.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a very, very good amateur pedigree as well.
Had some nice combinations. He had his opponent on the rope. So yeah, I'm expecting something good tonight.
He's been good in his opening professional bouts as well. He did struggle to find his range in the opening rounds against Alfie Winter, but he made the adjustments and he's really effective at just edging in behind that front foot. Does everything neat behind the jab, and has a decent backhand too, but having said that,
needs a compass, I think. That was a bit north.
Yes, it certainly was. I think we've seen it on the replay here.
Oh yeah, cheers.
I think you meant south, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, what compass you talking about, Sam?
I didn't want to question you because as a northerner, I wasn't sure.
I've been punching about Dan too many times.
I wasn't sure how you judge things on the compass around these parts, but as a northerner, that definitely looked south to me.
Dear.
But Sanchez hopefully has recovered as he just switches his stance and takes a jab on the top of the forehead from Henty, who of course boxes out of the southpaw stance. He's a very neat, tidy boxer, technically sound, and once he figures his opponent out,
nice jab.
finds his range and his timing. Yeah, he really does.
Oh, that weren't too low. That weren't low.
It didn't look too bad. Didn't look low, did it? But
the ref gonna have a word. Oh, you having a laugh?
Not too sure. It was certainly a powerful shot, but it didn't look as low.
I think we need to get a replay up on that.
I think we do. It's from the angle that we're sat at as well.
So that one was
back
north.
to us.
Yeah, that was right. That one. That one was north.
Really quick to step back, Henty as well. Doesn't allow Sanchez to really counter or reply because he can do that. He's a robust little fighter, the Nicaraguan who lives in Spain now, but he has been known for countering with those looping shots, but Henty not allowing him an inch to do that as he drives back in with that backhand.
Nick, just mix these shots up a little bit, touch, then whip them spiteful shots in behind. Don't just go 100% every single time.
Every shot is quite heavy.
Spiteful, yeah.
He started at the Gum Shield Boxing Club in Elton as a youngster, which is a great name, of course, for a boxing gym. And as we've been saying, good amateur career, GB, England, 3 Nations, and then had that time away from boxing before turning pro. But he's certainly all in now.
That was one of the first amateur clubs that I went to, you know. Gum Shields in Elton. It's funny, he might have been one of the juniors when I first went over there.
Yeah, he was 24 years old, so he could have been.
Yeah. I was going to say he weren't born when you were talking about him.
Yeah, here come the old jokes now. First it was the short ones, now the old ones. But I'm in for a night tonight.
He's but when he was an amateur, obviously amateurs don't have to have eye tests and stuff like that. And Jake's vision was so bad when he was an amateur. So all them titles he won, and he had really bad eyes. So to turn pro, he had to have laser eye surgery to sort his eyes out.
Oh wow!
So he won everything as an amateur, and he couldn't see.
What a shot with the backhand, which sees Sanchez fall back onto the ropes. So he'll take a count for the referee. Really solid backhand that was from Jake Henty. Stopped 7 times in his 57 losses, Sanchez.
So it will be a statement.
He's very experienced. Over 90 fights he's had. He knows how to survive the rounds, and it's not often that you see him put down like that. So blistering start to the second round from Henty as he's just trying to goad Sanchez into throwing so that he can find an opening again. That was a quality shot, that, wasn't it?
That lovely long left hand. That and the check right upper 2 shots that orthodox fighters always struggle with southpaws. He has improved since the last time I see him, Jake, as well. He was looking really, really nice here, really spiteful.
Really ferocious intent behind these shots, but all the while being composed and controlling the pace here, just using his feet to evade that oncoming looping shot from Sanchez. Having to tuck up Sanchez and absorb some heavy shots from Henty here. Goes a wild swing back just to deter him. But Henty again in control, feet always beneath him. Just using that upper body mobility as he edges in behind that front foot. Just waiting to detonate that backhand. There it goes again. Mixing it up a bit now as well, not just off the straight jab, but off that lead hook.
Yeah, he's a reactive fighter, Henty, so where the opponent's not really throwing much, he's having to start off himself. But if he's in against someone that's leading off, he finds some brilliant gaps, he really does.
Nice little backhand from short range there in that last exchange. He's got that low guard, shoots that jab out from the hip. Just crouching down as he launches another attack. Lovely lead hook just round the side of the gloves for Sanchez, and Sanchez having zero success here. Henty has not given him a sniff, and that's exactly what you want to see from a fighter like Henty in his 8th outing, 24 years old, so lots and lots of time to progress him as we enter the closing seconds of the second round. This one's scheduled for 6 threes.
I don't think it will go the full distance, but hey, we'll see how long Henty's opponent can.
What would you, and I'll put this to both of you, what would you want Jake Henty to do differently now if you were in his corner?
He's boxing really well, but just maybe stay a little bit closer to the opponent, touch. And we see a couple of times there he made the opponent miss with a big swing. Work off of that. Like, instead of using your first flurry of punches to damage your opponent, like touch, wait for the counter, slip the shot, then sink in the hard shot. So work in 2 phases rather than just one.
I'll just say keep doing what you're doing. Enjoy yourself and be patient, because he's literally picking them apart, like you said. He's throwing these shots, landing them, evading his opponents. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Break him down and then take him out.
So easy, isn't it?
Yeah, from out here.
Yeah, you know it. Just take him out. Yeah, sweet, yeah. Oh, that's a great hook.
Yeah,
like a little reaction there. Yeah, that did get a reaction right on top of the head.
Yep, that's
working
it.
to the body now as well, Henty, and then upstairs, coming back upstairs. So really good work from him. He started this third round just as he finished the last. Really sharp, lots of purpose, real venom in those shots. Just pushing Sanchez back with that double jab. Continued head movement. Just trying to find those little gaps. Front foot pressure as he backs Sanchez up.
That's it, just patience. That's it, lovely. You pick your shots. I'm enjoying this.
Just off of that lazy shot the opponent threw, that's where Henty needs to just step back on the gas there.
Lovely, beautiful body shot.
Really nice work to the body, just beneath Sanchez's left elbow.
Nice little free piece there.
Straight down the middle with those. Really good shot variety here from Jake Henty.
You enjoying this?
Very much, yeah. Really good display. Really good display.
So am I. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Shot.
Just speculatively popping out that jab, Sanchez, but not wanting to leave too many openings, because having been dropped already, he'll be cautious here. He knows what he's up against. Very, very experienced.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, ref, come on.
Ref having a word with Henty in the corner.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
He has taken a point now. Let's see on the replay here. Let's have a look.
It's on the
that was just on the trunk.
It's on the belt line.
And this is that age-old debate, doesn't it? And if you look at where Sanchez's trunks are, they're just beneath his belly button, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, some fighters have them much higher, don't they? So
Yeah, I do, yeah.
a lot of them have them way above the belly button. His is just below his belly button, so it makes you wonder if that's maybe part of a tactic. But Henty keen to get on with things now because, of course, he's had a point deducted, so no time to waste, and he's really loading up now on Sanchez.
He just went for the body shot again. You just see him twitch and second guessed himself, and he went upstairs. He had to go upstairs. So that's going to change what he's worked on a little bit, which is a little bit frustrating because the first one was low, but the second and third I didn't think.
It's the same kind of shot Dubois caught Usyk with, you know, right on the trunk.
Oh yeah, don't bring that up. Twitter will go mad.
Nobody really mentioned that one after that fight. I don't. It is a difficult one, isn't it? And even with slow motion replays again and again and again, people were still
it's one of them ones
divided.
In
fairness to the referee, it's really difficult in real time, isn't it? When you've got that split second.
If you're landing the shot, you're going, it's clean. If you're taking it, you're going, it's low. It's just one of them ones, isn't it?
I think the first one, there's absolutely no dispute.
Good
shot. As he waddles Sanchez, as he just about manages to stay on his feet somehow.
That was a lovely jab, step back. Backhand, lovely.
He did really well to stay on his feet
I
there.
don't know how he stayed up there, blimey.
Be a good limbo dancer by the look of things. There's the knockdown from the earlier round. Seeing some of this clean, tidy work from Henty here. And while we get the opportunity here, we've got Dan Aziz with us. We didn't get a chance to introduce him properly because he just appeared out of thin air for the first round. That's what he does. It's like magic. Yeah. But tell us, when can we see you next back in action?
I'm out in exactly 2 weeks at the Copper Box against Louis Edmondson. Hopefully get a title on the line, but yeah, for 10 or 12 rounds, however long it lasts, and I'm looking to obviously get back in the mix.
Brilliant. Well, we absolutely loved it last time you were out, Dan, and every time before that.
Thank you.
I should add. And we'll get the latest from Sam Gilliam, what he's got coming up, because he's got a fight coming up as well in just a moment. But back to the action here in front of us. Jake Henty just lateral movement there, trying to find a way through, and sidestepping to try and find these openings as he's pummeling Sanchez now, downstairs and upstairs. Sanchez just tucking up.
Sanchez is very durable. He's taking some clean shots.
These boys that fight every single week.
92 fights. I mean, he's been all over the place. Yeah, boxed Jorge Linares back in the day.
Did he?
Yeah, he fought for titles years ago. So he's really, really experienced. Not just with number of fights, but the caliber of fighter he's been in with. So he's been round the block.
Been round the block and back.
Yeah, literally.
I couldn't actually see his age on BoxRec, so I think he keeps that one quiet. But given that his debut was in 2022, I knew that Jake Henty was only a nipper when he made his debut. Good work from Henty here now, though, as he backs him up into the corner. Loading up with that backhand again.
Oh, and nearly hit me, that one. I'd just like to see him touch before that, just set that up a little bit better.
You can tell Sanchez is anticipating it.
Yeah, he's using that jab as a measuring stick, isn't he? Find his range and then coming through with that backhand. He's of course fighting out the southpaw stance, so he's just jockeying for position to get his feet in the right place to let that backhand go. And Sanchez fighting out of the orthodox stance.
Sanchez,
solid jabs there.
All of a sudden got a new lease of energy. Like he's been taking some shots and he's still coming forward. You know,
it's an incredible mentality to be able to do that, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. To do this week in, week out, like I said earlier, you're earning every single penny
against guys who are hungry to give that showreel knockout.
Or against Jorge Linares, this geezer, do you know what I mean?
Oh, another big backhand from Jake Henty, and he just timed that one so well.
Imagine when you get that call, that matchup for, oh yeah, you got to do 6 rounds with Linares today. Like, you think, oh, really? But these guys just do it every single week.
Yeah.
Any prospect that's put in front of them.
Closing stages of the 4th then. Jake Henty really comfortable and in the driving seat here. And he's had Sanchez down. Good display from him. So Sam, while we've got chance then, tell us what you've got coming up.
I'm just under 2 weeks on the day before Dan here at York Hall for the British and Commonwealth titles, headlining a show on TNT Sport, and yeah, I can't wait. I've dreamt of winning the British title since I started boxing, so that's hopefully it'll be a dream come true in a couple of weeks.
I might add to that, he's fighting someone who's already fought in
It was a cracking fight last time, wasn't it? I didn't want to say because mentally, you know,
it's going to be
obviously you're building up to it, but for us, it was an absolute cracker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way we've been sparring as well, Dan, isn't it? I mean, it's not going to be any other way.
No, for sure. I'm really looking forward to it, and you've really put in the graft.
Top man.
So.
Just like to see him touch and go second phase though. Bang the left hand, touch. See there, then go again.
It's so rapid, that backhand, isn't it? I mean, he just explodes with it out of nowhere. It's like a coiled spring, just waiting to pounce. But as you say, if he could double it up a two-phase attack,
yeah, I don't think that's
could really punish him.
His style, you know.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
everything that leaves it's got to mean something. It's one of those ones. But I get what you're saying. Touch them.
Do you think that's something you can work on, or do you think that's just part of a fighter's personality?
He'll have to work on it, because sometimes if this doesn't work, he'll need a plan B.
Definitely.
Do you know what I mean? You need to be able to adapt in situations, especially as you get further along as a pro. Like these shots might. But what if the opponent makes him miss the first shot? He's going to need to be able to set
dominating here with single shots, isn't he?
Yeah,
but as you say, he won't be able to do that in all fights.
Like sometimes when you might not be a one-punch knockout artist, but if he throws, say he throws a backhand, right up backhand, 3 shots might have more of an effect than just one.
Yeah.
But he's quick enough to land all 3.
Do you know who was like that? Nigel Benn. Every shot was like crash, bang.
He had the power to. He had the power to throw one punch, knockout spark.
To be fair to him, he looks like he's got the power, and you got to give him credit. Who he's fighting, bloody.
Yeah, mate. Mate, it's a great performance.
Tough as nails.
Do you know what? Maybe I'm a bit overcritical, Jake. I've seen him in the gym.
It's a 10-rounder. We stopped in the 3rd, but still.
Oh, still.
An epic 3 rounds on your resume, that isn't it?
Been in there with one of the greats.
Good work again to close out this round from Henty.
See what I mean about that touch? I know he's got it in him.
Sure.
Oh, there we go, found his age now, 40 years old, Sanchez.
Really? Danny Short knows right now.
Go on, you want to be funny? Oh my God.
We're seeing replays there of those shots, which you two are a little bit sceptical about, feeling that they weren't below the belt line, he was on the belt line.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do give him a warm, like I don't think that they was point deducted. Like the first one, if the first one would have happened 3 times, then yeah, I think the point's fair.
This is incredible how he stayed on his feet here, by the way.
Great balance.
10 seconds. Seconds out. Last round.
Wow, we're on the last round already.
It's flown by, isn't it?
Into the final round then. What has been 5 really, really good solid rounds from Jake Henty. This is 8th contest as a professional, and we've seen the damage that backhand can do when he sets it up. Having put Sanchez down once and wobbled him numerous times, let's see what he can do in this final round, as he's just patiently waiting for that opportunity and that opening. What are your thoughts on changing the rounds as well? Because he'd had 6 rounders, he moved up to a 10 rounder last time. This is a 6 rounder now. What are your thoughts on that?
Sometimes I mean, I went from an English title fight, I still had the English title when I had a 6 rounder, because there was no one out there for the fight. Sometimes, like, it's better sitting on the shelf and going stale almost.
That's
like,
the business side of boxing,
exactly,
isn't it?
At least he's staying busy, he's getting the rounds out, so fair play to him.
Yeah, for sure. But it depends what type of fighter you are as well. If you're, you know, some people, once they finish doing 6 and 4s, they can't go, you know, and they go up to 10 rounders and 12. They can't really go back to the 8s and the 6 because, you know, they've kind of conditioned themselves mentally, physically to.
And your pace is slowed down as well.
Referee just had a word a moment ago with Henty. That's sticking the elbow in.
He's got to behave himself. He's already had a point off.
He really has. He's got a close eye on the referee. Nice jab. Just picking him off there and then using his feet to keep Sanchez at range, and back behind the jab again. Is there another big backhand in this final round to come from Henty?
I can actually hear Henty's corner saying touch, touch, touch. So
thank you very much to Will Jones in the corner.
Yeah. great coach, to his credit, Will Jones. Lovely jab from Henty.
All round, yeah, been a solid performance from Jake. Really, really nice. A few things for him to work on, as there always should be as a fighter. But yeah, really, really solid performance.
He's certainly shown that he possesses a great deal of power in that backhand, as he just continues to chase Sanchez down to just try and leave his mark here in this final round.
Nice, I like that.
Nice work. Backhand hook from Henty. Final few seconds then. Sanchez like a spring chicken now in these final seconds.
Of course he would be.
To the man 16 years his senior, quite incredible. Sanchez looks like he's still got a few left in him as well, but Jake Henty, really good performance.
Solid.
And that was a statement to put Sanchez down, because not many have done it. 7 stoppages in his 57 losses, and as I say, been in there with a very, very high calibre of opponent, so knows his way around the ring, and a good performance from Jake Henty there. As I say, he's been working with Stephen Swifty Smith in Liverpool, but Will Jones in his corner tonight, and great advice, because he's able to make adaptations throughout those rounds, and a really, really good solid performance from Jake Henty. And he'll move to 8-0. The southpaw from Welling. The folks will be looking forward to seeing him out again. Really slick display. Let's get our official announcements.
Boxes center, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of action, we go to our scoring official here at ringside. Mr. Sean McAvoy scores the contest 59-53 for your winner and still undefeated, Jake Henty.
Great cheer of appreciation from the crowd here at York Hall for Jake Henty. Impressive display from him. Just makes his way to the centre of the ring for the obligatory photos. As we look back through some of the big moments in that fight, and that backhand really doing the damage on multiple occasions. Jake Henty dropping Sanchez, wobbling him numerous times. Nice work to the body there, and contentious, you might say, as referee Dr. Point for the low blows, but really good performance from Jake Henty as he makes his way to ringside to chat to Melissa Zad.
Jake Henty, many congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, good. It's a decent performance. Could have done a little bit more, but got the win. So yeah, I boxed well under my new team, picked the shots. I'm happy.
Obviously, Berman Sanchez he's not new to the sport in any way. He's a veteran of the game. You scored a knockdown in the second. What was the advice coming out of the corner going into the third?
Just stand relaxed. Don't rush my shots. My team was to be composed and pick your shots. So yeah, next time push on and try and get the finish. But this time where to be.
You were last out in February against Alfie Winter. You had little time off. How does it feel to step back through the ropes?
Yeah, I had a hand injury for 8 months after I boxed Alfie Winter for the 10 round. So yeah, no, it's good to get a bit of ring rust off. I got another 2 before Christmas. Thank you to Will Jones and my team. Big thank you to my sponsors, Armour Heart and Philby's also. So yeah, thanks alhamdulillah for everything. All praise due to Allah.
A quick word from Will. How do you think that Jake did tonight?
Yeah, listen, it's our first fight together. We've only been together a short time, but I wanted to get Jake out and busy. I'm very happy with the performance. Listen, not many people work Berman Sanchez, but Jake done a job. I think we could have finished him, but just a bit of ring rust. We'll just keep working, try and get him out 2 more times before the end of the year, and I think we'll get a couple of titles for Jake next year.
Jake, many congratulations. We look forward to seeing you back out.
Thank you. You too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action continues now. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Stefan "The Wasp" Vincent.
So here comes the Wasp from Dorset, the 33-year-old. Stefan Vincent, he's had 12 outings this year. He stopped in July. against Joe Hayden, who's trained by popular heavyweight Dave Allen, and prior to that suffered a first-round stoppage in
And
June
his
against
opponent,
Mohamed
ladies
Saban.
and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the ring to the red corner, the instigator, Sonny Boy Hardy.
But that will be easier said than done, because he faces the instigator, Sonny Hardy, who put in a great performance last time out. That was at the O2 Indigo, and he stopped Casey Bradham in the second round. We had Johnny Nelson singing his praises afterwards, who was our special guest on Fightzone that evening. He's had great experience out in Saudi as sparring partner for Joe Cordina. Been sparring with Reece Bellotti, the former England and Commonwealth champion, as well as former English and British champion Liam Dillon. Huge West Ham fan, says he's loved to fight there one day, and this is where those kind of dreams begin, on this stage. So he'll be looking to continue his momentum tonight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing in association with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions presents 6 rounds of action in the welterweight division, streamed exclusively live on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Ashley McGill. Our referee in charge of the action, Mr. Lewis Van Poch, and our scoring official sat at ringside, Mr. Sean McAvoy. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 139.5 pounds. An experienced fighter wearing the white with green shorts from Christchurch, Dorset. Please welcome Stefan the Wasp Vincent. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 137.7 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ring with a perfect professional record. 6 victories, 3 coming within the distance, and no defeats. Tonight, he wears the blue, gold, and white shorts from Wickford, Essex, presenting the instigator, Sonny Boy Hardy!
You both what I expect. When I say break clean and take a full step back, but above all, protect yourself at all times. Any questions? Touch gloves?
Stacey Copeland here with you, and alongside me, Commonwealth champion Sam Gilly still. We've got another edition now, super sub. Dan Aziz has been subbed out for 2-time British champion Denzel Bentley. We'll get more from him in just a moment, but here we have Sonny Hardy with Stefan Vincent, and Vincent's had 12 outings this year but had 2 stoppages, so perhaps up against it here against Sonny Hardy, who's coming back on the back of a stoppage win. Really impressive last time out at the O2 Indigo, and as I said, he's been having some great sparring with Reece Bellotti and out in Saudi with Joe Cordina, as we see that backhand, spiteful from Sonny Hardy, doubling up with that jab. Vincent will know that he's in with a powerful puncher here, and a young man who's really hungry, 21 years old, the man from Essex.
Ooh.
Kevin Mitchell in his corner. We know the kind of fighter he was, so it won't be any surprise to you that Sonny Hardy happy to set about his opponent. Nice stiff jab again, just rocking the head back of Vincent. He's feeling this power early on. This one's scheduled for 6 threes, so
yeah, he's just loading up a little bit too much, Sonny. You can see like him gritting his teeth, really trying to load up.
Yeah, you can see he's really trying to hurt.
Yeah, just settle in a little bit more.
But he's good with a double jab. That's a good double jab there. Bit wild with that right hook. A good double jab coming in.
Tends to be very upright, Stefan Vincent, but he's crouching.
He is a tough man though, Vincent.
He certainly is. He can be open to the straight shots at times, can't he? Because
he can be.
Tends to have the upright stance and lean back a little bit sometimes, but so far he's managed to nullify Hardy's power for the most part, but you can see he's just knocking on the door, getting closer and closer.
Hardy just needs to take a little step back. He's falling into these clinches a little bit. He's allowing Vincent to just old man him a bit. If he just takes a little step back and comes back with some straight shots, he might find home. Good uppercut there in between.
That's the fascinating thing about boxing, isn't it? That you would think the more that you force it, it would happen, but it's just not often the case, is it? Being more relaxed and allowing it to flow. It's a difficult thing to perfect as well, isn't it? And you have to have that confidence and composure to do it, which comes with experience.
Yeah, you also got to have the know-how. You've got the things you've got to drill and training. You just got to know how to keep that distance. You're just getting caught there.
A couple of good shots from Vincent there, as the two of them ended up in a real exchange there. Little wild and reckless. As Kevin Mitchell just sits his charge down and gets him to take a couple of deep breaths, and of course Sonny's dad, Dave Hardy, a massive part of his team as well.
There was some real fire in Sonny's eyes when he was going back to the corner there. Just need to relax a little bit, compose yourself, get about your boxing like we were just saying. Like if you're a little bit over eager, it makes you, it's harder for you to get your work off. It's not going to be as clean, it's not going to be as clinical, so you just need to take a breath here and settle down.
Yeah, hopefully he shook that off in the first round, and in the second round we see him get back to, you know, some good boxing.
Kevin Mitchell has also fought Jorge Linares. That's another one who's been in there with
that was a good
the likes of Ricky Burns as well.
Yeah,
he's been in with some crackers, and he had some absolute barnstormers, but he'll be advising his young 21-year-old prospect now, and let's see if he can implement whatever it is that Kevin Mitchell's asked him to do in this second round. Does tend to leave that lead hand slightly low, Vincent, doesn't he? But he is crouching a lot more. I've seen him before be a lot more upright, but he's in a much more crouched position now until Hardy backs him up. Wobbled him a bit with that backhand, and again under a lot of pressure there, Vincent, but managed to tie Hardy up, which is exactly what he needed to do there, because he took a couple of big backhands.
Hardy, he started to look settled there just in the beginning of that round, but as soon as he landed that first shot, he gets over you again.
Got greedy, as they say.
I don't know whether this is having an impact, but Stephen Vincent boxed Liam Dillon last week, obviously former British champion, so I don't know whether Sonny's got in his head that if he and obviously Vincent went the distance with Liam, so I don't know whether he's got in his head if he stops him, it's a statement that he stops someone the British champion didn't.
That makes sense.
That's a really interesting point.
That was a good
he's obviously really eager to do so, and in his last outing he did get a stoppage. It was a second round stoppage against Casey Bradman at the O2 Indigo, and he enjoyed that one. He jumped up on the corner ropes at the end. He was making the most of it, so he'll want a taste of that again, that's for sure. But perhaps going hunting for it a bit too much here instead of just letting it happen and setting it up.
We all like an early night as well. Last time we done 12 rounds in 8 nights.
Vincent also has a way of making it awkward. He will attack back, but if you're in close, he's going to hold and he's going to buy time.
He's a very awkward fighter, isn't he?
He's awkward. That's why you got to keep a distance with him. You don't know where he's going or where he's throwing from.
And he will be busy if you let him.
Yeah, exactly.
If you stay off him, he will throw, Vincent. He'll come at you. He's happy to trade with you, so you've got to make sure that you're working yourself as well, which Hardy's absolutely happy to do. Just needs to set those shots up, but enough shots finding the way through to make him comfortably ahead in this one, you'd have to imagine, but
This is the distance Hardy needs to keep it at, off that jab. This is where he looks good, he looks his best here. When he gets in close there, he's giving Vincent a chance to hold and buy time. It's going to be hard to get a stoppage like that. Vincent knows what he's doing, he's very crafty.
Just there, pull your feet out. Don't need to be that close.
Ooh, good jab there from Hardy.
Well, somebody who knows about having big nights here at York Hall and big stoppages, Denzel Bentley, coming off 2 stoppages, both second round stoppages. I mean, absolutely blistering performances. So if anyone knows about setting up those shots, it's you.
No.
What were those nights like?
They were good. I mean, York Hall is it's a venue where it's so close, so intimate. You can hear every single scream, every single.
It's so unusual having fans above you as well.
Yeah, like
and that looking down on the ring.
Down on you. Yeah, they're just right close. So when you land a good shot and everyone starts going crazy, I can understand why you get over-eager to want to get more. But that's when the experience and the professionalism need to kick in and be like, take your time and pick a shot.
I don't know about having a big shot and then you didn't have to do anything after it. They were done.
I think the geezer's still asleep, I think.
Here we go then. 3rd round. Can Sonny Hardy continue to build on his good work in the opening 2 rounds? Just pouring out that jab.
Good backhand.
Nice backhand. I think there's... Yeah, we've just been covered in blood at ringside.
Cheers, Sonny.
That's from the nose of Vincent. Blood coming from the nose of Vincent there, and it's splashed all over us.
Do you know what? I wore a white t-shirt to do commentary once, and it was the worst mistake of my life.
Denzel did last time. He's all in black tonight.
Yeah, I've got white t-shirt, but I've just zipped up the jumper, making sure.
And that's why it's a real privilege to sit ringside. There's nothing like it, but you might end up
covered in blood,
copping a bit of all sorts. Quick word from the referee.
See, this is where Hardy's work isn't. It doesn't look good. It's not right. He's just too close. He's throwing too many short shots, trying to, patty his shot. You're not going to get stoppers like that.
And yet he looks so slick and so good at range, doesn't he?
Yeah, literally. And he's
like the absolute opposite.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel he thinks he's getting his best work off being that close, and he's not.
He's just trying to bomb him out, and this is where he's like, especially when the opponent is in with him, he's nice and awkward. He's going to make it look messy.
And he is smothering in Vincent as well, and it is hard to push them off, isn't it? And when that is their game plan, it's really difficult to.
Well, that's a safe space. When you chest to chest with your opponent, you're safe. Like they can't generate any power from there. So that's Vincent's game. He dips in, he gets close and smothers, does a little dance like that.
And it can frustrate you, can't it? You can't allow yourself to get frustrated because then.
Early on in my career, if I had an opponent like this, it would drive me mad. Absolutely drive me mad. So, but again, it's all part of the learning.
How did you deal with it?
I didn't. I lost my temper and then performed really badly, and then I had to learn from it by watching the video back. Yeah. Do you know what? Rod, because I used to be such a hothead with that sort of thing. And Rod said, if you have a bad round, you can't change it. New round, you can't change it. Just make the next round better. So Rod sort of helped me through that. I think just growing up as a man and maturing a little bit.
It's that experience.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really difficult when you've got an opponent who's just looking to do this, to smother, take the space and be right up on your chest. Realistically, that's not going to come in the bigger fights as he advances, is it?
It's not, but like Sam said, I mean, with these early fights, you're not going to get anyone that's going to open up too tough. These guys are, they've got
it's 3-4 dates lined up. You've got to find a way through.
They're trying their best not to get stopped, but you can't let that frustrate you. Obviously, Sonny's still young. He's early in his career. He will learn by this, and he will learn from this. And as he goes on and watch back the tape, you're going to realise all he needs to do is take a half a step back, and then Vince is going to fall short, and he might be able to land his shots on him. But right now he's too close, and when he's in close, he's just trying to tap too many shots, and it's not going to help. It just looks messy.
He's a tough cookie, Vincent, but Going to get a look at them in the corner in just a moment. And as you saw on your screen there, Haji Muhiz and Gracian back coming up next. We're expecting a 50-50 battle from that one. You can see Stephen Vincent's coach right in his face, being really precise with his instructions as the referee just has a word, asking him not to hold. Nice and relaxed in the corner of Sonny Hardy. Kevin Mitchell just giving him a few instructions and dealing with that frustration of an opponent who's there just to make things difficult for you is all part of the process. Let's see what adjustment Sonny Hardy can make now to show us him at his best at range with those nice silky skills that he possesses. I've seen them on display plenty of times. Can he bring it to the table here? Just falls in with that looping backhand and ends up in a clinch again with Vincent.
Yeah, he's let Vincent know that he can frustrate him, and that's all Vincent's going to do now for the rest of the bout. He's just going to keep frustrating him, keep jumping out of range, and when he's too close he's going to hold him, spoil his work, old man him, buy some time, get a breather and just see out the fight.
Good uppercut made its way through there from Hardy, but Vincent again just managing to interrupt the flow of Sonny Hardy.
He just makes it so awkward. Like every time he slips a shot, the shoulder goes into Sonny's chest.
That's it, yeah.
He cancels it all out. Very, very.
Just latches on with that lead hand, doesn't he, and just draws him in.
He's been warned a couple of times, but if you look on the blind side, the referee always traps the hand under the elbow. They're very clever. They
smart work, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
You can see the shots the effect of the shots that Sonny's landing on him, because look, his nose is busted up. I think he's got a little nick under his left eye, but he just needs to learn more of it.
Yeah, that backhand and some of those uppercuts have been really ferocious, and Vincent certainly felt them, but he has made it extremely awkward, and he's just there to spoil, and he's doing a really good job of it, and that's exactly what he's required to do. It's for Hardy to work out how to solve that puzzle. He end up in another clinch. Really messy and scrappy this one at times.
That's all down to Vincent, obviously. Sonny's doing as well as he can at what he's doing.
Absolutely.
I just think a little half a step back in situations like this. Just pull your feet out and start again. Don't stand there, try and wrestle. Don't just that phase is over. Start again.
Yeah, don't do what your opponent wants to do.
Exactly. Don't fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny though? Like the things you learn, like the more experienced you are. Like when I was younger, me saying I got frustrated. Like if someone is sparring with holding my arm, I'll be like, he's holding. But now I find myself doing it to people that are young. Do you know what I mean? Because you buy yourself some time. You buy yourself some time. You wind them up. They get a little bit more frustrated.
It's a little trick. Tricks to the trade. It's good craftsmanship.
Or cheating.
Good cheating.
Seeing in those replays there, when it's slowed down, you can see just how awkward Vincent is. Even when he throws, there's such unorthodox angles.
Yeah. And that's why you can't be so close neither. You don't know where the shots are coming from.
You need to be able to see it, don't you, in your full vision to pick him off. Really awkward customer, but Sonny Hardy absolutely adapting as well as he can, and certainly on top in this one. There's no question about that. There just will be fights. Even early in your career, sometimes styles just don't match, but certainly early in your career where you just can't look your very best, and everybody understands that. You just want you to keep showing that endeavour and that intent, don't they?
And it's minutes in the ring for him as well. Rounds under their belt. all these little things that he's learning that is happening to him tonight. If it happens to him in a fight in the future, he's going to be a lot more composed because it's happened to him tonight. I've been here before. I can deal with this. So I mean, when it happens the first time, it does it gets on your nerves a little bit.
Yeah. Well, this is different approach, isn't it? He's really being patient here and waiting.
This is where he should be, because Vincent isn't a better boxer than him. So if he opts to box him and use his jab and keep a
he'll get peppered.
He'll pepper him exactly all day long. But
this is good from Sonny Hardy though, because although he might feel I'm not doing enough, this is actually smart boxing because he's waiting for the opportunities.
And now he's changed the pace. Vincent doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to. He's got to find a new way to spoil his work.
Good jab. Lovely. And that little pull out of the feet. See, as he stepped back there, he had that room to let go.
Much better from Sonny Hardy. Much better. Perhaps he's cracked the code here for Stephen Vincent. We haven't had one clinch so far, and we're almost halfway through the round, whereas in previous rounds we've...
Oh, he jinxed it.
There we go. Right off the button. My fault. But this is much better, and you would sooner see fewer clean punches than just clinch after clinch after clinch, wouldn't you?
I'd like to see him throw that right hand straight, because he keeps looping it over the top and he's missing every time. So I think I would like to see him throw it straight. When he did, we got blood all over the table. So
he's open to it, Vincent, isn't he? Because like I say, generally he's upright, and when he's backed up, he lays back, doesn't he? And his chin's right in the air with that low lead hand. It's a perfect shot. He crouches, but as soon as you put it on him, he tends to go upright. So that straight right hand would be really effective.
Lovely. So he's got this sort of thing in his locker, Sonny. I don't know.
This is a much better round.
Much better.
It was the Eagles.
Might not be as much action, but the action is quality, isn't it?
Yeah, what he's doing is quality.
What he is doing.
I think the first half of the fight, he was looking for a stoppage. Thinking, if I stop this guy, I just stop someone that a former British champion couldn't stop. But now I'm sure, Kevin Mitchell would have been telling him, look, you just got to take your time and find the shots, and he's looking a lot better.
And once you trust in that, and you see that it's working, you can buy into it, can't you, and do it with confidence. Blood pouring from the nose of Stephen Vincent, though. Certainly not a pleasant experience when you're trying to get as much air in as you can. But Sonny now able to bring in a little bit of showboating. That was a much better round from Sonny Hardy.
Yeah, used his skill there, like what we know he can do. But like Denzel said, I would just like to see him stop looping the right hand as much. Change it every now and again. Throw it straight, throw it short, throw it up, then loop it. But he's been messy at times, but he's in control and he's winning the fight.
You can see a swelling beneath the left eye of Stephen Vincent there, and managed to clean up that blood from the nose for now, but one shot and that's going to open up again, isn't it? In the
I think Stephen Vincent's got 3 fights booked in. When you look at boxing, he boxed last week, this week, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, incredible. He's had 12 already this year. He's busy. He's an active fighter.
I sparred Denzel and Dan, and I was like black and blue last week. So Harry's not got many marks in his face. I don't know what he's made of.
And that fight last week was tough.
Yeah, against Liam. Yeah, it was.
Better work from Sonny adjusting his feet here, just to keep things at range, where he looks flashy and slick and stylish. This is what we want to see from the instigator. Good work. Tricky as well, of course, when you've had that high level of sparring with the likes of Reece Bellotti and Joe Cordina, and then you're in with somebody who's not interested in those kind of exchanges and they just want to spoil. It is an adjustment mentally, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, most definitely. But then that's where that experience kicks in, and you've got to kind of be able to switch your mindset to, I'm not fighting a world-class fighter, I'm not going to be able to see what's coming, I'm fighting someone awkward, and I've got to use my skill, my talent to be able to capitalise on what they do wrong.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that's why some elite amateurs struggle sometimes in their first few fights, because they're so used to boxing at such a high level where the IQ is so high and the technical ability is like spot on.
And the whole point is to try and win.
Yeah, and then when they get into something like this,
different entity, isn't it?
and a guy's putting his head between his legs but throwing the left hand up in the air and it's hitting you on the nose, you think, how's this even
How's he
happened?
landed there?
Yeah.
And it's mad, but it's also easier to read someone that's actually
Correct.
technically good. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. When you got someone awkward like this, you don't know what's coming.
Because they don't know what they're throwing either.
Yeah, exactly.
But I always think that's why Fury's so good.
Yeah.
Because Fury's so, like, he's switching, he's like, he don't really know what he's doing, he's just sort of going off
He doesn't follow the
instinct,
rule
and that's,
book,
no,
does he?
exactly,
Yeah.
that's why he's so good.
Yeah. He's just all off instinct. He's just throwing, good right hand left from Hardy.
He's working well on the inside, Hardy, at times when he gets chances. Some of those cute uppercuts, there's one of them, right on the money as well. Lovely shot from Hardy, that. Landed really well with some of these uppercuts. I think this has been an impressive performance from him, and it's really good that he's got these rounds in, because albeit a second round stoppage looks impressive, he won't have got much out of that one. This tonight he will have gained a lot from.
He's grown into the performance as well. Like he's had to adapt to what the opponent's doing, because obviously he's very unorthodox.
Another big uppercut from Hardy there. Really timed that perfectly, and Vincent hanging on there. Opened his nose up again. He leads off with that uppercut again, Hardy. He's just trying to finish with a couple of big shots at the end, and really awkward opponent for Sonny Hardy there, but really will have gained a lot from those rounds in many respects, because Vincent managed to frustrate him in those middle rounds, but he found a way to adjust his feet, keep the distance, and we saw some of that slick, stylish boxing from Sonny Hardy when he was able to express himself, and overall a good contest for his 7th outing.
Yeah, I think I'm most impressed with how he managed to, adjust, in the last 2 rounds, and you saw a different style of fighting, and it started to work. A lot of shots started to come off. So it's good that he's able to do that mid-fight, because sometimes when you're in a pattern and you're in a groove, it's hard to change that pace and switch it, and especially if they're going to slow it down. It's easy to pick up the pace, but slowing down the pace sometimes is like, I'm not doing enough. So I was impressed with how
Certainly
he
is.
just
Well,
slowed
let's
it down
get
and
the
picked up the
official announcement now from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to our scoring official here at ringside. Mr. Sean McAvoy scores the contest 60-54 for your winner, and still undefeated, the instigator, Sonny Boy Hardy.
A shutout victory then for the instigator, Sonny Boy Hardy. Another solid performance, albeit very different outcome to that second round stoppage last time out, but impressive nonetheless in a different way. He showed us something different tonight. He had to come through those frustrating rounds and figure out a very awkward opponent in Stephen Vincent, who was there to spoil, which he managed to do for large phases, but Sonny Hardy found a way through. Really effective with some of those uppercuts that we saw. Fair bit of damage to just beneath the left eye of Vincent, and also his nose, of course, which we've got a little bit of that blood sprayed over us at ringside, with thanks to a big backhand from Sonny Hardy. But having done the obligatory photos in centre ring, he makes his way to ringside to talk to Melissa Zad.
Sonny Hardy, how are you feeling after your 7th professional win?
Yeah, I feel really good. Good to get the rounds under the belt. It's good to see the fitness there. I thought my performance was it was very below par compared to the standard that we've been working at in the camp. But listen, it's all learning. I'm 21 years young, 7 fights in, I'm beaten, and we're cracking on from here.
Why do you think that it was below par? What specifically, in your opinion, made it that way?
I was just rushing my work a lot, really. I was I was landing a lovely shot, a lovely 2 or 3 shots, and then I was allowing Stefan to smother the work and hold, and that really had the effect on the fight of whether it was going to go to full 6 rounds or not.
Obviously, you were last out in July. In that performance, that was a stoppage, if I'm not mistaken. So, what do you think you took from that fight that you brought into this one?
Just the aggression, really. I started a lot quicker than usual, so usually it takes me about 2 rounds to get to get warm up. But my last 2 fights, straight from the first start, I've been cracking on and getting going, but this time maybe a little bit too excited.
Do you know what? A win is a win at the end of the day. You're now 7-0, still undefeated. How does it feel making your way through those professional ranks?
Yeah, it feels good. Listen, my nose is too big to go backwards from here anyway, so I've got to keep going forwards and onwards and upwards from now, and pushing on to 8 rounds, and then hopefully pushing on to titles with the main man in my corner. We can get anywhere.
Congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you back out in action.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a quick shout out to all of my sponsors: Sight King, Pagan Construction, Empire Pro, and Big Dog Clothing. And thank you for everyone coming out and support, and on to the next one.
Congratulations.
A great win for Sonny Boy Hardy there, chatting ringside to Melissa Zad. Well, without further ado then, we continue. 3 fights remaining, 2 genuine 50-50s coming up, and then the headline, Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title on the line. Lots of history between Devon Miller and Lewis Oakford. We expect to be in for a cracker. Got Daniel Francis and Slavisa Gekis on the way as well. But next, 2 fighters about to put everything on the line, and we are expecting a 50-50 from this one. 6 rounds in the middleweight division. Hadji Muhis and Gracian back. And then, of course, from 1 AM, more action to come from Texas, UK versus USA. The team captain Spencer Oliver and Roy Jones Jr. Groundbreaking concept of the 2 teams, UK and USA. You can watch all of that after these fights here at York Hall. Grab yourself a drink and a snack, and then from 1 AM, more action from Texas. You can follow those fighters over there. 3 or 4 more shows like that over in Texas and over here are planned as well, so great opportunities in the offing for those fighters, and the ones who are not involved this time will certainly want to be getting their name in the hat next time. 50-50 fights, really competitive bouts, and what a great experience for those fighters who've made their way over to Texas. John Trethaway says they've been treated really well, they've had a great experience so far. They've all been gifted a really special edition ring with the Fightzone logo on for taking part, so I'm sure that'll be a special memento for all of the boxers to keep. Take a look at what you can look forward to in Texas this evening from 1 AM.
This is more than just a fight. It's a clash of nations. The transatlantic clash, where the United States takes on the United Kingdom in a battle of blood, sweat, and pure grit. Led by legendary Roy Jones Jr., Team USA will face off against the fierce warriors of the UK, guided by champion Spencer Oliver. On October the 5th, live from Texas, it all comes down to one night, one ring, and one exclusive trophy. Catch the action worldwide on talkSPORT, Fightzone, and in the US on Azteca TV. Don't miss the war across the Atlantic. Transatlantic Clash, USA versus UK. This is more than a fight. It's history in the making.
Of the boxing here in York Hall, we head over to Texas on Fightzone and talkSPORT, the UK versus USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues. So now please welcome into the arena to the blue corner, Christian Bach!
Unbeaten in 5 outings, the man from Poland, lives in Southampton. He's tried his hand at all sorts of disciplines. A brown belt in judo, purple belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He's also been an MMA fighter. He sparred with Denzel, so we'll get some insight from him on that. But he's set himself the goal of fighting for a Southern Area title. So we'll see tonight as an important step towards that goal. This being one of the real 50-50 fights on tonight's card, as both fighters are unbeaten. Gracian Bach, 31 years old, had his first 4 fights at the O2 Academy in Bournemouth. Fought in Southampton in April against Paul Cummins, all points wins so far. His coach, Lee Wright, been working with him. And he's looking to put into action tonight all that he's been working on back at the gym with Lee Wright.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please make some noise and welcome Haji Muiz.
Haji Muiz then also had 5 wins, but 1 draw as well. That draw came in his last fight against Harley Collison over 4 rounds. Had over 70 amateur fights. He's also sparred with Denzel, so we'll get great insight from both of these fighters from him. But Muiz eager to move up the rounds and progress, fighting out of the Peacock Gym. Coach Martin Bowers, he comes from Finland and hopes that one day boxing will be as popular over there as ice hockey.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Bob Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing in association with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions presents 6 rounds of action in the middleweight division, streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Ashley McGill. Our scoring official sat at ringside, Mr. Kieran McCann. And our referee in charge of the action in the ring, Bernard Oyet. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 156.8 pounds. Tonight he enters the ring with a perfect professional record, 5 victories and no defeats, wearing the black shorts from Poland via Southampton. Make some noise, please, for Christian Bach! His opponent tonight standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 159.5 pounds. Tonight he enters the ring with a professional record, 5 victories, no defeats, 1 draw. Wearing the white and black shorts from Finland via Epping X6, presenting Haji Muiz. Our referee to give his final instructions.
Alright gentlemen, let's keep this contest clean. Obey my commands, protect yourself at all times, and be professional. Okay? Touch gloves, good luck. Touch gloves.
Well, as they say, someone's always got to go because both of these fighters unbeaten. Haji Muhis in the white shorts. 5 wins and 1 draw, and Gracian back in the black shorts, 5-0. So both unbeaten. So both stepping up to a 50-50 fight here. Early on in their careers, as back just trying to push Muhis back, but Muhis firing back from that southpaw stance. Just cagey openings as both fighters trying to get their range. Good check hook from Muhis. Denzel Bentley with us as part of your commentary team, alongside Sam Gilly as well, and he sparred with both of these fighters, so we'll get some insight from him in a moment or two. But just observing these opening few seconds, very evenly matched so far, Sam.
Yeah, they're feeling each other out, just trying to settle into the contest at the minute. But that orthodox southpaw styles, they always take a little while to gel. Obviously Denzel's watching his teammates, so Denzel's pretty fixated at the minute.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to bring you into in between rounds, don't worry. Really absorbing, obviously, when you've sparred with these guys and train alongside them, so we'll bring Denzel in between rounds, but this is really absorbing anyway. Really intriguing to see who can get the upper hand here. Gracian back taking dominant looking position, but when he does, Muhis firing back.
Yeah, Muhis has landed
some powerful
the cleaner
shots of his own, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's landed the cleaner of the 2 so far.
From that
back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge shoulders, hasn't he, Muhis, as well as really big upper body. Certainly compared to back, a different type of strength that he possesses. Muhis just almost waiting for back to leave an opening so that he can counter. Back just edging in cautiously.
Nice check hook.
Rapid fire, these two. When they let go, it's quick. You can't take your eyes off it. You daren't blink. These exchanges are quick hand speed, and then they're away.
Yeah, Muhis has settled in the quicker of the 2. He's getting his shots off really nice. Good first round for him.
Certainly had more success, hasn't he? And that was a lovely backhand, followed up from the jab from Muhis. Another check hook.
Nice,
which
lovely
looked
boxing.
really impressive. Denzel, I've seen photos of you after sparring with these two.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody look so miserable in all my life. So that's something you need to work on, because why the sad face? Are they that good in sparring?
Yeah, no,
and every photo look really depressed.
Oh, I'm just too tired to smile, basically, after sparring. But yeah, no, both good fighters. As you can see, back is more of a come forward, aggressive fighter. He wants to land his punches. But Muhis is a very good counter puncher. He's so patient. He'll wait for you. He'll go on the back foot. Maybe sometimes he can wait too long, and that could be his downfall. But he's so clean. You saw him catching with the check left hook or check right hook rubber coming out. And Back's just got to be careful with that. He's got to be careful falling into shots. He's got to kind of find the distance that he can work at without getting countered too much. But good round to both boys, to be honest.
I think I know why Denzel ain't happy in them pictures. It's because that gym is so hot. It's so hot in there. It's like sparring in a sauna.
Well, it's nicely lit up here in York Hall now. Purple lights all across the ceiling. And the spotlights, of course, lighting up the ring where all the action is, and all eyes on these two fighters, because this is a really engaging encounter. Nip and tuck. Both fighters just edging in. Rapid exchange of shots in short sequences, but Muhis continued to have the better of those exchanges.
He just seems to have the last laugh every time. Muhis, even if Back throws a combination, the one clean shot is landed from Muhis.
Referee, not a great deal to do so far, but just breaking them both apart as the action resumes, and Muhis just pouring out that jab. He follows up with the backhand and straight away just pivots off, out of range. He seems to have the superior edge, Muhis, Sam.
Yeah, just in that
superior
little bit
boxing ability.
Yeah, just in that rhythm, that relaxed flow, good reactions. And Back's obviously going to try and get close and work. So it's a little bit of a chess match at the minute that Muhis is getting the better of.
Just doesn't take his feet with him sometimes, Back. Just out of range, hitting thin air, so just needs to edge in a little bit more before he throws at times. And that's allowing Muhis just to adjust his feet and counter. Really effective with that check hook as well when Back comes flying in. Lovely check hook again from Muhis. Really difficult to pin down, Sam.
Yeah, it's that
constant moving target, isn't he? But even though he's constantly moving on his feet, he does still seem to get good purchase on his shots, because sometimes with fighters who keep the feet moving all the time, they don't plant them enough to really get any leverage on the shots, but he seems to manage it, doesn't he?
Yeah, his rhythm and his weight distribution is really good. Like he'll land, if he's throwing the left hand, he'll land on the back leg, then spring back to that side. So his balance and his rhythm is it works really well together.
He just plants for that second enough to
and then pops
load
off.
up, doesn't he? And it's nice work with the backhand from Muhis, and he's been far more dominant in this round as he lands a cracking lead hook.
Yeah, Back
really in the thick of it now, because he really felt that one. That was a really impressive round, and he's started to dominate now, Denzel.
Yeah, he's found his rhythm, he's found his feet, and you know he's Back ain't really changed his rhythm since the first round. So Muhis has kind of figured him out. He's landing them shots, and like you said, his movement's incredible. He's on that back foot, but he holds his feet for a split second, lets his hands go, and he's getting enough spite on his shots to keep Back, off him a little bit. But this
he's thrown everything into this Muhis, hasn't he? As he has his actual career, moving from Finland over here to pursue his ambition of becoming a world champion, because his options were limited in Finland, so he's made his way over here, left his life behind and his family to pursue those dreams he has in boxing. But as you can see, really fleet-footed, especially for a middleweight. He's got really good movement in and out and really agile, but plants his feet well when he needs to throw, and he's really got the measure of Back in that second round as we enter the third. What can Back do here, Sam?
I don't know, because he's kind of sat in front of him in a minute and he's getting picked off, so he needs to liven his feet up a little bit to maybe feint, draw something out of him to get something going, but he's struggling to do that where he's so flat-footed and he's just sat in front getting picked off.
Yeah, I agree with Sam there. I think Back needs to...
good left hand!
Just caught as he was coming in there, Gracie Back.
Yeah, he's
blinking, you miss it with that shot, but it was nicely placed, and he did it to an on-rushing Back as well, so caught him a little off balance as well there. Meant his feet weren't beneath him, and now Muhis really going to work. He feels like he's got Back hurt, and
but like you say, Steve, because he gets good purchase on his shots, even the little short ones, because he's got good rhythm and good balance. They've still got some sting in them.
They certainly have. If he caught off balance, then he'll feel the full pelt of those, as Back did just a moment ago. So really starting to take control of this one, Muhis. Back, every single thing he throws at Muhis, he has an answer. Either counters.
Yeah, you don't need to get involved here, Muhis. You don't need to be here. Just go back to what you were doing. Because you was breezing the fight. You've caught him on the way in. Just go back to that. Don't go over ego. Don't come off your game plan, because this is exactly what Back wants. He wants you up close. He wants you to be there to be able to work off you.
Yeah, that's the only way he's going to get his work off Back.
If you look at the face of Gracie Back, he's very marked up now early on in this one, scheduled for 6 threes. Muhis's work clear for all to see on the face of Gracian Bak as he tries to change the angle and just manages to clip Muhis, but is met with a heavy counter punch for his efforts.
Very smooth boxer.
And again, when he tries to push forward, Muhis just times it, brings him in onto that check hook, and then he's gone, and Bak finds himself in no man's land, punching at thin air. There it is again, just clipping, cuffing the ear of Bak.
Lovely boxing.
Got to praise the endeavour of Gracian Bak, who's continuing to come forward despite what's coming back from Muhis.
But he's just walking forward with no head movement.
Hands
he's not throwing
low
any
as well.
fakes. Yeah, he's got to throw a few things and draw something out of Haji and try and counter his counters. But he's just, he's just walking forward and eating shots. He's making it easy for Haji.
A very, very dominant round again from Haji Muhis. Did have over 170 amateur fights though, so very, very experienced. Had plenty of experience behind him before coming into the pro ranks.
Yeah.
So although this is only his 7th outing, huge experience behind him.
Yeah, he boxed.
And you can see that.
Yeah, he boxed for the international team for Finland. So.
And you can see as well, Denz, that again when people box international, they've seen, especially in 170 amateur fights, every kind of style, because they've boxed all different nationalities who do tend to bring a different style, and you could see that he got the measure of Gracian Bak, and then he's made the adaptations, and now he's got all the answers to it.
That's it. And I mean, with someone that's been an amateur so long, the only worry is how would they adapt to the professional game? How would they hold up to it? And he's handled it quite well. I think his style probably suits him more as a professional than it would have as an amateur. I can't imagine him winning too many fights as an amateur with his style.
He's got just the right balance of both the styles, ain't he?
Yeah, that's what true, yeah.
It's really important when it comes to footwork, isn't it? Because if you can be fleet-footed and nimble on your feet, that's great, but sometimes people don't get that right mix, do they, where they don't have the feet planted when they need it, and also they can be caught off balance themselves, but he seems to have that blend right.
Yeah, he really does. I've watched him spar. Obviously, I'm down the Teacock 3 times a week, the whole way through camp, so I've watched him spar all the time. And that's the one thing, he just seems to glide in and out of range, glide around the ring. He's always up on his toes, like just there, nice bit of reaction in and out. He makes it look so easy, but it really ain't.
It's not. It's not being on your feet for that long alone. I mean, your legs get tired, but he just keeps moving. You see it sparring all the way around, like, he manages to keep this movement all the way through. He doesn't really slow down.
Have any answers to this Gracian Bak, and unfortunately sometimes you do find yourself in those kind of contests where you just don't have an answer, such as the superior experience and quality of the boxing coming from the man in white. And he's just become more and more dominant as these rounds have progressed.
I think
and that story tells on the face of Gracian Bak, increasingly marked up now.
I think he's getting a little bit gun shy now as well, because every time he lets his hand, like he throws a shot, he's getting picked off. So he's just walking forward now with nothing really on the output side of it. So he's going to really struggle to get through this.
He knows as well that whenever he's lunged in, he's been left.
Yeah, exactly that.
Hitting thin air, because such is the quick-footed movement of Muhis is gone by the time Bak launches his attack.
Shot. It gives me flashbacks to boxing people from Repton when I was a kid. You know, that awkward front hook, and you just couldn't get anywhere near him for 3 rounds.
Bouncing in your toes down, check out that way, check out the other way.
You just
it's
couldn't
like
pin him down.
Kazakh style as well, because a lot of them are really astute at that, aren't they? And I've boxed a few of them, obviously in the amateurs, and 1 minute they're there and the next minute they're check-punching, they've gone, you think, how have you thrown from that angle?
Yeah, and how have you got out of the way again?
Yeah, they throw a punch in the direction, it's the opposite to the way the body's moving. We don't even drill that in England, and it's difficult to figure out, and Gracie and Back is finding it difficult to figure out. It's a real conundrum for him here because Muhis is just finding a way through from all angles.
Really
what would you
lovely.
be saying to Gracie and Back, Denzel, in his corner now? Because as you say, you can't knock his endeavour. He's still coming forward, but it's not intelligent pressure. But to instill everything he would need to match this, he's not going to be able to do that. So, what would you be looking at? Damage limitations now, or boxing
without being
cautiously?
You can see he's out of his depth here, but you got to tend to stop rushing in. Stop rushing in with your hands just under your chin and your head. Throw some pace, you know what I'm saying? Try and find out where he's going to land. Think about where he's going to land. Cut the ring better. Take a step back and look at the work. If the fight ends up being a slow pace, so be it. That's what it is. But the way he's rushing him right now, he's making it too easy for Haji Moyes to do what he's doing. He's just having a field day with him. So I'd just say stop rushing in, pick your shots better, and try and cut the ring better.
No, you wouldn't. You'd say, don't hit my friend.
All that.
I think we've just got a glimpse of Marnie Swindles there as well on the camera, the Apprentice 2023 winner. And out of that, of course, they set up the Bronx Gym. Got a fighter coming up from that very gym shortly, but back underway here in the 5th round, scheduled for 6 this one, between Haji Muhis in the white shorts and Gracie and Back in black, who really wanted to give a good account of himself here, but he's really found himself in there against a very experienced and accomplished southpaw, agile, technically gifted fighter in Muhis.
The angles and the agility from Muhis really are a talent. Like, just constantly, like, so it must be so hard to pin him down. Like Desmond said, he's like Back could try and cut the ring off better, but with the way Muhis is moving, it's going to be hard work to do that.
Yeah.
Unless you've got the same sort of bounce and rhythm that Muhis has got.
The difficulty for Gracie and Back as well is that, rightly so, he's trying to circle to his left so that he can avoid that backhand of Muhis, but sometimes he's just walking onto that massive lead hook like he did just there. So he can't really win because he wants to avoid the backhand, but then he's walking onto these lead left hooks that are clipping him.
That's the beauty about fighting a southpaw.
Yeah, you just got to pick your poison.
There's really only chance of success up close for Gracie and Back, but Muhis again savvy to that, making sure that he doesn't allow him the space to nick any little shots in there.
There's probably another way he can try and, well, it's too late to win now, but try and do better in this fight. I mean, just crowd that space and just make it a bit messy. But that movement from Moyes, look at the uppercut he just landed. The movement is, you can't pin him down. So it's
lovely uppercuts there from Muhis that just landed twice in succession. Good work from him. He's wobbled in here now, he's got him hurt. Legs have gone from underneath Gracie and Back, and the referee having a close look here as Back just trying to hold on, but Muhis loading up now, heavy shots coming in. Crowd urging him forward, takes his time, picks his shots. Sets up that backhand again, Back is all over the place here, and the referee steps in. And a big finish from Haji Muhis, who dominated throughout this contest, was getting closer and closer and closer with those big shots, and finally too much for Gracie and Back, who gave everything he could, but he was in against a superior opponent this evening. Haji Muhis showing his full arsenal of ability and shots, talented fighter. What a great display from him. Gracie and Back just getting checked over by the doctor, but he seems to be okay as Muhis makes his way over to show his respect to Gracie and Back. But a really good performance from the Finn, 27 years old, now of course makes his base in Essex. the Peacock Gym.
I'd say that was pretty much perfect for me, to be fair.
Really good performance, and we saw a bit of everything there.
Yeah.
Powerful shots, good movement, check hooks, counter punching, back foot punch. I mean, just really, really good all-round display from Muhis.
Yeah, he knew when to press, he knew when to box. Really, really good performance from him.
Good decision, of course, by the referee, protecting Gracian back as well. Let's get our official announcement now from your MC, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 2 minutes, 48 seconds of the 5th round, our referee stops the contest. Your winner by TKO, Haji Muhis.
So, Muhis moves to 6-0-1. That draw, of course, last time out against Harley Collinson, but first stoppage for him as his pro career, and really exciting fighter. I mean, people will want to see him back out again. He's got real potential then.
And I'm really pleased for him because he's someone that, like you said, he left his life back home with Finland. He's come to England trying to pursue his dreams of becoming a world champion, but he's had it hard. He hasn't had it easy. I mean, you know, in this game, he got over 12 tickets and he hasn't been able to get out as much or fight as much, but he stayed in the gym. He stayed consistent, and you know, he's got to shine now in his first fight that's actually been televised or streamed, and hopefully he gets more fights from this. And he stepped up against the 5-0 boy and, you know, come on top.
That's exactly what these nights are about. It's giving these fighters opportunities to build and begin and pursue those dreams. As he makes his way to ringside to talk to Melissa Zad.
Haji Muhis, many congratulations on that emphatic win. How are you feeling?
It's lovely. I feel so good. I got many people here come from Finland to England, to London, to York Hall, and I'm so happy for them. I want to appreciate everyone who come here and support me. Thank you very much.
Your last performance, your last outing, you got a draw. How does it feel to get that stoppage tonight?
Unbelievable. But listen, that was in the past. I know it wasn't a draw, but it is what it is. Lives go on. And yeah, today I show what level I am, but still we need to work with the manager, with the team, and I think I'm gonna make that thing that that's why I'm here.
Do you know what? That was such a dominant display of boxing. Defensively sound, very slick, beautiful counter punches, and your opponent was not a walkover opponent. He was a very sturdy, hardy opponent. What did you make of him as an opponent?
He was really tough. He took a lot of tough shots, but like I say, we had a game plan with mine, and we did it. We was like, I was doing what mine say, and yeah, I got that victory.
You train out of the Peacock's gym. Obviously, there is a wealth of experience that comes out of that gym. How does that impact you as a boxer, having that experience?
I got Denzel there training with me. The motivation is there, unbelievable. Everyone is there like a family. I feel when I'm in Peacock, I feel like family, and that's what makes me work hard, and I want to give them the result.
As I said, an emphatic win, and we are all so excited to see you back in action. When can we expect to see you back out?
Really soon, but let Martin say it, and I can announce it. But I hope really soon, and this year.
Do you have a final word to your supporters in the building?
Yeah, my family back home in Finland. Listen, I love you guys. I love for the sport. I love for everything. My family came here to London. It's unbelievable. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Lovely words from Haji Muhis there for his travelling support who've made their way over from Finland. And he does hope one day that boxing will be as popular in his home country of Finland as ice hockey, but with performances like that, I'm sure he's going to get great support behind him. Great display from Muhis then. 2 to go. We expected the last contest to be 50-50, but Muhis dominant throughout. Coming up though, Daniel Francis and Slavisa Gegic. Now, these two also unbeaten. 10 fights between them. Francis has had 6. Gegic has had 4, both unbeaten. So again, both putting it all on the line early in their careers for what could be a real cracker of a 50-50 fight. Plenty on the line for these two. Just a quick reminder that later this evening, from 1 a.m. British time, you can watch more boxing action over in Texas, the UK versus USA. But 2 cracking fights left here at York Hall. So let's get the introductions from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action continues now. So please welcome into the arena to the blue corner, the Serbian sledgehammer, Slavica Đirđić.
Well, we do love a good boxing nickname, don't we? And this man has perhaps the best of the night, the Serbian sledgehammer. Croatian born, applies his trade in Islington where he boxes out of Leo's gym with Alex and Sab Leo. He's unbeaten in 4. He's been out of the ring for 2 years, yet wanted to step right back into the fray with a 10-rounder. He's had good sparring in preparation with Dan Morley and former GB standout Luke McCormack. He aims to win titles, which is why he's back with a 10-rounder.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Dan the Bandit Francis.
So facing the Serbian sledgehammer is the also unbeaten Daniel the Bandit Francis. He has 6 wins, 1 by way of stoppage. He's had 3 good wins this year, most recently dropping Edwin Mosquera on his way to victory. Based in Norwich with his coaches Ryan Barnett and Will Jones, and he's been sparring with O'Hara Davis, who of course is getting ready for his big fight with Adam Azeem.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests,
he'll be looking to continue his unbeaten run, marching towards title
in association
opportunity.
with John Throwaway of TM14 Promotions, present 10 rounds of action in the welterweight division, streamed live and exclusively on talkSPORT and Fightzone. This bout has been sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Ashley McGill, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Sean McAvoy. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring tonight with a weight of 146.8 pounds. Tonight he enters the ring with a perfect professional record, 4 victories and no defeats, wearing the red, white and blue shorts, fighting out of Islington, London, presenting the Serbian sledgehammer, Slavica Đirđić. His opponent tonight standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 145 pounds. He also enters the ring tonight with a perfect professional record, 6 victories, 1 coming within the distance and no defeats. Tonight, he wears the black and purple shorts from Norwich, presenting Dan the Bandit Francis. Our referee, Mr. Sean McAvoy, to give his final instructions.
Okay, lads, 10-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself protected at all times. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
So astonishingly, Đirđić has had 2 years out, and he's back tonight, straight back in with a 10-rounder.
As you do.
Đirđić in the red shorts, and the man he faces is Daniel Francis in the purple and black. Both unbeaten, Francis 6-0, Đirđić 4-0. And we'll get Sam Gilley and Denzel Bentley's thoughts on coming back after 2 years to a 10-rounder in just a moment, but let's just observe these opening moments here as Francis on the back foot, just snapping out that sharp jab. bringing up the uppercut. Gigic a little wild, and that's what can happen when you've been out for a while, just getting that timing back and that range. Although he's had good sparring, as I said, with Dan Morley and former GB standout Luke McCormack. It's different when you're under the lights. First time in 2 years for him, and he'll be wanting to ease his way in, you would think. 10 rounds is a long way to go, especially after 2 years out. Francis just popping out that jab. What do you make of these opening stages, Sam?
Yeah, cagey. I mean, listen, 2 years out, jumping straight back into a 10 round. Do you know what? I love that. Do you know what I mean? He obviously believes in himself, believes in his ability, so fair play to him.
He said he wants to win titles, Denzel, so that's why he doesn't want to waste any time, but it's a big step, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but it is a big step, I mean, to just jump into a 10 round after 2 years out. I mean, it either shows, you know, a lot of confidence or just maybe someone that's a bit too over-eager to box. He could have had a comeback fight, but like I said, it's a big statement, and if he can come out with this, with a win, then listen. Yeah, man, he might be down places.
Well, the Serbian sledgehammer is looking for an opportunity to let that sledgehammer go. But Francis just slippery and evasive on those ropes as he fires back with a couple of his own. You do feel that once it catches fire, this one, these two could really...
So this is gelling lively already.
Yeah, it certainly is warming up nicely, isn't it? Cagey start, but you've got to expect that. 10 rounds, a long way to go, and these two just feeling out, but you feel like that's not going to be the case throughout, because glimpses here of explosive action as we enter the last 30 seconds of this opening round.
Can we talk about Francis' shorts as well? They are unbelievable. I love them.
They are gold.
Purple tassels.
Proper bit of me there, a bit of purple.
I'm trying to make out what the characters are on the shorts.
Boondocks. Good
okay,
cartoon. There we go. It's like an adult cartoon, but yeah.
Trust Denzel to know that. He's playing games between fights now.
That says it all, doesn't it?
Nah, it is good though. You should watch it. You'd like it, Sam.
Well, I think we've seen there that we're in for potentially a real cracker once this one catches fire, because the two of them, when they had those exchanges, willing to let their hands go, just trying to find their range and get their timing and distance. Daniel Francis actually boxed my cousin Dale Harrismith on his debut, and I spoke to him about him, and he said he really is strong. When you're in there with him, yeah, you can see that strength.
Yeah, it's got a bit of physicality.
And there's so many different types of strength and power in boxing, isn't there?
But with Gigic, he looks quite physical as well. He's holding his ground, he's pushing Francis back, so you know he must be a bit physical himself.
He's confident enough as well, just to rely on head movement in front of him at close range at times as well, which is a good sign.
Francis looks like he's got that fast twitch, snappiness with that, you know, that strength and that sort of that explosive.
He's a twitchy type boxer as well, isn't he? Just constantly waiting to let go. And
but
nice couple of uppercuts there.
I think if I was Francis, I'd turn up the pace early. Gigic has been up for 2 years and he wants to do a 10 rounder. He's going to fail in the back end of the fight.
You want to be asking those questions, because he'll have come into this. Great exchanges here between the two. I was just about to say that Gigic will come into this with those questions in his own mind, because they're bound to be there if you haven't fought for 2 years. Have I got 10 rounds in me, and especially if this opponent really puts it on me, will I be able to match that work rate? Because Francis, of course, boxed just in July, an 8-rounder, got a points win against Jensen Irvin, so a lot fresher. He's got that match fitness.
I remember,
so perhaps he'll need to test that.
I remember doing my first 10-rounder as an active fighter, and I was questioning myself and counting every round in a 10-rounder. So to come off 2 years and do a 10-rounder, which possibly might be his first 10-rounder, this is a lot.
Yeah, you do, didn't you? After each round, you're like, oh, am I alright?
Yeah.
Am I alright?
Then you look up, 8 rounds are done, you look up, it's only round 4, you're thinking, I've got 6 more.
Yeah.
Gun shield out. it's the worst feeling if you get that wrong. I had that in Zimbabwe in my Commonwealth title fight, and I was coming out for the 6th round, and I thought, oh, I've only got 4 left. And then just as the bell went, I thought, wait, no, it's 5. And I had a minor panic, and then, you know, the next minute you get on with it, don't you? But it's amazing how just 1 round can make a difference in the mind, can't it?
30 seconds makes a difference in mine.
It does in boxing, though. It does. If you've never boxed 2 or 3 minute rounds, you've no idea how long
it is,
that can feel and how quick the minute goes. Good work here from both fighters, though. Who do you think's got the edge, then?
I don't know. It's a bit back and forth for me. I mean, I think they both done good work, you know, in between. I mean, I probably like Francis' sharpness more than I do, you know, Gigic's brute strength, if so to say. But he's doing very well in there. It's kind of hard to score.
I think when they've had those exchanges, Sam, Francis has landed the more eye-catching shots, although that was a good looping right from Gigic. And another. Seemed to wobble Francis there, though his leg's not quite beneath him, but still willing to trade. Perhaps a risky decision. Perhaps could have tied Gigic up a little bit there, but he goes to work again, and both possess power, these two.
Gigic might already be feeling the pace. He hit him an uppercut there.
They're investing a lot in these exchanges early doors. This just the 2nd round as we reach the closing stages, and both men loading up with shots, going toe to toe.
Nothing like pacing yourself, is there?
We saw that twitchy style from Francis as we described it early on, but now he's just been trading up close with Gigic and finds a way through with that backhand, and really good round from both fighters there early on.
Yeah, I think coming towards the end, Francis took over that round, if I'm being honest. Gigic may just be feeling the pace a bit. He's got a little nick on his right eye as well. Yeah, I mean, good work from Francis. He landed the right uppercut there, and Sam Gigic just told to me like, whoa, where did that come from? Good shot though.
Interesting when it comes to momentum with these longer rounds, 10 rounds here of course, and in terms of managing that, because if you see the chance to go for it, of course you will. You've got to remember that there's those momentum shifts, aren't there? Or the best fights have momentum shifts anyway.
Yeah.
But you can't allow those early rounds to tick away, can you? Because they are being scored as you're going along. So you've got to make sure you're doing enough.
My fights always have momentum shifts. I'm always losing at some point.
Solid shots being landed here. Goodness me, will we even see the 10th round for this one? Because there's some massive shots going in from both men.
Yeah, I think they'll both feel the pace, to be honest. But Francis might be able to handle it better where he's been active.
He does look the more muscular of the two. Will he get a little bit of lactic acid in them arms? Do you know what I mean? You never, like, all these things could become a factor.
Shots.
Lovely.
Still about 5 uppercuts in a row there. Oh, good body shot there.
Gigic's taking those uppercuts really well, because he was really loading up with them, throwing them right from his boots, Francis, swiveling his hips and getting some real power on them, but took them well, Gigic.
That was a lovely exchange there.
He did take them well, but I can see Gigic's legs are getting heavy. He's feeling the pace and he's feeling the shots also.
That jab slowed down massively as well.
Won't surprise you that one of the inspirations for Daniel Francis, alongside Terence Crawford, is Floyd Mayweather. Certainly adopts that defensive style, doesn't he, at times?
Yeah.
Good reactive, like the reactions, like spinning off the shots with the shoulders and coming back. Really good.
Very Mayweather-esque at times, Francis, when he's given that distance, but happy to work up close as well, and we've seen him have plenty of success on the inside, but seems more comfortable just dictating things from this kind of distance. Just falls short with that backhand, but a good jab came before it. Good solid jab from Francis again, and the feet of Gigic have slowed. The ferocity in his shots He's diluted somewhat as Francis picking him off now. Nice combination there. As we get a bit of the spray from those shots at ringside here.
Guys just want to fight on the other rope. Oh, great foot. Oh. Good jab there from
Gijic. Yeah, nice couple of jabs at range there. Francis in reply as well. Neither man willing to give ground, are they? One throws and the other replies almost instantaneously. Nothing Gijic could do about that solid jab from Francis though, which knocked his head back. He's in at close range now, just grappling, trying to make space. Another good round from both fighters, but you have to think that Francis is starting to just march ahead here with this one.
Yeah, he's landing the more eye-catching punches, and yeah, he loses the pressure of the two as well. So yeah, I've got him up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Gijic's legs are just looking heavy. The punches are slowing down. Francis has still got that sharpness about him. So, still throwing nice jabs and little explosive shots at times in between. He's having little spurts, in between the rounds. So, during the round. I mean,
and as you can see here on your screen, lots of work in Gijic's corner. Just trying to stem the swelling beneath the eye there. No marks to the face of Daniel Francis at this point, no, and he'll want to keep it that way. And he's going to be testing the conditioning now of Gijic, who out of the ring for 2 years. Coming back to a 10-rounder, Francis will want to ask questions of him. So far, he's had answers, but just slight delay here as the referee just ensuring that the ring is dried off.
And then they'll wipe his face with that towel in between the fingers. How many times you had that, Dens, when they do that? I've had it once.
We could do with a perspex screen
we could,
here.
couldn't we?
This one really catches fire again. Francis behind the jab. Just falls short with the backhand.
Shots.
Catches him this time though. Gijic, every time he steps forward, Francis catching him, but then has a bit of success of his own. This is with the uppercut. Couple of wild speculative swings from Gijic. Francis fighting off the back foot on the ropes, turns his man. He's got his glove caught on the ropes there. Not able to break free as they separate. Straight back to it. Gijic's just trying to push him back in the corner, but Francis just dipping under and shoving that front shoulder into his chest to stem that tidal wave. Really good contest, this one. Plenty of jeopardy here for both of them. Gijic, nice work at close range. This is with that backhand though, but good response from Francis. Double jab and then the backhand from Francis just back to Gijic.
Nice.
Comes forward again but walks right onto a solid jab from Francis. Tries to work on the inside Gijic, but doesn't seem to be that snap in his shots. Wild swing there with the lead hook. A tired shot there from Gijic. Feeling the pace now as expected. 2 years out. Straight back into a 10-rounder. Will that pay off? Remains to be seen as he goes back to work. Got Francis in the corner. Can he capitalise? No, Francis turns his man back to centre ring now. Doubling up again with that jab. Well inside the last minute now of the 4th round. Still a long way to go in this one. It's been a real pleasure to watch so far. Lots of action in these opening 4 rounds. Looping shot from Gijic just to remind Francis to keep on his guard, but he does as he just pivots round. Good movement from Daniel Francis. Gijic really loading up there, trying to make the most of having Francis pinned in the corner, but nothing landing particularly cleanly. And Francis wanting to let him know that by a shake of the head.
I think that normally means that one or two did land.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you make of his work in there this round then, as we look at these replays here?
I mean, he started the round really strong. Just his work off the shoulder's lovely. I mean, he said his inspiration, one of his inspirations being Floyd Mayweather. So
certainly see that influence.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, but yeah, like lovely right hand over the top there. Yeah, it was a really good round from him.
Yeah, another one from the Gum Shield Boxing Club as well, but this time in Norwich. It's a great name for a boxing club. We've had a couple from various Gum Shield boxing clubs around the country tonight, but what have you made of it so far, Dennis?
I mean, yeah, Francis started that round, really well, and Gijic, gave some back a little bit. But overall, I think the tide is turning. I think the first 2 rounds, it was hard to kind of separate the two. But now I think Francis is, he's running away with it, and he's looking sharp. He's looking good. He's getting us some good shots.
The sharpness and the accuracy has gone from Gijic's shots, hasn't it? The last couple of rounds, whereas Francis still looks really sharp.
Yeah.
Looks like he's still got quite a bit of sting in those shots.
Yeah, he ain't got that snap anymore, has he, Gijic?
Not really been able to launch any attacks of his own and initiate anything, Gijic, has he? Because they're very laboured now, those shots. Whereas when Francis comes forward, he does so with real snap and venom in those shots. Nice exchange there. He is finding his way through at times though, Gijic, isn't he? With those little shots on the inside, finding a gap for them.
I think that shows that Francis might be feeling the pace of touch as well, because that defence has just got a little bit more leaky than what it was in the opening few rounds.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling the pace a bit, because like you said, I mean, he's a little bit more, lazy with his defence, but that's because his output has been much more than Gijic. I think he's actually trying to push the hurt and stop Gijic in this fight. But Gijic is tough, he's coming through, he's still landing some shots in between at times, and he's still pushing, he's still trying to win.
Gijic as well, once he goes forward, he leans in, doesn't he, and then he's not able now to throw shots, step away and then come back as he was in the first couple of rounds, and that's a sign of tiredness as well, when your feet just don't allow you to nip in and out and just make those little adjustments to the range. Once he's in, and he has to commit, doesn't he? And that's what happens when you become tired.
Yeah, and now his only option is to make this kind of a slugfest.
This is nice work though from Gijic.
Lovely work on the inside. He's making it difficult for Francis, isn't it? He's taking away his attributes.
Yeah.
Decent little combination from Francis there, though, as he works at close range again. A better round this has been for Gijic, though.
Just like you said earlier about the momentum shift in fights. Now I think Gijic is getting that second win, and he's doing better at making it his type of fight. And Francis just keeps looking at the ring a bit too much. He just needs to focus on,
focus on the job at hand.
Exactly. I think he's looking for the approval of everyone else around the venue to see how they might be seeing it. But I think he's got to focus at what's in front of him.
Just a reminder that coming up next, top of the bill, Vaughan Miller and Lewis Oakford for the Commonwealth Cruiserweight title. Plenty of history between the two of them. They've faced one another before in the amateurs and in the professional ranks. And there is a score to be settled, and it will be settled tonight here at York Hall with a title on the line. So big main event coming up after this, but we have a great fight on our hands here, which has warmed up nicely, and both fighters, fatigued, as to be expected, because they've invested a lot in these early rounds, but neither of them willing to give an inch, showing real strong mentality. And Gijic, lovely work with that chopping right hook on the inside, and he really is here for the battle, guys, isn't he? 2 years out, 10 rounder, and he's putting everything into this. Daniel Francis really having to be on his A game.
Although Francis is looking good, he's getting drawn into Gijic's fight. He's standing there too much. He's trying to lean in and make it a slugfest. Get back to your boxing. I think you look better when he was boxing.
Yeah, 100%. And they start each round 100 mile an hour. Like if the other guys have got 100 mile an hour, just let him go for 30 seconds, make him miss, tuck up, and then when he wants to have a little rest later in the round, then stick it on him, because he ain't gonna have the energy to go again.
Yeah, that's it. They'll be trying to get their breath back while
you're because you've already saved yours up, and then you can go when they're fatigued.
Round 6 now, and both looking fatigued. Laboured shots coming in, mouth gaping open, just trying to suck that air in and just summon that energy from those rounds in the bank in the gym for all of these weeks building up to this. They'll need to draw on every minute of that training now, because really taking each other, pushing each other's limits already, and still a long way to go in this one. Going to be one of those, you think, gents, where it's just going to be a matter of digging in.
Good body shot
and
there,
finding that extra reserves within yourself.
That'll come from the activity as well for Francis. He's not had to tear it out of the ring.
From Francis, but I still prefer it when he's boxing. I think he's still playing Gijic's game. He's giving Gijic a chance in this fight.
The best chance for Gijic is on the inside, up close, at this kind of range. Daniel Francis,
most definitely,
far more dominant, as we see in here. Just needs to take that little step back, doesn't he, at times, so he can create the space for those shots, as he does there with that lovely jab. But Gijic will not be deterred. If you let him, he'll be right up on your chest.
Good shots going in from Francis. Gijic is doing very well to hold him.
He's having a big round here, Francis.
Yeah, he is.
Throwing a lot of shots.
Good left hook there from Gijic and a right hook.
Gijic, heavy blows coming in from him.
Francis
stirs him on. Gives him that extra bit of energy in these closing stages, and really landed some impressive clean shots there that Francis will have felt as he takes a heavy drop to his seat in the corner, and he's really breathing heavily now, as are both fighters. That was a great finish to that round.
That was a great round all the way through. Francis threw more shots, but Gijic, to be fair to him, he's there, he's sat in front, he's taking the shots and he's working back.
Yeah.
Seeing some of the action here on the replay, you can see that lovely work from Francis, dropping that lead shoulder, slipping the shots and allowing his hands to be free to work those uppercuts on the inside. But Gijic just never goes away, does he? Relentless.
But I think, like Sam was saying earlier in one of the fights, being that close is like a safe space. Like you can't really get your shots off, and that's where he's having most of his success. Also, at that distance, Francis is still sharp and he's still snapping with his shots. The snap's gone out of his shots, so the best thing is to just be in close and kind of throw clubbing shots over the top and around the body for Gijic.
And some fighters just are so cute on the inside, aren't they, at finding those little gaps and creating them in those little pivots of the feet and just knocking the glove down with the, all those little tricks that they find the gaps.
We're sat next to one.
Sam,
No, not you, mate. Honestly, I've never known anyone that can find gaps like Den's inside. It's mad. Painful, but mad. Nice snappy jab still, even at this point in the fight.
Yeah. Now Gigic has fallen for Francis this game. He's dropping that lead hand and trying to outbox the boxer, and I don't think that's good for him.
Or is he trying to entice him in?
Yes,
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a different way to view it.
Because he's having a little smile at him. He dropped both hands there. Is he trying to meet him with something maybe? Or is he having a breather?
I was going to say.
The crowd have loved every minute of this one. As soon as they get into an exchange, they're on the feet, imploring them forward. Great display of grit and heart from both of these fighters. Daniel Francis pushes Gigic back, but again he replies, he's not going anywhere, he says. Giving back as good as he gets at every opportunity in these exchanges, albeit Francis having the better of them. Gigic always ready to reply. Just turned him there, but just didn't have the legs to pounce again, did he? And go again, Gigic. Yeah. And that's the difference here. And that's 2 years out of the ring as well, of course. Francis able to double up his attacks and go again. That's something that's missing from Gigic's repertoire this evening. Great performance from both fighters here, though. The crowd fully absorbed in this one. Final stages of round 7. Ooh! Missed by a whisker, both of them. They'll both know.
Shot.
Just a centimetre either way. Could have been lights out, as Francis now making the most of the opportunity. Landed another big backhand on Gigic. Taking the wind out of his sails somewhat, but here he comes again, firing back. Those arcing shots.
What a good fight.
Yeah, what a good fight this is, man.
Well, both on the weary legs, making their way back to their corners. And the corners have got a tough job here, haven't they, to keep the belief. And you only have a minute, don't you, to keep your fighter spirits up, keep the belief, get the instructions on, deal with any injuries, get them to breathe and settle. There's a lot that a coach needs to get right in that 1 minute, or as it is really 50 seconds.
50 seconds, yeah, it is. By the time we walk over or stumble over and then sit down. But and you got to make sure that the person you talk to is listening as well, because a fighter can sit down when they're tired, they don't focus, they don't listen. Like that's another thing the trainer's got to make sure he gets his message across clear and it goes in.
Here we go then. Round 8. What a fight this has been so far. We said it'd be a 50-50, and it is a very close encounter. I think the three of us have Francis ahead here, but you may see it differently. Both had successes, but Francis far more effective, working from the outside, still looking really sharp.
It's been a fast pace all the way through also.
Yeah, I was going to say Francis is he's put the work in the gym, because he's maintained that snap and sharpness for the whole thing. Like, he puts his shots together. Very, very fit lad. And obviously Gigic as well, after 2 years out, he must have had some serious prep, because although he's starting to get weary now, like, he's still in there, he's still digging in, and he's still swinging away.
Generally speaking, even when they've been in a clinch, they've both been working away, haven't they? They haven't been taking many breathers.
Yeah.
They did just there, and we can't begrudge them that, because they put on a great display here, both of them. And if this goes the distance, it's going to be an absolute all-out war in these closing stages, because both men are going to have to, they'll know they've got to throw everything into those final rounds to...
Good job there from Francis.
Convince themselves to the win. It was a really lovely snapped out jab that from Francis, wasn't it? Again, just rocking the head back of Gijic. Light on his feet now, Francis.
Yeah, this is where he's better. This is what Davis
Not being
was
in
saying
those
earlier.
clinches has allowed him to get that little bit of wind back in his sails, hasn't it?
This is his game. This is where he's comfortable. We don't need to be up close, personal, or lunging in like that. Just box to your strengths. You're ahead on the cards. Don't do nothing silly.
Into the final minute. Good controlled round this has been from Daniel Francis. He's kept it for the majority at range. He's had good success, particularly with that sharp snapping jab. Not as twitchy with his movements as he was in the opening rounds, but still really jerky, quick reflexes, with an answer to everything that Gijic has thrown at him, the questions that he's posed. But nice overhand from Gijic. He's got to stay switched on, Francis, because he does put his shots together at times and load up Gijic. He's not afraid to let his hands go. Won't want to ship one of those and undo all the work that he's done so far. Good work that round from Francis, controlled and measured.
Yeah, I mean, got back on his boxing, nice snappy jab, good movement. You know, G just couldn't close that space and work on the inside like he was doing in the previous round. So that was a clear round for Francis, in my opinion.
What do you make of what we're seeing here then, Sam?
Him getting back to what he Francis getting back to what he needed to do, really. Making Gijic miss, cutting back with the counters. It's nice control boxing when he's like that. When he's up close to personal, he's giving Gijic more of a chance.
Right then, buckle up. 2 rounds to go, 6 minutes, which doesn't seem a lot, but when you're in there and you've invested so much in the first 8 rounds, it's going to feel like an awful long time for these two, but you wouldn't think it given the pace they've started this round with. Nice jab again from Francis. He's worked that jab so well tonight, slips in the uppercut there on the inside. Lovely work from Francis here. Great start to round 9 from him.
Yeah, this is beautiful work from Francis. Like, when he's boxing, he looks so much cleaner, so much better, so much more comfortable as well.
Can't just walk forward, Gijic, can he? And he is starting now just to feint with that front foot, because if he just walks straight in a linear fashion, Francis picking him off, as we saw in the opening seconds. So he's got to mix it up a bit. A Serbian sledgehammer, as he's known.
Good left foot there from Gijic. Oh, good right hand there from Francis.
See, move your feet. This is where Francis move feet. Get out. Clear the situation. Start again.
Good shots there from Francis.
Both having success on the inside there, but Francis with the more eye-catching shots, especially that uppercut. Knocked the head back of Gijic.
And this is why Francis doesn't need to be in the pocket. He's eating shots that he doesn't need to be eating. If he was on his feet like we saw in the previous round, them shots would be falling short. Another good shot there from Gijic.
You don't want to be in there, do you? Because it only takes one head clash and you get a cut, and it sets you back, and it's problematic. So been at close quarters frequently in these two. No cuts to the head so far, as Gijic's just teeing off, and some nice shots landed on Francis there. And that's why, as Sam and Denzel have continued to say, much better for him and advantageous if he keeps it at range. Lovely shot from Gijic there as he knocks Francis back and finds himself up against the ropes, and just nice roll under that hook there.
As Francis rolls like that, as he goes underneath, Gigic needs to throw a left to the body, because as Francis rolls round, that elbow comes high.
Trust you to find that shot.
Always looking for it.
What a round this has been, and given how much these two men have given in the first 8 rounds, this has been an incredible display of determination. What a round that was.
What a round.
And a little fist bump from Gigic to indicate that he was pleased with his work there in the 9th round.
Again, that comes from Francis holding his feet and giving Gigic that chance to be close and to let fly.
Yeah, Francis doesn't need to hold his feet at all. He doesn't need to be at any sort of range or in any sort of close range. When he uses his feet, he looks much better, and I think he wins those rounds more clearly, more convincingly for me.
Well, we've been treated to a real display of heart and determination for 9 rounds here. We are entering the final round. The crowd really up for this one. We're expecting fireworks. These two have been willing to trade and put everything on the line throughout this fight. And there we go, Francis straight to work. Gigic's just tying him up.
Gigic to do 10 rounds like at this pace after 2 years
Phenomenal.
off. Wow, man.
Yeah, fair play, yeah.
Fair play, man.
He's not tucked up and survived, has he? He's
He
really gone for it. Given everything he's got. And he's had a great deal in his locker as these two again go toe to toe, close quarters, in a tangle, managing to get shots in, looping round the side of those gloves to the side of the head. Nothing to really trouble one another, but they'll certainly be feeling them because they have an accumulative impact. Nice shot there from Gigic, lands on Francis. Just ties him up, buys himself a moment to gather himself. Deep breaths and straight back to it now. Nice work from Francis, straight up the middle again. Down to the body, Gigic throwing back as well. Plenty of shots landing here, both open to it. But willing to risk it all and put it on the line to trade here, both of them.
Can't he still do 15 rounds instead? This is unbelievable.
Wow, they've still got over a minute and a half to go.
Great uppercut inside, love that.
What a fight this has been. The fans absolutely appreciating every single second of this and feeling every blow with both fighters. Francis finding a way through with that lead hook again. Gigic now exhausted, leaning forward on his man, just trying to conjure up those last bits of energy to throw everything he's got. Just coming up to the last minute now. Francis trying to find a way through with that uppercut on the inside.
Shots.
Both men fighting on automatic now. Absolutely exhausted. They've gone well into the reserves now, and they're fighting with heart and pride. That shot really caught Gigic there from Francis's backhand. It was a lovely shot as he works, comes up from middle to the body now. Both back in a clinch. They'll step back, take a breath and go again. Swinging shot from Gigic. Francis evades it. Close quarters again. Under 30 seconds to go. What a fight this has been. Both fatigued, but still giving absolutely everything. Lovely lead hook from Francis. Finds its home again on the side of Gigic's head. Final seconds. Toe to toe. Francis having the better of it. Lovely shot from Francis there landing. Snapping the head of Gigic from side to side as Francis, hand raised in the air, fans on their feet showing their appreciation for a real show of metal, grit, heart, determination and some quality boxing from Daniel Francis and Slavisa Gigic. What a fight here on Fightzone and talkSPORT at York Hall. And we, ringside, have thoroughly enjoyed that one.
I enjoyed every second of that. It was like you said at the start, it was twists, it was turns, it went one way, it went the other. People, like the lads had to adapt to what the other was doing. That was a proper, gritty, hard 10-round contest. Fair play to both lads.
Yeah, definitely. Fair play to both of them.
Well, we did say there'd be some 50-50s on the card tonight, and that was one of them. It really delivered. You've got to feel that Daniel Francis has taken that one, though. Dominated a number of rounds and was superior in most departments, but what an effort from Gijic, who made that a really enthralling and absorbing contest. What a fight that was. An uncertain look on the face of Daniel Francis as he looks outside the ring to try and gauge the response of. Hard to know sometimes when you've been in a fight like that. It takes so much out of you, it's really difficult to know whether you've done enough, but we certainly think Daniel Francis has done more than enough as he makes his way to the centre of the ring. And both men can feel immensely proud of that performance and everything that they put in there. What a fight that was, 10 rounds. A blistering pace, but with real ferocity and intensity in the welterweight division as we get the official result.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 10 rounds of boxing action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Sean McAvoy, scores the contest 96-94 for your winner and still undefeated, Dan the Bandit Francis.
96-94 then for Daniel the Bandit Francis from Norwich, moves to 7-0, and the 30-year-old had a really tough test tonight and came through it in every department. Slick boxing at times, great work from the back foot, but he really had to dig in and showed his heart there.
He did. And listen, credit to him for sticking up the victory, because Gijic was a tough guy, and it would have been nice to have a little Southern area or something. I said little, a Southern area title or something on that line, because that was a good fight, man.
Yeah, I mean that's a perfect learning fight for him to get that 10-rounder under his belt at such a pace like that. So, like Ben said, now he's ready. 100% he's ready for a title. Yeah. It's a shame that weren't for a title, because that was a cracking bat.
He deserved it, didn't it? Well, we'll find out what his plans are, because he'll be ringside in a moment with Melissa Zad. But just a reminder again, as we've kept reminding you throughout the night, Texas, 1 a.m. You can catch all the action here on Fightzone and talkSPORT. It's the UK versus the USA in a groundbreaking concept. Two teams go head-to-head, captained by former European champion Spencer Oliver for the UK side, and legend and Hall of Famer Roy Jones Jr. captain in the USA side. Loads of 50-50 fights, fighters who you will have seen here on Fightzone many times, now taking a great opportunity out in Texas. Team UK versus Team USA. We've got the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title fight still to come here at York Hall. Then after that, all the action from Texas from 1 a.m. As Daniel Francis makes his way ringside, and he'll be talking now to Melissa Zad.
Dan Francis, another win under your belt. How are you feeling after 10 rounds of toe-to-toe action?
Yeah, I feel great. I like being active, staying active. But I just want to say I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my team believing in me. We've got Ryan, Will, Graham Everett, Joe Everett. They all believe in me, tell me to stay disciplined in the gym, and we'll get victories like this. So, yeah, man, massive credit to my team first and foremost.
That was your first 10-rounder. You're in there against a really sturdy opponent in Slav. What did you make of him as an opponent?
Yeah, he's a good fighter, Arts, Mark, let's step it up. Let's get these 50-50s. I want to test myself, you know, and I did that tonight. So it showed me where I'm at. You know, there's a lot more I need to do in the gym. I wasn't happy with in the ring tonight, but we're going to go in the gym and work on those things. So, yeah.
A quick word from Mark. That was such a fan-friendly performance from both the fighters. What did you make of Dan's performance?
Well, he's a superstar in the making for sure, isn't he? He was supposed to have a Southern Area title fight, but the guy pulled out injured. But Dan, being Dan, just said, look, okay, get me someone else. I want to fight a really tough fight. I want to step it up. So he goes in with an undefeated fighter in a 10-round fight, but this guy's got titles ahead of him for sure. This guy could go all the way.
His first 10 round is underway now. What's next for him?
Well, we're looking at titles for sure. The next fight's going to be a bigger fight. He stepped it up first 10-rounder against a really class opponent, so there's definitely titles next for him.
And when can the fans expect to see Dan back in the ring?
Yeah, before Christmas for sure. We're going to talk to his team, get some dates booked in. He's come through that unscathed. He's done 10 rounds in the tank now, so yeah, before Christmas, title fights.
Dan, we saw your daughter in there with you. She was absolutely beaming. What does it mean to you to have that support?
That's my motivation, you know. That is my motivation. That's what I do it for. Family foremost, you know. Yeah.
A final word to your supporters who've come out here tonight.
A massive thank you. You know, they've travelled all the way from Norwich, you know, getting trains and stuff just to come and watch me fight. So, you know, I'm glad I put on a performance. I'm glad I got the W. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you to my supporters, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
An exciting future ahead for you. We can't wait to see you back in there.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, what a fight that was. A great performance from Daniel Francis, who moves to 7-0. What an effort from Slavica Gijic. 2 years out and straight back in with a 10-rounder. And coming up, the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title between Devon Miller and Lewis Oakford. Plenty of history between these two. They met in the amateurs, then they sparred together prior to both turning pro, and they made their pro debuts against one another. Well, Lewis Oakford is 2-0 against Miller because he won the amateur bout, and when they boxed each other on their pro debuts, he was victorious then again. So a score to settle even for Devon Miller, and he says over 4 rounds it's a different story. Over 10 rounds is where we're going to see him at his best, and that's where he believes with the key to victory against Lewis Oakford. Their pro debuts took place at the Civic Hall in Grays in London, just half an hour from here, from one hall to another, of course. We're at York Hall this evening. Oakford won that pro debut 39-37 over the 4 rounds. Miller did say that he asked for an immediate rematch, but Oakford said no. He said they would only fight again if there was either a big purse on the line or a title. Well, I don't know whether there's a big purse on the line tonight, but there certainly is a title. It's the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title. Almost ready to get underway. A quick reminder meanwhile of the fight in UK versus USA. We've kept reminding you of it throughout the evening. 1 a.m. that begins, so after this Commonwealth Silver title fight here, you can have a break, get a drink, get a snack, and then ready to go again from 1 a.m. to support Team UK, captained by Spencer Oliver, up against Team USA, captained by Roy Jones Jr. 50-50 fights, brand new concept, plans in place already. I have it on good authority that there'll be 3 or 4 more shows, both here in the UK and over in the USA as well. John Trethaway over there says he's been treated really well. They've had a great week, so they're hoping that the fight night matches the build-up and the occasion. I'm sure it will. Dennis Hobson also over there, who's told me to mention Handsome Hobson, so he must have a different Hobson with him because he isn't the handsome one, but anyway. I think we're almost ready to get underway here for the Commonwealth Cruiserweight Silver title.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is the moment, your headline bout of the evening. 10 rounds of action for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight Championship. So please welcome into the arena our first challenger for the championship this evening. To the blue corner, please welcome Lewis Oakford.
Here comes the mighty Oak. The 33-year-old from High Wycombe has really focused on his boxing goals in recent times. Boxed as a youngster, then drifted away from the sport and got himself into trouble, but he's used boxing to really turn his life around. Suffered his first loss last time out. A big night at the Copper Box Arena on the Johnny Fisher and Alan Babbage undercard. Lost to unbeaten youngster John Hedges after he was cut in the 6th round and it was stopped on the advice of the doctor. Hedges ahead on points. He's got a new team behind him with coaches Andy Gill and James
his
Smith.
opponent, our second challenger for the championship this evening. Please now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Devon Miller.
Now then, the only loss on Miller's record was handed to him on his debut from the man he faces tonight, and he will want to set that record straight. Said he offered them an immediate rematch which was turned down. He's convinced that the outcome would have been different over more rounds. He was told he'd only have a rematch for a big purse or a title, and there is a title on the line this evening. Miller having waited patiently for his chance for revenge, and he believes this is his time over the 10 rounds distance. Boxes out of the Bronx gym in Camberwell, that's Marnie Swindle's gym. 2023 apprentice winner with his coaches Michael Harris, Paul Strutt and Earl Bovill. He's been training and sparring this camp with Ben Whittaker and Craig Richards, but he has in the past sparred with the likes of Usyk, Anthony Joshua, Dillian White. He says he's taking it one step at a time to become the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, your headline bout of the evening. Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing and John Thurber in association with TM14 Promotions proudly present 10 rounds of action for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight Championship. This bout is sanctioned by the Commonwealth Boxing Council, their representative here in the ring with us, Mr. Simon Block, and the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dan Frost. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Ashley McGill, and our 3 scoring judges sat ringside, Mr. Lee Avery, Mr. Sean McAvoy, and Mr. Kieran McCann. And our referee in charge of the action when the bell rings, third man in the ring, A-star referee, Mr. Mark Bates. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, those here in the York Hall in London and watching around the world on talkSPORT and Fightzone, believe the hype, it's time to fight! Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 198.8 pounds. He enters the ring with a professional record, 5 victories, 1 defeat. Tonight, he wears the black shorts from High Wycombe, England. Presenting Lewis Oakford. his opponent tonight. Standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner, his official weight on the scales, 198 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ring with a professional record, 8 victories, 6 coming within the distance, and 1 defeat. Wearing the black and silver shorts from Lewisham, London, England, presenting Devon Our referee, Mr. Mark Bates, to give his final instructions.
Okay, gentlemen, listen, you both had your instructions in the dressing room, so you know what's expected.
Well,
Get your punches up, obey my commands, and protect yourselves at all times. Good luck, gents. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Those cold stares between the two of them. Fought in the amateurs. Faced one another on their professional debuts. Oakford getting the better on both occasions of Miller, and he wants to set the record straight. He's convinced it'll be a very different scenario over 10 rounds. Both of these men, very athletic cruiserweights. Hard hitters, but lots of movement. Don't expect a slow slugfest here. This will be explosive. High degree of skill and lots on the line for these two. Both got aspirations and big ambitions in the sport. Oakford eyes up a British title at some point. Currently Chev Clark, of course, who beat Ellis Sorrow in May for the vacant British. But got to take care of business here tonight first. Working well off the jab, but Miller with a response. Great intensity already in this opening round. You wouldn't expect any feeling out, these two having fought in the amateurs. Sparred one another before they turned pro and then made their pro debuts against one another. They are very familiar foes.
I whispered to Denzel before we come back on comms. I said this is going to start fastest, and they haven't let us down.
No feeling out necessary. They've shared rounds together and they've got a score to settle. Oakford will want to make sure that was no fluke first time round, and Miller convinced it'll be different over the longer rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need for a feeling out stage with these two. They've boxed each other enough times.
Absolutely. They've both got a loss on the record as well.
There's blood somewhere. Where's that come from? On his leg. Does that come from nose or cut? What?
Oh, I can't see that. See, I think Miller's nose might be bleeding. I could be wrong.
See on his quad?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is blood on the left leg of Oakford. A little bit difficult to tell where it's coming from at the moment. That's the nose of Oakford, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's from the nose of Oakford.
Coming from the nose of Oakford. Difficult to tell with, of course, he's got that beard and moustache, hasn't it? So it covers it a little bit. A bit easier to see without facial hair beneath the nose. But it is indeed coming from the nose of Oakford. So Miller had an impact, but Oakford utilising those long levers.
Oh, good shot there from Miller.
Has the height and reach advantage. You can see why these two have been hard to separate in former contests. It's 39-37.
4 rounders are so much different though.
Yeah.
Like, they're pretty much an amateur fight.
And they're both so much more experienced now, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Miller's fought all over the place since that loss on his debut. He's been to Poland, Czech Republic and various venues around the UK. He also fought on the big stage last time out. He was at Selhurst Park on the undercard of Chris Billham-Smith and Riakporhe. He stopped Edwin Mosquera in the first round, that was back in June. And of course, Lewis Oakford had a big night at the Copper Box on the Fisher-Pavic undercard. Lost there to John Hedges, but again, both had that experience of the big stage, and that only makes you want it more. Both of them know that the man in the opposite corner tonight stands in their way of what they want to achieve next. Commonwealth silver title on the line, which will give them the leverage for bigger fights, to be back on those big stages that they've both had a taste of in their last outings. You'll hardly get a better crowd than they've got here tonight at York Hall. It's good at the big stadiums and arenas in some ways, but it's difficult to beat the intimate setting of York Hall when you've got two fighters bringing two passionate sets of supporters from Lewisham and High Wycombe respectively, as the two straight back into this high pace, Sam.
Yeah, like we keep saying, obviously where they've shared the ring before, they've set straight into it, and they've got straight down to work. But this is what I love about the cruiserweight division, because they still have that work rate. Not like the heavyweights where it is so slow, where they're so big. The cruiserweights still have that athleticism and that speed and work rate.
Very athletic, big men, Dens, aren't they? And obviously lots of power in those punches at this weight, but they really are agile.
Yeah, they're agile, they've got good movement, they're athletic, then they still got snap in their shots. You know, they're little heavyweights, really and truly. I mean, you know, back in Mike Tyson days, these were the heavyweights. But, you know...
Well, Muhammad Ali as well, what did he weigh?
Yeah,
he was a cruiserweight. Yeah. So knowledgeable, aren't we?
Big lead hook from Oakford. Doesn't trouble Miller though, blocks it with his glove, fires back with an uppercut. Really fine margins these. You land those clean eye-catching shots, it could be the difference in rounds that are this tight. Miller goes for the big one there, pushes Oakford back, throws caution to the wind. Oakford fires back. Not interested in clinches, these two, they just want to hurt each other.
Or pacing each other, or pacing themselves either. This is a mad pace for a cruiserweight fight.
It's bad blood. No one wants to lose to the other. Oh, good counter there from Miller.
Both have lots of interviews, various YouTube channels in boxing in the build-up to this, and both been talking about what it means to them and what they're going to do differently this time out, how they've improved and developed since they made their debuts against one another. Of course, all the talking done now, and all that matters is what they can produce here on this night at York Hall under the lights. And this has been sport with real blistering speed so far. What an opening 2 rounds we've had here from the two big men. And you've got to feel that using that height and reach advantage and able to pick Miller off at times, perhaps Oakford just having the edge. What say you?
Yeah, do you know what, I was just thinking, I'm so glad now these fights are done by 3 judges at ringside, because back in the day when the referees do, like, even I get, like, I'm involved in watching this, and I'm like, I'm struggling to score it, because I do get, like, as a fan, I do get
We
involved.
said that last time, didn't we, Dens, when Adofia fought, and it was so intense, it was a blistering pace, the exchanges were rapid, and even if you sat intently watching it, it was really difficult to score. You throw in that you've got to referee that as well. Be mindful of observing the rules, protecting the boxers when needed, and making split-second decisions. Almost impossible to score with any clarity.
I do think anything.
Totally agree.
Like
if there's a title on the line,
exactly.
it should be people who are doing one job, which is scoring. Because even commentating and scoring is difficult.
Well, you just
refereeing is a whole other ballgame.
You just went, how you scoring it? And I was like, honestly, I don't know.
Just enjoying every moment.
Exactly.
Dens, have you been swayed either way by anybody yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think Miller's jab has been pretty good. Like, of course, you see this busted up Oakford's nose, but Oakford has a good work rate about him. You know, he's not just eating a shot and stepping back. He's answering back every single time. But look, you know, Miller's got a good guard, and a lot of them are, you know, catching the guard that we saw there.
He has a nice rhythm as well, a nice pattern to his work, Oakford, once he lets those straight shots go, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. The straight work is his good work. Miller's trying to come around a bit more and be a bit more, you know, throw more haymakers.
He's got to get past those long levers, hasn't he? Nice looping backhand from Oakford. Follows up with it again. Miller does well just to get out of the corner there. Manages to get off a double jab of his own.
Oakford's style is very basic but effective. Nice straight jab, 1-2, bounce on his toes, step out, go to the body, come back. Like it's nothing, you know, like exceptional, but it's so
working,
effective.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, he's been working
yeah.
at the Evolve Elite gym in Amersham, and with Andy Gillett, that's what he's been doing, Dens. He's drilling and drilling and drilling and drilling.
I can see that, yeah, I see it.
He certainly can. And it's there for him tonight, because
Yeah.
sometimes you drill it and drill it, don't you? And then you go back to your default sometimes. But he's had that composure and that focus and concentration that's required to be able to execute what you've been doing in the gym. And so far, he's done that. Miller finding it difficult to find a way past that jab of his, which sometimes it's snappy and sharp, sometimes it's like a ramrod, and when he follows it up with that looping backhand, difficult for Miller to find a way through, although he did there, rocking back the head of Oakford.
Yeah, he did, but he's got to do a little bit more to, you know, to close that gap with Oakford, because like Sam said, it's a good pace, he's relentless, he just keeps coming, he doesn't throw and sit there.
And maybe this is what Miller was
well.
saying, that over 4 rounds he was able to maintain this pace. The question is, will he be able to do that over the distance? And Miller might be thinking in his mind,
once I get past 4,
here's my time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a big risk to take in a 10 rounder, because 5 rounds is halfway. If Oakford does this for 6 rounds, a good right hand there from Oakford. If he does it for 6 rounds, he's won half the fight.
You can't afford to give those early rounds away, can you? But Oakford so far with his work rate and those straight shots at range proving to be effective, but Miller very much still in this one.
Yeah, the way Oakford sat down there, maybe he is feeling the pace a bit.
Since we haven't been scoring it, understandably, because we're absorbed in this one, Dens, on what we would call the sight test, so judging off just what's in front of you, what's your inkling of who's ahead here?
I mean, I think that round there, Oakford took that, you know, the straight shots, the 1-2s and the straight jabs and down to the body, and just the work rate, I think, you know, looked more appealing to me.
Yeah, I agree. But like you said,
he looks a more dangerous, doesn't he, Sam?
Yes, he does. But like you said, is this a little bit of waiting for that 4th round? This is what we said about 10-round fights. It can sway, it can change. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the back end of the or halfway point of the fight holds. Choosing to stand in between rounds as well.
Just going to say that.
I've always found that interesting, because I know we don't sit down in sparring, but I've always just felt if you can get that little bit of juice back in your legs in between a round, I've always thought that could just be a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, most definitely.
I have sat down and not wanted to get back up a few times.
It's interesting though, the decisions that fighters make. Like, I always stood up until my first 10-rounder, and it was about, I think it was after the 5th, and I said, get the still.
But that's,
because
that's
you're
also
just
a sign,
desperate for any kind of breather that you can get, and those little 1% add up, don't they?
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, they're big margins in competitive fights like this.
Just falling into the ropes there. Very grateful for them, because the last thing we want is 2 cruiserweights landing on us. Good work off the jab from Oakford again. He's just controlling the distance, isn't he, you feel? He's not allowing Miller in.
He's not. He's controlling the distance, because Miller knows if he steps in, you know, recklessly, he's gonna fall into a jab. So Miller's just trying to change his rhythm there and throw a feint first. But Oakford isn't biting on that feint. So he's got to try to do something else, maybe a little shift in his feet.
It's just continuous, ain't it? Boom, 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 boom. There's no let off, there's no change in pace, it's just very consistent. And it's almost like annoying, you know, every time Miller tries to come in, he's going boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
It's one of them rhythms that will really, really upset you.
There is a lovely pattern to his work, Oakford. And sometimes that's all he needs to do, isn't it? Just flicking out that double jab, step off, job done.
Oh, lovely.
And then he comes and follows up with 2 heavy shots there as well to mix it up.
Yeah, Miller's looking a little bit confused here.
He is.
He's gone very flat-footed, very static with his head.
I mean, he's catching most of the shots on the glove, but it's like the jabs are just getting through. Good counter from Miller. He needs to do more to get closer, close that gap. When he's there, that's where he's got to work.
Got a spring in his step now, Oakford. We saw that from Miller in the opening round as well, but as Sam and Denz have been saying, a lot more flat-footed now in round 4. But still a long way to go in this one. The momentum can shift at any moment. And indeed, one big punch can change things.
He can't get out of the way of that straight work from Oakford. Oakford needs to stay on that.
It's because his head don't move side to
He's got
side.
to take his head off the central axis, hasn't he?
Yeah.
When he's coming in, he's got to have that upper body mobility and head movement.
Just dip your knees and move your head side to side, and you'll go back to the side of them shots.
Yeah,
I mean, easy to say down here.
If he can slip these jabs, he can counter, can't he? He can step in, close the distance and counter, but
and also
obviously easier said
there's no
than done.
movement in his shoulders, so...
There we go though, Miller in close range, able to detonate and let some bombs go. All over the place there for a moment, Oakford as he roars back at Miller to let him know, I'm not bothered by that, but Miller knows he got at him somewhat there. That was a blistering finish from Miller when he got a chance to get up close and let his bombs go.
Little bit, I mean, listen, he needed that a little bit earlier in the round, really, because he got peppered for the first, 90% of the round, and then pulls it out at the end.
At the end, yeah. Yeah, I think Miller needs to start the next round how he finished that last round, because he's allowing Oakford to get into a rhythm too much.
Lots of activity in Miller's corner as well, Denz, isn't there? And it's a different scenario in the opposite corner. Very calm in Oakford's corner, one voice. In Miller's corner, yes, there was one voice, but lots of other voices as well around ringside there.
I think Miller's brother is my old stable mate. They've just come running.
Yeah, the officials just making them step away. Sometimes it can be helpful, but sometimes can just
cause too much confusion.
Yeah, it certainly can.
Like we said earlier, you need to make sure
up when they need clarity.
You need to make sure your fighter's listening, and if there's 100 voices going on in the corner, you ain't gonna get that.
Especially an unexpected voice. You look around like, who's that? Do you know what I mean?
Especially your brother riding in the corner.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've seen it a couple of times on big American cards when you've got like someone speaking Spanish to the left, someone speaking English, like you know, like, and I'm like, mate, how are they processing all that information
in a minute, being tired and everything? It's a lot going on.
I'll just about process throw your jab, let alone like 2 different languages. Do you know what I mean?
Don't put yourself down, Sam Gilly. You're a quality fighter. Good work again from Oakford.
I mean, at this pace, I mean, it's favouring Oakford. I think Miller needs to, switch the pace up a little bit.
Well, he can pick his shots from this range, can't he?
Yeah, he can.
He's not really under any pressure.
Every now and then.
And if Miller was talking about the number of rounds being a problem, he needs to be putting him under that pressure and putting it on him and
make him feel it in the
testing
rounds,
that. But he's allowing him that space and time, which allows that lovely rhythm and pattern from Oakford. He's got to upset that, Miller. Good for Miller there, just drawing him in and catching him with that lead hook. Needs to be more frequent though.
Oakford's just so busy. So busy. They're not like the biggest shots in the world, but look, they're 3 jabs to Miller's 1.
And this is the thing, isn't it? Sometimes just flicking out that jab or that double jab and then moving off.
Again, 3
it's enough
jabs
to win that exchange, isn't it? And he's just clocking up the points as they go, and Miller can't afford to allow him to be taking these rounds.
Miller just smiling, trying to make him feel like, he's working and getting through. Like Sam
it's not the only thing from Oakford either, is it? He has loaded up and thrown some big shots as well, so he's shown that he's got that in his arsenal, and we can see that when Miller gets up close and has a chance to let those hands go, he's a really dangerous man. but just not been able to do it often and frequent enough. Good backhand there though.
It was a good
Tied
backhand,
up
but
straight away
he
by
always leaves
Oakford.
it too late to get there. Look, we've got 15 seconds left of the round, and that's when he wants to pick up the pace. He's got to change it and do that in the first 30 seconds. Take a minute off and go again maybe, or something like that. He starts the first 2 minutes of the round too slow.
Oakford not allowing it this time though, throwing 2 big shots of his own. Let's see if it's a little calmer in the Miller corner this time. Of course, Denzel Bentley talking about too many voices. Switched his microphone off during a couple of fights tonight to shout instructions to his gym mates, so there you go.
I think that is one of the hardest things, trying to commentate when your pal's fighting.
Really difficult.
It's so emotionally invested. I'm just trying to hold it down earlier when
I've had to
Hadji
do
was
it
fighting.
commentating on my cousin a couple of times, who's an
Have
away
you
fighter.
really?
He's a Centurion now, so he's had plenty, but
Yeah, that's
I'm just
unbelievable.
hoping there's never a big shot one time because poker face is one thing, poker voice is different.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you make of these two in the corner? Miller standing,
You know what? I think for
Oakford
Miller,
seated, and he looks pretty calm and composed.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's probably the more experienced corner, just, getting their fighter to listen and, do what they need him to do. Whereas Miller, I think, is more of a ego thing. Like, you're not going to be able to do the rounds. I'm going to stand in the corner and show you I can do the rounds. I mean, doesn't need to, but he's opting to. Or maybe just because he's used to standing in the sparring. But like Samson, I'm always going to take the seat because it's there.
Just as well, like the one thing he needs to do is quicken up his legs while Oakford's on his bike like this, up on his toes. Miller needs to speed up his feet. Just like get that little bit of energy back in your legs. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly that.
You should even throw a few foot feints and see how Oakford reacts to it. How many steps does he take back when you feint, and then go again and throw a shot? He's just standing there waiting for something to happen. And Oakford's, taking initiative every time and using that long jab and them straight shots.
Doing the fundamentals really well, Oakford, but you feel like not to take anything away from his boxing ability, but his work rate alone is winning this. And when there's a title on the line, you just don't want to come out of that fight not know it. You want to feel you've given it everything, put everything on the line, and you don't want to allow your opponent to take that title on work rate alone. It can't come down to that. You've got to push him every step of the way.
A minute's gone and he hasn't changed anything. This is what I'm saying. We're in the 6th round now, and he's talking about the later rounds as it goes on. You've got 4 rounds after this. Unless you're going to knock him out, you made it hard for yourself.
Still up on his toes, isn't he? And still plenty of movement from him, and allowing him to spring off that back foot and snap that jab out. Miller just unable to close him down.
But like Den said, he's working for 30 seconds around, literally. There we go. And he's done it nice and early this time.
Maybe
he's done it
he knows something we don't and believes that big shot is going to be the difference. Oakford catching him on the way in though, but Oakford all over the place when Miller sets his feet and attacks.
This is the pace change we needed from Miller earlier in the round. Now he's got Oakford on the back foot panicking.
He's seriously dangerous when he comes forward.
Yeah, he is. Big shots coming in from Miller.
He sprung his attack much earlier in this round now.
Second half of the fight as well.
Will we see the benefits from it as we enter the last minute of round 6? Miller now, a man on the prowl, hunting down his man.
He's got to cut the ring and not follow. He's following. He's just got to step to his right.
The crowd chanting Miller, 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 trying to give him that boost of energy needed to really put the pressure on Oakford here, who's feeling the pace. Heavy breathing from Oakford for the first time in this contest as he sticks his tongue out at Miller. Throws a couple of speculative shots back, but catches Miller in the corner now. Oakford head down.
Good round for Miller. Good fight, yeah, good round for Miller. That's what he needed. That might help him.
It's clear that Miller is really dangerous when he gets a chance to detonate.
Yeah,
but he can't rely on that and leave it too late, can he? And just allow the sheer work rate, if nothing else, of Oakford to take this title.
Well, that's exactly what he'll lose, just pure busyness. Like, he can have little spells like that, but if he's giving away 3 rounds before he has a spell like that in a round, like, you're going to lose the fight.
You won't do him no favours, but hopefully that's giving him more confidence.
Yeah.
to go forward and maybe start the round like that.
But look, that's a very dangerous. Like the way he's fighting, he's very all or nothing style.
Yeah.
Like when you can't sustain a pace like that. Like that's like I'm going to take you out pace. You're only doing that for half a round.
It's a lot calmer now in Miller's corner, taking his instructions on board. And Oakford that time on his elbows, on his knees, he was breathing heavily. So he has felt the pace on the back of that hectic last portion of round 6. Can Miller sustain it?
Yeah, Miller
put some attacks together.
He needs to find the pace between where he finished and this, and just try and hold that a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? Rather than having nothing or 100.
Get from 0, exactly. Get from 0 to 100. He needs to have an in-between pace.
He's giving Oakford a number of free shots, isn't he?
He's got to be busy with his jab, busy with his right hand too, not just swinging them wild, throwing them straight. He ain't got to put everything into every shot.
And as well, by giving Oakford something to think about,
yeah, exactly,
he'll be less keen to just be flicking out that jab if there's something coming back. But again, just allowed to tee off there with no reply. 10, 11, 12 shots in succession from Oakford.
Oakford throws a 1-2 and then just bounces back square. Jumping him as soon as he bounces back.
Yeah.
You see it here, look. Gonna throw a shot, he just bounces back square.
Can't continue to allow these straight shots with no reply, Miller. Got to up the work rate here. He clearly possesses the firepower to put Oakford in a spot of bother.
It's a harsh word to use, but it's almost lazy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, do something with your head, standing in front with your hands tucked up and then hoping for a burst to chin him. It ain't gonna work. Do you know what I mean? He'll knock him out now. I've said that. You watch.
Yeah, no, just as Oakford bouncing back and he's square and he's just.
But he's allowing him to do it. That's what I mean by the laziness of like just allowing your opponent to get that rhythm off, to get that bouncing, to get that extra bit of footwork off.
Yeah, and that extra breath from before.
Exactly,
you attack.
Yeah.
Of course, part of the excitement of these heavier weights is that no matter who's got the momentum, one big punch can change everything in a split second.
Definitely.
And that's what the crowd appreciate here as they're roaring both fighters forward, waiting for that big shot to land. You do feel like there is one, particularly in Miller's locker. If he can just get the timing right and the range and land it, it could turn everything on its head.
Yeah, when
and
he's
it's increasingly
right
likely to happen as Oakford becomes more tired, as anybody would in the latter stages. So still that element of unpredictability. 30 seconds remaining in the 7th. Crowd on the feet here at York Hall. What an atmosphere there's been throughout the night, but particularly for this main event. Screaming at the top of the lungs, leaning over the balcony, just trying to give their fighter that little push of energy as Oakford with the antics now, a quick nod from Miller as he makes his way back to the corner. Set up nicely for the closing stages, because you just think Miller's going to have to go for it at some stage.
Yeah, I think so. He's going to have to go for it. He had a good round the last round, and just let it slip in this round. He's probably banking on reserving his energy to catch Oakford when he's a bit more tired and try and throw a flurry and finish him, but that's a dangerous game he's playing, like Sam said earlier.
Has Miller got something in his back pocket he's going to pull out in these later stages? Ringside here, we've got Oakford ahead, but none of that will matter if Miller can find that big bomb. He's shown glimpses of it so far. What do we have in store here as we enter round 8? This one's scheduled for 10 threes. Commonwealth silver, cruiserweight title on the line.
But this is even better with Miller's feet, just cutting off. Good work that from Oakford, really nice.
It is, and that's off the back foot as well, because Miller's taken the centre ring, pushed him back, but then just
allowed him to let them shots go.
let him pick him off again.
Yeah. Looking for that right hand.
Oh, good right hand there from Oakford.
Looking for that backhand there, Miller, but caught with the backhand from Oakford. Double jab again from Oakford. The sharpness gone a little bit from those punches, but still has a spring in his step.
He took a good right hand there as well, so he's eating everything that Miller's got to throw at him. Miller's just got to use that right uppercut, because every time he pushes Oakford back to the ropes, he sits down low. Just got to use that right uppercut, lift his head up.
That's a good shout, because he does lean over with his head a little bit, Oakford.
Even there, when he throws his shots, you know what I mean?
Looping backhand from Oakford. Miller with a big haymaker. Finds its place on the glove of Oakford though. Heating up this one now. Miller marauding forward. Quite a laboured jab from Miller that, but it did seem to have an impact on Oakford as he plants his feet and swings now.
Uppercut, the uppercut's there.
The uppercut's there.
Trying to get that uppercut off then in those closing stages, wasn't he? But didn't have the space for it. Do you think it's going to come down to Miller needing a stoppage at this stage?
Yeah, I think so.
I think, yeah, he does already. I think, like, yeah, he needs a stoppage already. So he's got to go. He's got to go a little bit gun over here and try and get him out of here.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far-fetched. I think he's capable of, of stepping on the gas and getting a stoppage. But
swelling beneath the left eye of Miller. Just working on that now in the corner. Slight swelling to the beneath the right eye, just the top of the cheekbone of Oakford as well. It's quite significant that swelling, isn't it, beneath the left eye of Miller?
Yeah, that's
could be problematic given that he's boxing out of the orthodox stance. Although his eye is opening fully at this stage, it's just a large swelling beneath it. But if that starts to close, that'll be a real problem. Yeah. Looping backhand from Oakford as he's perhaps targeting that eye. You can see the damage beneath it. Makes sense for Oakford to target it as he's up on his toes again. Very athletic, these two. Miller finding himself in range again, shipping two stiff jabs. A third, a fourth and a fifth from Oakford.
Oakford's going to win this fight on pure rhythm. That's all it is, just that rhythm and flow that he's got. Just that, even as he's resting, boom, boom, boom. Them jabs that he's sticking out, while Miller's doing absolutely nothing.
And I think that's where Miller's, made a mistake in not clocking or realising the rhythm of Oakford for him to change it, and then because it hasn't changed. Oakford rhythm hasn't changed. It's been the same from okay, they had a fiery first round, but since then, since he's settled, it's been the same rhythm. Miller hasn't changed anything to try and tackle that.
There you go.
And defensively, Oakford does look and has looked vulnerable when Miller has come forward, hasn't he?
True,
when he's put his combinations together and loaded up, he has looked vulnerable, Oakford. But we just haven't seen enough of it from Miller. But what has he got to bring now in the second half of this 9th round? This one's scheduled for 10. In a clinch now in the corner, right in front of us from our commentary position.
I mean,
Oakford straight back on the jab.
You look at the two of them, and Oakford looks like he's feeling the pace a lot more than Miller, but because he's done more work than Miller. But you never know. Miller could turn it up in the 10th round where he's going to have to and try and.
But he's allowing Oakford these breathers as well, Denz. He's obviously feeling the pace, but he's allowing him just to get on his bike and skirt around, get a few deep breaths and recover. And then he gets that momentum again for another attack, doesn't he?
Yeah.
With no reply from
like
Miller.
He is just now, like he is right now. He's giving him time to breathe and get ready for the next attack. Like just there.
He needs to interrupt that rhythm, doesn't he, in that pattern.
Even if he throws a feint as he feels like he's going to attack, it will stop Oakford from coming in. Good bite, Dave. Good 1-2 there.
Lovely backhand there, though.
And that's what he's capable
Landed
of.
flush on the chin. He took that Oakford.
He did.
Really good shot from Miller, and that's what is in his locker.
He can still
we just
get the
need to
knockout,
see
but
more
he's
of
not
it.
working hard enough for it.
That eye's coming up bad now.
Yeah, so really bad swelling. We thought that could be a problem. Just got one more round to get through, but that will be a problem for him. It's surely obscuring his vision.
I mean, this
at
next
least
round,
a little bit.
This next round is the round for Miller to go from 0 to 100 and make it make sense, because like Sam was saying, he does nothing in between the rounds and tries to turn it up in the last few seconds of the round. But this round he's got to give it all. He's got, if he wants to go home with his belt tonight.
Make or break time now.
Miller's left eye.
It's a really bad swelling that. I don't think the eye is closing, or well, it's not closing, but swellings like that are really problematic, especially it's his left eye, of course, and he's boxing out of the orthodox position, so making things increasingly difficult for Miller. He's got it all to do now by our reckoning at ringside here. He needs a stoppage if he is to take the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title, and Oakford will not want that to happen. Touch of gloves from this pair, who had a score to settle tonight, having fought in the amateurs and on their pro debuts. Oakford getting the better of both of those encounters, and on course here to do the same for a third time. Good backhand again.
I mean, Miller's going to have
damage to that left eye.
Yeah, Miller's going to have nightmares if he lets Oakford beat him again. Good shots there.
Heavy shots from Miller. He has immense power when he lets those hands go.
From Oakford.
Solid reply from Oakford. Blood pouring from his nose, swelling beneath the left eye of Miller. It's been fought with great intensity at times. And when the two exchange,
still got 2 minutes left in the round.
Of ferocity. There's still time for Miller to try and get that stoppage, which we believe he will need if he's to take the title tonight here at York Hall. Jab to the body. Oakford just ties him up. Fleet-footed again. Lots of agility from the big man. Lovely 3-punch combo from Oakford. Boxing with confidence here. Miller unable to close him down to get any meaningful purchase on his shots. Again, good work from Oakford. 1-2 down the pipe and then ties him up.
He almost looks at the floor after he throws a shot as well. Like, he's got to be careful doing that. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, good.
Backhand again.
Miller needs to step on it. He's got a minute left in this round. He needs to step on it.
He's got to throw everything at him now. The kitchen sink has Miller. Got to go out on his shield here, do everything he can to get the win by stoppage. Here he goes. Launches an attack.
This is what he needs. He needs to,
Oakford managing
keep the pace for the last
just
45
loop
seconds.
his shots around the oncoming. Shots from Miller as he loads up again. Oakford proving a difficult target to hit. Lovely jab there as he was moving on the back foot. Nice rhythm again. Lovely pattern from Oakford once again, as he just puts his arms round Miller in a hug-like fashion, although certainly no cuddles between these two. Revenge or repeat? Looks like it's going to be repeat for Oakford, as the two look to finish with big shots, but you have to feel there that Miller just didn't do enough, and a really good display from Lewis Oakford. Busy, did the fundamentals really well, boxed well off the back foot, caught him with some big shots. We could see the explosive power that Miller possesses, but you've got to feel that this is Oakford's night and that he will take this Commonwealth silver title. What do you think, Dens?
Yeah, I mean, I think Oakford took that quite convincingly for me. I mean, like you said earlier about the patterns, that rhythm he had, he set it nice. Miller done nothing to break his rhythm. At times in spurts for like 10-20 seconds, he'd throw big shots, but Oakford would manage to get away from that and get back on his rhythm and keep picking them off with a jab and a straight shot. Good work from Oakford. I was really impressed by that.
A fantastic headline fight to finish what has been a really, really good night of boxing here at York Hall on Fightzone and talkSPORT. If that's whetted your appetite, which it absolutely should have done, and you're hungry for more, and there's more on the way from 1 a.m. UK versus USA over in Texas. Spencer Oliver, the captain of the UK team, Roy Jones Jr., captain of the USA team. Had a great week out there, and all the fighters ready to seize their opportunity and put on big performances tonight in genuine 50-50 fights. And there are plans for more, 3 or 4 more nights planned over in Texas and here in the UK. John Trethaway and Dennis Hobson working hard behind the scenes to make those happen. But before that, a great night of boxing to be had, and you can watch it all on Fightzone and talkSPORT from 1 a.m. this evening. So a couple of hours from now, get yourself a drink and a snack and get ready for more UK versus USA from 1 a.m. this evening. But here, we're ready to get the result in a moment or two. Lewis Oakford and Devon Miller have just battled out 10 intense rounds for the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title. Lots of bad blood and history between the two, as the corner just working on that swelling beneath the left eye of Miller. But they look confident in the Oakford corner as he raises his hands, to the delight of his supporters cheering over the balconies here at York Hall. And they were treated to a great performance from their man this evening, who we think has more than done enough to secure the Commonwealth silver title. Boxed really well off the back foot, nice rhythm and pattern to his boxing. Stuck to the basics but did them really well. He's been drilling them in the gym, and you can see all the work that he's put in. He managed to display here tonight when it counted. But of course that's not our decision. Let's get the official result from our MC Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 10 rounds of boxing action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kieran McCann scores the contest 92-98. Lee Every scores the contest 93-97. And Sean McAvoy scores the contest 90-100. All 3 judges with a unanimous decision. And the new Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight Champion, Lewis Oakford!
Well, a nice display of mutual respect between the two fighters. Plenty has gone between the two before, but both earned one another's respect there, and you can see just what this win means to Lewis Oakford. Obviously wanted to get the win over Miller, given all the talk in the build-up to this one, but just as importantly, he now obtains the Commonwealth Silver Cruiserweight title as he holds it aloft for all of his supporters to see, and his whole team there absolutely delighted. Andy Gill and Jamie Smith, who's been working with him, drilling all of those basics, clear to see tonight, because they didn't desert him, those basics. He employed them really effectively and barely gave Miller a sniff. Had some opportunities, Miller, and showed the power that he possesses at times, but Oakford just too much for him. And what a moment this. You two have both been in this position where you've had that first title win. What does that feel like?
Oh, for me, I didn't win an amateur title. I didn't win anything. My first one was the Southern Area, so that was like a world title for me. So this will mean the world to Oakford. Do you know what I mean? After a fantastic performance. Do you know what? I agreed with, I think it was Lievri had the shutout, really. I thought I gave him every single round. But yeah, it'll be over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't win nothing as an amateur either. My first title was the British title against someone I had history with.
All right. Drop the mic.
That's me going on.
Drop the mic. Okay.
I mean, against someone I had history with, because I fought Heffron before and then drew that, and then, you know, I really wanted to beat up Heffron more than I wanted the title, and I can imagine that would have been the same with these guys having, you know, a second fight as a professional and 3 fights altogether. So it probably means even more that they won it off someone that they had a rivalry with.
Well, I won a silver at the Europeans as an amateur, so
there you go.
There you go. And then the Commonwealth as a pro, so, you know.
We ain't done bad on this
No, but
table.
it's such a special moment, isn't it? Whether it's an amateur or a pro, these moments are so special when all that work you've put in, all the
100%.
sacrifices,
Yeah, exactly.
and all of the people who've supported you on that massive emotional roller coaster that boxing is, both in and out of the ring. And let's hear just what this moment means to Lewis Oakford now as he's ringside with Melissa Zad.
Lewis Oakford, congratulations on winning the vacant Commonwealth Silver Championship title. How are you feeling after that performance?
A bit sore, but good overall, good. You know, the hard work paid off, and got the strap, onwards and upwards.
Obviously, Devon Miller, he was the A-side coming into this fight based on his experience and his knockout ratio. What do you think that you brought to the fight that mitigated his attributes?
Boxing skill, you know, just boxed him. I know he's got power. This is the third time I've fought him, so I know him very well. It was just boxing tonight. I didn't want to get into a war. I did a couple of times, but overall the boxing was a bit more superior, so I think that's what won me this strap.
I'm just going to have a quick word here with Mark. What did you make of Lewis's performance tonight?
Well, absolutely cracking main event, as we expected. And I think Lewis just outworked him tonight. We knew Devon had the power, 75% knockout ratio, and you could see he was just trying to hunt Lewis down. He was just trying to look for those big punches. But, you know, Lewis was just keeping busy. He was just keeping the jabs popping out and just keeping the combinations going. And Devon just couldn't get to him. And when he did, he covered up. He was good on his feet. And he just fought a really sensible fight. And, you know, well deserved, you know, Commonwealth Silver Champion. Well deserved.
Really exciting future, onwards and upwards, as Lewis says, you know, vacant Commonwealth title, vacant silver Commonwealth title. What's the next steps for him?
Well, obviously he's going to speak to his team and see what's next, but he's got a bright future. You know, he's got a great record, cruiserweight division, there's some really big names out there, but I'm sure he'll work with his team and work out what's next. But exciting future for the guy.
Lewis, as Mark said, you know, the cruiserweight division is really, really stacked. We have another cruiserweight contender sitting ringside tonight. And, you know, where do you fare yourself amongst the cruiserweights amongst the UK?
You know, we'll wait and see. You know, obviously this is my first belt. I'm planning to move on, get more belts, more opportunities. So of course, I'm in the cruiserweight division. I'm here to fight the cruiserweights and work my way up the rankings. So any opportunity, I'm open to exploring. So bring it on.
Really exciting future. Mark, just a quick breakdown from the rest of the card tonight. What were some standouts for you?
Oh, brilliant. Their last few fights, 50-50, was absolutely outstanding, weren't they? Dan Francis, I think he's going to be a superstar of the welterweight division. You know, people like Jake Hensey, Sonny Hardy, there's some massive, massive fights ahead. But, you know, I think that, you know, and Mo Hadi, you know, his stoppage win earlier on, there was some great performances on the card. A standard Nielsen Boxing TM114 show on talkSPORT and Fightzone. You know, you get these kind of nights, these kind of fights. The crowds were great all night. We lifted the roof off your call, as we always do. And we're back here again in a few weeks, and we'll have more of the same.
Fight of the night for you, which one?
Well, I don't know, that Dan Francis fight, I think, that was just toe-to-toe all night. I could have, you know, it was a great fight. You know, I thought Dan edged it, but, you know, credit to these guys on the main event. He's walking away with a belt there. You know, hats off to him. It's his first title, first in money, maybe.
As you said, a really exciting night tonight. Lewis, congratulations on winning that title. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here at the York Hall. We are back on the 26th of October for another fan-friendly night of action. Good night.
This is more than just a fight. It's a clash of nations. The transatlantic clash, where the United States takes on the United Kingdom. In a battle of blood, sweat, and pure grit. Led by legendary Roy Jones Jr., Team USA will face off against the fierce warriors of the UK, guided by champion Spencer Oliver. On October the 5th, live from Texas, it all comes down to one night, one ring, and one exclusive trophy. Catch the action worldwide on talkSPORT, Fightzone, and in the US on Azteca TV. Don't miss the war across the Atlantic. Transatlantic Clash, USA versus UK. This is more than a fight. It's history in the making.